Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind.
Unscramble mind. Unscramble mind.
Peace, everybody. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. I've been waiting for this show. You already know me, Sister Freedom. Welcome, everybody, coming to Unscramble Minds on a Friday. So, guys,
Happy Friday to everyone. How are you? What is up to see here?
Happy Friday, peace and love. It's Dulcinea.
okay, here we go. Synamoon.
Echo.
I want everybody, all of our guests, our beautiful sisters, to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself.
So, I am Synamoon. I am the creator of the project Grandma's Secrets. And I call it a project because I really am hoping that this is going to be a big movement, more than just a book. But it's a movement so that we can change our thought process and change the health of ourselves and generations to come.
Stephanie. Introduce yourself, Stephanie.
Hey y'all, it's an honor to be on here. And it's really just a pleasure to work with you, Synamoon. I got to meet you through Tanya. And it's just been fantastic. It is overdue, this type of archival of our ancient wisdom, the wisdom of our elders and our ancestors. And I'm just like, yes, I get to be the person that is helping to doula the book through and to publish it. So thanks for having me. And I toss it over to Reverend Tanya.
Ashe, peace and blessings, everyone. I am Reverend Tanya P., throat chakra shaman and woman in tune with conscious healing. I founded the Witch Movement from a recent anthology that I edited and curated and contributed to as an author. And it is such a pleasure to be here in this mix, to be one of the book doulas for Synamoon and this very important project. And I agree, it is a movement. The world is calling forth for this powerful, potent medicine. And I am just grateful to be among the number, to be part of this beauty. And I'll throw things on over to Daughter of the Sea.
So, okay, I'm happy. We're definitely happy to hear you ladies, for sure. So I guess, Synamoon, I guess we'll start with you. How did you come, like, what was your inspiration behind even starting, the book to write about it?
Yes. So I am mother of wife. I birthed 13 people onto this earth. And as I was raising my children, I felt like there was so many things that I did not know, so many like lessons and things that I know are supposed to be passed down and taught. And I was like, I feel like I don't have enough. And so back in like 2008, I said I was going to get a group of women together so that we all can just sit around and talk and share knowledge about raising children, recipes, and all this stuff. And I never got around to getting that done. So I said, okay, this is still calling me. It's got to happen. So then I sat and thought, well, how am I going to make this happen? Maybe I'll start a YouTube channel. Maybe I'll do this. And then started talking to people, and I said, hey, why don't we start a book? And everyone share stories of things that, was passed down to them. Because like I said, some of us, our grandmothers passed certain things down. Someone else's grandmother might have passed something else down. And when you get all that knowledge together, we can all help each other. So yeah, that's how it started.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Nice. Dulcie?
Oh, were you gonna say something, Sister Freedom?
No, I was about to ask her. I've always been excited with your names.
My name. Thank you.
Synamoon. And I was always wondering, did it come from cinnamon or did it, you know what I mean? Like Synamoon. It's like so
Yes.
beautiful.
Well, thank you.
So I was always wondering if it's because of your outside of the box knowledge and your wisdom and how you came into herbal interest. And like Reverend Tanya said about, me, I'm into the witch. Well, I'm missing. I go,
Yeah.
she said I want to run go get my books. Like you got this one, you got that one, you got this one, you got that one.
Definitely.
I'm wondering how your name Synamoon came about. It's like with that name comes with so much essence, motherly. It's like you outside running in nature with no shoes on, right?
Yeah.
Just coming down on you, and you just like run with, So I mean,
Yeah.
is it similar or how
So, over the years, we have studied different languages, different backgrounds, different cultures. And I am a Cancer. And so, as a Cancer, we are ruled by the moon. And so, doing study, Sin is like Synamoon, daughter of the moon, is how I came up with the name. And it was so interesting because actually, it was my Lord who named me. We was like just studying, and it's like, hey, Synamoon. It's so beautiful. It just rang, and it was like it felt so right.
it's beautiful. It really is.
Yeah. Thank you.
Definitely. Well, two people fell off, so I'm looking now to make
I
sure.
know. I'm like, what happened?
I don't know. It might have been
Yeah, they might have to rejoin. And when you say your Lord named you, is that your husband?
Yes, my husband. Etymology, and you know how we talk about the words that come out of our mouths, like when people talk about good morning, we know morning. So the word husband has to do with husbandry. And that's a man who deals with animals, and then they turn around and call their wives a female dog. It kind of all goes into this thing. So I try not to say husband. For some people, in the middle of a conversation, I will say it just without having to go into this big long explanation. But yes, I say my Lord, and he calls me his lady, Lord and lady. So yes.
Yes. I wanted. You had a question, Dulcie, because I wanted to say something to what she was just saying.
No, that was my question.
Okay.
Okay. When you say Lord, well,
Mhm.
of course, we need to know that Lord is also man.
Yes.
You know what I mean? For some reason, we got this psychological
Yes.
embodied image of what
Religious.
Lord is, when
Mhm.
in all reality, everything that's explained in the book is
Yes.
about a man, and they keep on trying to make it seem like it's a in the box ghost flying
Yes.
all around the sky and stuff. But when it's really man. So I understand when you say Lord.
Yes. And it's interesting because like other cultures know that because they say Lord and Lady. They've been saying it for centuries.
They be
But,
talking about
but when it comes to us,
we the only
when it comes
ones.
to us, we are so religious and so, we've gotten caught up into, yeah, it's really bad. So
But this is the age of Aquarius. So
it is.
so matter so no matter what it is that they're trying to hold on to, this is
Yes.
us outside the boom. Information is like
Yes, exactly. And that's what we need.
Yep, I said blinders are off.
blinders as off. And with this situation and us having this conversation, I hope we're open and we could just talk to each other and things just don't have to, we could just get into conversation because this book, I'm sorry, I seen that you was about to say something, Reverend Tanya, and I want you to say it. Were you about to say something?
I don't think I was about to say anything. I was just I'm the Ashe corner over here.
But I'm saying this is the conversation I've been waiting on. You know what I mean? I've been waiting on this conversation. And what inspired me is your book is all Big Mama. Yes. You know what I'm saying? It's Big Mama giving Big Mama. And that's what I'm excited about because I miss being in that kitchen, just sitting and rocking while she cooking and she talking to you about this God. Yes. You know what I'm saying? And she's giving you your lessons and also showing you how to get in home economics. You know what I mean? So so many things that Senna has told me in the book that I just laugh about because I think about my life. You know what I mean? And my sisters, and we crying because we get that castor, you know what I'm saying? And the castor oil and all that. We crying all in the line, me and my brother and my sister, we all crying. And she got to be doing an orange juice there. But we got to get that. You know what I'm saying? So, but those were the good old days.
They were.
Old days. You know what I'm saying? Because it kept your body clean. We didn't know at that time how important that was. Now that we got older, the cleanliness, the cleaning yourself out, how important it truly is.
Yes.
Peace to the chat. Thanks for coming in.
Yes.
So tell us what kind of stories have come that you've been like wowed about and whose was most exciting to you?
I'm telling you, every day I am like learning ever since this started. It's like so many things are coming and I'm learning so much and things that my brain is just like because I never knew a lot of this stuff. And I'm all into natural health, nutrition and all this stuff, but the one story that really has been blowing everyone away is a lady sent in a story about when she was younger, her aunt taught her how to make cough syrup using rutabaga and organic sugar. That's it. And so I was like, is this really going to work? So everyone who had that lingering cough from COVID, I told them about it. Everyone did it, and everyone's cough is gone.
Wow.
So it really, really works. And so it's like, oh my goodness. There's things like all the way back from the 60s and things that another thing that really blew me away. This is like really out of the box. But back in the 30s, I believe, people used Listerine, the old yellow Listerine, to heal themselves from gonorrhea.
What?
I know. I said, what the? And guess what? Listerine has never changed their recipe. So, this stuff.
Taking this, and I know people need to hear this.
I know. And it's funny because I was like, well, who the heck ever came up with that one?
Hey, I was wondering the same thing. Like, who thought to try that for that?
Yeah.
They
So said, shout out to Listerine.
I know, isn't that and it's crazy because literally a lot of this stuff, it's on Google. It is on Google and you can read it. And I'm like, no way.
Wow.
Yes. So
you know what? It's so many different remedies out for different situations. I mean, it was only like 3 years ago that I was a child, but at the same time, no, look,
3 years ago. I like that one. That was good.
I believe it. I believe it.
Okay. So, and my grandmother used to, it seemed like I felt like, and this, y'all, please don't hold me to this. I used to fake sick so she can give me her little, my tiny tonic. If my sisters got sick, well, hell, I was sick too. I was coming at my tiny. She would do, I think it was brandy, honey, and tea.
Yep.
And you could smell the liquor in it.
I know. You're like, ooh, I'm getting some.
I need that tonight.
You do.
I was about to say, Stephanie, you need to be taking notes right now.
Like, you know me, and my brother used to say, "You not sick, Robbie, but I'm gonna go on and give it to you anyway." Oh God! Oh man! It's like,
oh my goodness,
Mom, I'm sick. I'm sick too, and
yeah,
as a skunk.
Yeah, I think one of my children just pulled that like 2 weeks ago. I'm up there making some hot toddies. Oh. I think we all did that because I know I did too.
All the things. Do y'all remember Cracker Jacks?
Of course.
Do you remember Cracker Jacks dots?
Oh yes.
You buy the box just to try to get the ring.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh my good. They don't even put stuff like that in there no more. Now you just get this little piece of paper. I guess they had too many lawsuits from children choking on stuff, but you don't get no kind of toys. You get maybe a sticker. That's about it.
No,
They
I used to
sticker.
Cracker Jacks. We used to be so happy. Girl, we would all be sitting down waiting to get our Cracker Jack. Oh my goodness. They don't even have the candy. And I don't even know about New York. They might still got the candy in New York.
Really?
But here, I see Squirrel Nuts, Mary Jane's, Penny Candy, Twizzlers.
Mary Jane's, they still got. They have this one over down at I think right off Delancey. It's a real big old school candy store. Still, you can get almost everything you can get out of the
Even Laffy
penny
Taffy, the long Laffy
Yep,
Taffy.
yep, all of that. They have all of that.
I think my favorite was the one with the Kool-Aid. You know the Kool-Aid and that sugar stick? Yep.
Oh, yes. I remember that, Dot. So they still got that in New York.
What?
What you talking about? The liquor stick, the little white stick.
Oh, yes. The Dippin' Dots. I think they were like, no, not Dippin' Dots. What were they called?
No.
Yes, whatever that is. Yeah. All, the powdered sugar, right?
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
want to know which one of y'all remember when what's that candy that came out used to pop in your mouth?
The
Pop Rocks.
Oh, the Pop Rock.
Right.
Yep.
They still have that. I actually just from my 11th grade.
Somebody died from it, and your parents wouldn't let you have the candy no more. Remember that? See, I'm from Jersey. You can go to the supermarket and buy Snickers in Jersey. You know, I don't know how it was in New York and some places, but we could go in the supermarkets and buy Snickers when I was a little girl.
Wow.
I remember. Now I want to say, no, this son is this in your book where they used to deliver the milk and deliver the bread to your house and your medicine.
You know what? No, but you can add it.
You can add it. The milk and older people used to get their medicine delivered.
Wow.
The doctors used to come by the house. I got one for you, Senna. What about when you got sick and everybody from the church came home and prayed for you? God.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Brought your food.
Yes. People don't do that stuff no more. And that's what's so sad. People used to come if somebody was in the hospital. All the grandmothers would get together, come make the circle around the bed and start praying. People don't do that.
And I had bad nosebleeds as a child. So that's we just free talking.
Yeah.
I hear. That's fine. So let me
I
ask
had
a question.
bad
Oh, sorry. Go ahead,
nosebleeds.
Freedom, when you're done. I'll ask a question.
Nosebleeds, right? I mean, for just nothing, I'd be sitting there looking at something, all of a sudden my nose would just start bleeding. I don't know why. But
Yes.
honey, everybody from the church would come over.
Right.
Robert, Bina, bleeding again. Everybody from the church, even the pastor would come over. They would
Really?
put keys down my back.
The key on your back. That's what I was about to say.
Oh,
The keys on your back.
Oh my goodness.
Mm.
But you know what?
I don't know about the keys on the back. What is that?
Really?
I haven't heard that one either.
Yes.
Mom would put keys down my back. Keys on. I don't know what the key thing was.
And it was supposed to stop the bleeding.
Does. I actually put that in the book. It's in the book.
When I lived in Atlantic City, my parents was old as Goody Boot that was raising me up.
Mm-hmm.
My grandparents and godparents was older, you know.
Yes.
And they used to do stuff that I ain't never seen. I even learned how to walk on their feet. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh yeah.
my
Mhm.
godfather, to this day, I taught all my kids, even my granddaughters, how to walk like that. I put them on my feet and walk with them. That's how I learned how to walk.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So see, these are all ways. That's like telling my age, though, right?
No.
All good, though. It's all
It is.
I have a question. I don't know.
Yeah.
So what were some of the so for Reverend Tanya and for Miss Stephanie or what have you, because I'm sorry I dropped down. I was trying to get my headset so that I'm not disturbed in the background. So I do apologize if y'all guys talked about this already. But what were your two roles? Did you play a role in the creation of Unpacking Grandma Secrets? The book?
Yeah. Yes, I'll go ahead and I'll start. So one of the contributing authors, Asara Sahai, connected Synamoon and me because she knew I had just published an anthology that Asara had been, in. And Stephanie was a contributing author in midway in the project. She took over and became editor, or not editor, she became publisher. And so I am what we call the ghost editor. So Synamoon is the editor of record. She's curating all these people. She's getting the first look, and I'm just coming behind and making sure everything is tight, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm also contributing to the book as well. So that is my role. And Steph, you want to say yours?
Yeah, so I got introduced to Synamoon through Tanya because I had published Witch and I was a contributing author. And it just seemed like a good fit for the kinds of books that I'm interested in, like the self-publishing route. So I guess I am also a contributing author, but my bigger role is dueling the book, making sure we get it from head and heart to page into the people. And then also working on some of the promotional stuff, playing around with some video editing we'll be doing later, and just playing around with really making sure this movement reaches people. So that's my role.
Hey, what about the writing circles?
Oh yeah, I do host those. So I was a teacher. I've been an educator for 20 years. I resigned this year. I figured I asked students to do the very scary.
You resigned?
I resigned, yes. After
I understand.
20 years. I was like, I asked them to do very scary things. Same career, so you already know. And I was burning out, and a lot of it was about me not following my passions. I loved them, but I wasn't doing that piece. And so I was like, I guess it's time. And Tanya kept saying, Steph, what about this publishing? What about this publishing? And I kept saying no. And then finally I was like, let me answer this call. Let me answer it. And I've always pulled stories out of people is what I do. I tap into what's in the core and say, let's tease this out because your story needs to be heard. And ours so often are not. So here we are, and Synamoon is a perfect fit. Like this is right up my alley.
Yes, this is perfect. It's everything. The universe just put us all together, and it is flowing. Because when I first started, I thought it was just going to be like me, family members, some neighbors, and we were just going to bring our stories together, but the universe had a much different plan. And so now it is turning into where now I am I'm starting a YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is where I will be doing interviews, and I will be uploading. I want to do the interviews, just one-on-one, so that, people can tell their stories and we're not being interrupted. But some of the stories that I've heard already so far are just amazing. There's only so much you can put in a book. So the YouTube channel is making up for what I can't get in the book. And, it's just interesting because, I've already had an interview with Judge Joe Brown, and listening to his background, his stories, it's amazing. And so I am now getting in touch with, there's a woman named Elizabeth Francis. She is the oldest living person in America. Wow. She is 114 years old. So I am and she's living with her 97-year-old daughter. So the two of them together to be able to talk to them is going to be amazing.
So what are those? So I would love for each of you to go around. This is my last question. I would love for each of you ladies to go around. What are those? What are some of your grandma secrets, right? Like when you talk about it became a movement. What is the movement? What is the message in the book? What would you like for, the public, the people to really get from this, as to why it's so special?
Well, I'll start. I am collecting stories from every subject you can think of, whether it's pet care, raising children, relationships, pregnancy. We're even putting recipes in there. So what the main goal is to bring back the old ways of doing things, because our bodies are naturally made to heal themselves. And if you don't know, how to keep yourself healthy, or if you're sick, back in the day, grandma used to go out in the backyard, pick some herbs, make a tea, and you'd be fine. How many of us know how to do that anymore? We need to bring that stuff back. And so, there's a lot of things, we're getting a lot of misinformation. When it comes to Western medicine, they push a lot of prescriptions and things like that. And I would never tell anyone don't go to the doctor, never. But if you can try to work on it yourself at home, and then if it doesn't work, go to the doctor. Do not, don't be stupid. You got to care about your health. But there's so many things that we can do to take care of ourselves. And when you think about prescription medication, every medication comes with a side effect. So once you start taking one, you're getting side effects. Now you need another one to combat the side effects. Then you're going to need another one to combat those. And I met a woman, she had 50 prescriptions. Yes. And so I want to reverse this. I want to help people to reverse this. And so having the book, because, I can't do it all myself. So if it's in a book and it's out there for the public, I feel it'll at least kind of start steering people back towards the way, because our grandmothers lived a long time. Like this woman, she's 114. How did she do it? We need to know these things. Like I said, her daughter is 98. A lot of people are not living that long anymore. And it's simple. Once you get the knowledge, you can better your health.
I'm going to ask a question. If somebody else was about to say anything, I don't want to interrupt them.
I wanted to hear what Reverend Tanya and Miss Stephanie, peacefully. Yeah.
Sure. Just to, I call it Bella back on what Synamoon was saying. I really see in our world today how we have gotten further and further from Mother Earth. Further and further from natural wisdom. We've become over-reliant on technology. Now, hey, I got my gadgets, don't get me wrong. I love technology. However, it has become a replacement in so many ways. And people are taking shortcuts. People aren't in touch with themselves. They don't know what they feel in a
Yeah.
lot of situations, and they don't know how to get in tune with their body. And
Mhm.
so, part of my movement as a woman in tune with conscious healing, I see it working hand in hand with
Yes.
Synamoon's movement and getting this wisdom from our elders, which has been lost. It's going to blow the mind
Mhm.
of
Yeah.
so many. And I won't even say younger generations, because there's some who've lost touch, even at my age. And, I won't say my age, but, next year will be a significant decade that I'm entering into. And so for me, I want us to be real conscious.
Yes.
I'm not out here spreading fear, so I won't say cautious, but I
Yeah.
want us to be conscious of the
Conscious.
choices that we have made.
Mhm.
And we need to start dialing back on and opening up to this natural wisdom that's there and bring it back. Just because it's old fashioned and old school don't mean that it is passe, that it doesn't work. We need to tap into it, utilize it,
Mhm.
start teaching it to future generations, because I believe when we're healed, we are not healed alone. We're
Mhm.
healing generations forward, generations
Yes.
back, and our ancestors, I dare say, will be smiling
Yes.
upon the publication of this book,
Yeah.
praising, just so grateful that we are honoring their wisdom and that we
Mm,
learned something from them.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was so powerful, and I think that that's exactly why I wanted to be involved. I feel like it gives us our power back. I feel like we become so dependent upon external in ways that have disconnected us from our innate ways of being, our innate ways of knowing, our innate ways of healing and
Mhm.
being self sufficient in so many different ways. And that very thing, in addition to the chemicals and things that we are not really understanding how they're impacting us.
Yes.
It's really, we can take that back. And it's as simple as telling these stories. It's as simple as preserving, archiving, and passing down these stories, and to
Yes.
marry the old with the new, not to discard,
Exactly. Exactly.
to take the nuggets from all of them and say,
Mhm.
okay, this is how we're moving forward. And that thing that you spoke about, tying in the consciousness, it's
Mhm.
like being aware, being tuned in again. We're getting
Yes.
back into the frequency that's in alignment with our highest self. And I think that all of this is working in that direction. So yeah, I feel tingles all over my body, even just talking about it. Honestly, I'm like, that they're happy. They're happy with you, with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a subject, Sister Freedom, that you were having on another channel, and it was about circumcisions and whether men should be
oh yeah.
circumcised or not.
Mm-hmm.
When I had my first son, we were having that discussion, like circumcision or not circumcision. And I had a midwife, and the midwife says, you do not have to circumcise a boy. She said, other cultures, ancient cultures, what they would do was they would wait until, he was coming into puberty. And the boy would start pulling the skin back himself and using like medical tape to hold it. And with it being exposed to air, it naturally becomes circumcised. You don't have to cut nothing.
Wow. I'm so glad that you said that
Yeah.
because I've always thought and felt like it was barbaric. And because I am earth,
Mm-hmm.
I am a mother,
Mm-hmm.
and I am very, I guess, close to nature.
Mm-hmm.
Being a Taurus, you know what I mean? My sister's always I remind people every day I'm a Taurus. Whatever, Dodge, whatever. I'm a Taurus, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm one with nature. I just
Yeah.
and it just always seems like a barbaric act. You know what I'm saying? Even when I think about different cultures and tribal situations, where they was even starting to do that to little girls.
Yes.
I mean, it's just unnatural. I just can't understand how if anybody could believe in a higher power or higher energy that you would be allowed to come in the earth and get cut the moment you can. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not saying that I didn't make the same mistake. It just felt like ever since that day, you know what I mean? I've always felt like I owed my son. Now, to hear him tell her he's glad, you see what I'm saying? But to me, as a
Yeah.
mom, I've
Yeah.
always done extra because in my subconscious mind, I felt like I let somebody hurt my child. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So it just bothered me. I just always felt like it was barbaric. And when I look at him, I'm like, I'm so sorry. And even though my son would be like, what are you sorry for? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I can't believe I did that. You know what I'm saying? Like I was talked into it too at a
Yeah.
young age. You know what I mean?
Wow.
But another thing that I seen that I was going to bring up the Synamoon was pertaining to how African mothers is a child. The child is about to, if excuse me, the child. That's because that's still in my mind. The woman about to marry her son for like 3 months, 3 to 6 months. They live with the mom, with the husband that they're about to marry. They live with the mother. She teaches them how to cook, how to keep house clean,
Oh yes.
to and it just reminded me of how when we grew up, how to keep house clean, how to cook, how to sew. I mean,
Yes.
taught all these things in the village before they are even married.
Of course.
And I think that we need to implement and bring some of that. I've noticed that our children are so disrespectful. And I believe it's because a lot of the old ways were taken. So
Yes,
that's why
exactly.
I'm so excited about Synamoon's book because the elder circle that used to be like when I was young and I tried to have boyfriends, my dad would call all my uncles over to the house. And they sit down with your boyfriend and they be having their red on and looking at them and they pushing them around and they like what's up? What you trying to come see my niece for? And they all standing at the door like this. And you know, I have granddaughters now. I got 6 granddaughters from the age 18 almost down to 3 months.
Yes.
And when my oldest granddaughter tried to get a boyfriend, oh, he's sitting down with my brothers and my son. That's just how it's gonna be.
Yes. That's the way it should be. That is because
Big.
the whole it takes a village. We forgot that it takes a village to raise the children, and nobody's doing that.
Senna, because you got boys, and I don't know if Stephanie or Tanya, but I know Dot's got boys too. We don't want no funky tail girl around our sons. We want them to be able to cook, wash clothes.
Exactly.
You know, today is 2024. They're saying, I want a man. The man needs to do it too. But see, I'm from the old school. I don't need no pink in the kitchen. You see. Now, if a man can cook, he can stay in the kitchen. But I don't need you in my kitchen trying to cook. I need you can cook.
Yes.
I ain't got to worry about you dirtying up my pots, burning up my pots and stuff. But even if they can, because when a man can cook, he can cook.
Of course.
But these young girls feel like since the 2024, I know I'm going a little long, but since time have changed, they feel like the natural things that girls used to do, they don't have to do no more.
I hear them laughing. I don't know how to cook. They think it's funny.
Because no one's teaching them. I feel like I always go to the root of the tree. That's like one of my favorite. I can't really blame what the fruit bared, right? What the tree of the fruit that it bared, right?
Yes.
And sometimes the fruit is rotten. Sometimes it's a hybrid. Sometimes it needs to be replanted and done over. So you got to get to the root, That's why the title is wonderful with the grandma piece, right?
Yes.
Especially being matrilineal, that's really important in my line of my family. And so, when I think about where we were back then to where we are today, we know that there's a lot of fractures. We know that people are not in intact homes, so to speak.
Yes.
And there's a lot of mental illness that's going on, especially with the younger generation, which is very very unbalanced, right? Like I have not, and you know, Miss Stephanie, that especially being in education, you know, and I'm not sure the age group that you deal with, but just to see the amount of sexual trauma that
Yeah.
our babies have experienced before they even get to high school, right? Like I'm high school, I'm more secondary ed, but it's amazing the sexual trauma, the molestation issues, the daddy issues, the teen mom, but not even teen mom because my grandmom on both sides of my family, my nana and my dad, they had their children very young, but one had 11 children, the other had 7, but it was an intact family unit. It was dysfunctional to some degree. I don't want to make it seem like everything was good. Like my grandparents, even though they were married for over 50 years, they slept in different bedrooms, right? Mm-hmm. And when you walked into the house, you would think they hated each other the way my grandmother would trace off my grandfather, and he would laugh and joke with her, but it was still part of that whole thing. So I would love to know from any of you beautiful ladies, right? Especially, so since we're women, right? And we have a lot of young girls coming up, and not everyone has guidance, right? Remember the root of the tree. Not everyone has, a Synamoon, a Reverend Tanya, a Miss Stephanie in their life, for example. And nutrition and food is so vital and important, right? What would you, and I know this is a loaded question, right? But like, what would you suggest, or how would you attack that, right? Like how would you impart the understanding of what exactly, why nutrition is important? What is nutrition? What types of food? Staying hydrated, the importance of having water in your body and staying hydrated to flush you out and naturally detox. Like, how do you teach that? Especially to, like, let's say young girls who may not have one of us in their life, for example.
Well, I would say, young girls who, I'll start with menstruation. When you're having like heavy cramps, heavy bleeding, it's because of what you're eating. You're not even, when you eat a lot of candy, especially candy, you're going to get cramps. You're going to have irregular menstruals. You're going to have, and every girl wants to, I need these cramps to go away. Well, if you change your diet, guess what? It can go.
Can you talk about that? Especially with sugar and how that, can you, or any of you ladies, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes. So yeah, it's those things. And like, I'll let Tanya speak.
No, I mean, I really want you to continue with that. Definitely, sugar has an impact on our muscle functioning, and so a lot of we have a population addicted to sugar. It's embedded in everything. So when you tell a young person don't eat processed food, they're gonna laugh in your face. Tell them the impact of, what going to one of the fast food chains is. They're not going to, at least I haven't had much luck with that. So what has worked has been my demonstration. So when they come to my home and I'm working with them, I am not fixing food for them. I am having them fix food with me.
Okay.
So they are learning how to cook. And I raised up a whole lot of nieces and some nephews that way as well. And when we didn't cook, I would take them to different restaurants so that they could experience, they could broaden their palate and experience something other than fast food. They could try something other than the local Chinese restaurant. Here is Thai food. Here is Indian food, Ethiopian food, or what have you, so that they could experience that, or we could work on those recipes together, and how we can cook with alternatives like sugar alternatives, and not loading our bodies with gluten and things like that. So I found that with some of them, that stuck by seeing that example. And because it's more not do what I say, but do what I do what I do. So I have to show them. I have to demonstrate, and that has tended to work. I've also offered, it's been years because I used to do conscious cooking. So I would offer some classes in some communities, and families would come in and learn how to cook some simple recipes together. So those are some things that I've found to work, because if I just say it, it has fallen on deaf ears.
I love that teaching part
Well,
of
let me.
showing them.
I'm sorry, I was about to say something.
Yeah.
Senna, in your book, do you have recipes for sweet potato pie and things like that, macaroni and cheese, the different cheeses? That's because a lot of times I talk to people, they don't know. They was asking me in the supermarket, how much cheese do you put in your macaroni and cheese? You know what I'm saying? So in your book, are
Yeah.
you going to have like the special things that people use for certain? You said you're going to have some recipes.
Yes.
I mean, the old fashioned ones.
Yes.
I ain't talking about the new one. I'm talking about old fashioned ones, like mac and
Yes.
cheese,
The old mac and cheese. Yeah.
fried fish. Do you use corn the cornmeal? Do you, you know what I'm saying? Like that kind of stuff. You know what I
It
mean?
has to be in there. But I think Stephanie was about to say something. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry,
I'll
go
come back to that. But Stephanie was about to say something about the.
No, it's okay. I won't forget.
Okay. So yes, we have recipes in there.
I didn't even know.
I just put my gumbo recipe in there. And we have just all. I even put vegetarian recipes in there, breakfast, lunch, dinner, just simple things, And then I have like simple meals for those who are, learning to cook. And then I have a couple of more of the complex, like I said, the gumbo. But nutrition is so important because, if you're not getting nutrition, if you go to McDonald's, you're not getting very many nutrients, and your brain needs nutrients. Your heart, your body, in order to function, and in order to, stay healthy, think right, have, mental stability, emotional stability, you need real food.
Right.
Yes, you
And I
do.
got one more question. You can in your book, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any elders that was married? Because I remember I told you I was gonna go by them people's house. The one
Yes.
that's married since they in their 90s now. They've been married since they was 16.
Yes.
And they still together. They still married. I'm
Yes.
like, wow, how you dealt with him all these years? And he'd be like, I don't know how I dealt with her all these years. When I went by there, didn't nobody answer the phone, answer the door.
Oh
They
no.
be like, I hope they still. Now they
That would be something wonderful to have.
right.
But I would love to interview them so we can see them interacting with each other and talking. Because, reading a book is good, but really seeing them interact and letting them talk back and forth and tell us their juicy secrets would be wonderful.
You know what I did? I was down farmers market when I was taking care of the couple. And
Mm-hmm.
I seen Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers, a little about this big statue of Fred
Mm-hmm.
Astaire and Ginger Rogers.
Mm-hmm.
And I surprised them with it. So I'm not their CNA anymore, but I'm just hoping that they always remember me because I got them. If their daughter put in the china closet the Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers because they were so happy. Just so happened I gave it to them on their anniversary, and I didn't even know it was their anniversary.
Wow.
Did I give them that? I gave them a statue. Excuse me. Yes, that was a statue. It's an old man and an old woman was eating breakfast together.
Oh,
I gave them too, and I'm hoping they always remember me because I
that
was
is sweet.
years, but I had gave it to them because I was like, darn, somebody been married all that time. And
Yes.
I've met many older people being a CNA. I met so many throughout my years since I was 21. Older people. But in your book, do you have people talking about how to keep your relationship together, and they've been together for more than 50 years?
No, I don't have any yet. And if anyone knows any that are out there, I would love that. Because those things, they're in. We want to have relationship advice, and like I said, every subject. And Dots, when you were speaking about the molestation, I was so happy you brought that up because we have a sister who is contributing to the book. She has written a book And her book is about the trauma that she went through. Her mother had schizophrenia, and she married a man who is now known as one of Texas's worst pedophiles.
Oh wow.
Yeah, this man, you know, this is how she was raised, with this man in her house. And so her story is in a book. We're going to take excerpts from her book and put it into the book so that people can, hear a little bit and then refer back to her book. But that's a subject that has to be talked about, because molestation it's a major thing, and how to handle it and what to do. All of that, yes, it's in the book.
And remember, back in the old
Are
days,
there
they used
any?
to
Sorry, Freedom.
hide it. No, I said in the old
You
days
wanna
they
say-
used to hide it.
Not talk about it.
Yes,
Yeah,
right.
not talk about it, to hide
That's
it.
Mm-hmm.
terrible. Yeah, it's very terrible. And those things causes definitely is a cancer, right? Causes a lot of sickness. So listening to you guys, to listen to you ladies, I was thinking about, what are some of, okay. So like, so like growing up or what have you, right? With Grandma Secrets, right? So growing up with my nana, what have you, I used to, so she would, like, if we ran out of toothpaste, actually, if I really think about it, we really didn't even use toothpaste in her house. She would make us use baking soda and hydrogen peroxide, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, but
Mm-hmm.
to us, right, we're like, oh my gosh, why are we not using regular toothpaste? Oh my God, you know what I mean?
Yes.
And then you hear all these years later, how fluoride and all of those things that they put into Colgate and
Exactly.
Crest and all these toothpaste that we use, and the damage that it does to our teeth, our
Yes.
gums, or even when I'm not sure if it was Miss Stephanie or Reverend Tanya that was mentioning about, going to McDonald's, for example, because it's cheap, it's easy, it's right there in your face, versus, let's say, cooking a burger at home, right? And a lot of people think that if you are eating, I guess, healthy, that it must cost a lot of money, right? Like you need a lot of money to sustain that, and you really don't, right?
Yeah.
So any of you ladies, if you would like to share or have a suggestion, like what are some alternatives to that doesn't cost a lot of money, that's whether that's doing a community garden, whether that's growing herbs in your kitchen, whether that's using baking soda and peroxide versus using store-bought toothpaste with all that yuck and muck in it. What are some of you guys' secrets, or some things that you guys had, your grandmothers imparted to you, right, in terms of healthy living and a healthy diet?
So Stephanie, since we haven't heard from you in a while, can you start on that one?
Sure, no problem. I was actually thinking about what's in the kitchen right now, and I'm like, well, definitely. Well, right now I've been using this cinnamon toothpaste that I got from a wellness club with Tanya. That is off
Oh
the
wow!
chain. I love that. Yeah,
But
I come from baking soda. We didn't do the peroxide
Yeah.
with it. We just did the baking soda and lemon. And a lot of beans, and a lot of garden stuff. So we grew a lot of the greens. Like now, I think for my garden, I was doing kale and stuff. My mama was doing collard greens and mustard and turnip and bell peppers and things like that out of the garden. But I think for me, the easiest way for me to eat healthy and to keep it economical was to keep it simple. I think that my diet is a little boring because I have the same things over and over, but that is something that I can sustain in terms of economics and health. It's like I will have greens 3 times a day because I have it 3 different ways. In the morning I might have it with a boiled egg, and then in the afternoon I might chop it up and put some other vegetables. And if I want meat, then I'll cut up some chicken or something, or I won't. It depends on if I'm doing plant-based or not. And I do a lot of smoothies because you can freeze things. And so you can buy things fresh. And if they're about to start going bad, even bananas, put them in the freezer and now they'll stay longer. Same thing with avocado. It gets gross if it gets old. And so yeah, it gets a little soft, cut it up, put it in a bag, put it in the freezer, put it in some parchment paper. You can save it for a while. You can also do a lot of soaking in I like Himalayan salt, but you can use sea salt. I would not use the iodized salt.
Right.
To so that it can be naturally preserved, but that way it'll stretch.
Right.
And I do a lot of cutting stuff up when I go to the grocery store. I'll cut it up, put it in a bag, put it in the freezer. So yeah, that's kind of how I do it. And things have gotten really high. Like inflation is real, and salaries are not moving at the same pace. And so we are living in a place where we're all actually taking really big hits.
Right.
Even if we're getting increases on paper, it's not keeping up with the cost of food. So those are some ways that we've been doing it. And the other thing, going back to the idea of community, I mean, I'm actually in an apartment building, but a lot of us have been talking to each other a lot more. And so we'll do community runs. And that's not a typical thing that I had seen on the East Coast since I've been here. I'm from Chicago originally, and my folks are from the South. So it was not something that I'm seeing, but I think part of us feeling this crunch, the other side of that it is making us have to look at each other more communal. Because if we don't, how are we going to make it? And I think that goes back to the idea about with the young folks. So the demonstration of it, being in spaces with young folks, take a look at yourself first. How are you showing up in the world? Because that's what people are seeing first. It's like, it's not what you are the book, right? And so knowing that and then walking that, and then also paying attention to where am I in spaces with young people, whether they're my kids or not. Where am I in spaces with young people, and how do I engage with them? Do I engage with them as humans, people? Do I hear them? Because they say a lot. And when they start saying, meet them where they are.
Yeah.
And that's how we start to go, oh, that's my method. And I think that's why they keep in touch, because I got some grown babies now, some grown kids that I taught back in the day in their 30s now. And they keep in touch.
Ashe. A lot of what Stephanie said really resonated with me. A lot of the hacks that she uses, I use as well to save. I grew up in the country and it was very communal. It was truly a village. It was like this conclave of family, land, and we were all raised by the parents there. My uncle had a huge garden that we all worked for, and things that I did not learn from them, but I've since learned about how you can reseed your garden, how you can take, cut off pieces of the onion, pieces of the celery, take the avocado seeds and all these things, and how you can start to sprout and produce your own vegetables. So those are some things that we can utilize for sure. I gotta excuse me.
Bless you.
I'm always told that I need to warn people when I sneeze, so I was trying to warn you what's coming out. So that's really useful for me. Also, I'm big on freezing when things start to go, and I'm really big about making sure that one, our soil these days stripped of nutrients, right? And so I eat a lot of fruits and vegetables, especially vegetables, trying to make up for it, even though I definitely supplement as well. But when it comes to food, it's like, okay, make a big pot of soup. I'm famous for making big pots of soup. And we don't always go through it within like a 3-day period of time. So making sure that by that third day, if we have not eaten it, we pop it into the freezer.
Yes.
And so that's a meal for another day. And also, like, I rarely use any cartoned broth. I make my own. And we don't know that there's a lot of food, such as, you cut up your onions, your celery, all of that can go towards your broth. We call it the vegetable waste. We throw it in the trash, all of that. But no, you put that on the stove, you season it, and then you strain it into another pot. There you go. You got your own broth there. So we throw out a lot of food. There's so much food waste. If it ain't pretty, we throw it out. If it's gone bad, we throw it out. But a lot of it can be prevented.
Yes. Yes. Wow. That is deep. Things that when you were just speaking about the earth and like for those who garden, I remember reading a long time ago. I can't remember what book I read this in, but it was talking about, when you plant a garden or you're growing your harvest, they said you're supposed to like plant on this piece of land for only 7 years. And then after the 7 years, you put some alfalfa seeds down. Because alfalfa, the roots go so deep that they bring the nutrients back up. So that was something that I put in a book.
Yay! I love that.
And you're right. Like that whole less is more, right? Like you don't need a lot of really anything. Less is more. And talking about like, how, okay, like if your vegetables look rotten or something like that, we want to toss them, not knowing that like a banana, the browner it is, the more potassium is in it. Like you don't want to discard things like that, Mm-hmm. And I know I love gardening, and I live in New York, so we don't have as much space as some of you may have that lives in the South or what have you. I make do with what I have, but I always tell Freedom, if I was in Delaware, she would be so sick of me because I would be planting trees and plant. Like I just love it. It does something to me. I don't know why. I love putting my feet on the thing. It's just such a beautiful thing, But yeah, no, less definitely is more, and rethinking, I guess, our relationships with food, because oftentimes we may think we're hungry when we're really not, sometimes, and I don't know if it's true, but I had heard that, and maybe one of you can correct me, but your stomach is the size of your fist, right? Like, so when you are doing, okay, let me, maybe I'm not saying that right. Okay. I'm not a science person, but, like in terms of your portions of food, you know how you may want to load your plate, right? But really your portion should be the size of your fist. If you look at your fist technically, like with the meats, and so just sort of rethinking all of that, is like, am I really hungry, or is my body asking for maybe something that I'm not getting because I am eating too much fast food, or maybe I'm eating too much carbs, right? Is it really that I'm hungry? Or is my body trying to tell me I am, in depletion of some type of mineral or vitamin that I may need,
Mm-hmm. That was perfect how you just said that. Because it's true. I've been like doing portion control lately, and I'm like, instead of using a big plate, I'm now getting a saucer. And I'm like, I only use the saucer because I know if I get a plate, you kind of want to make it look nice. So you end up putting more on there than what you need. I've been using saucers to make sure I just keep it down. So, yeah.
And something that I love to do, you have the stores, the restaurants like Kava and the other Mediterranean places, even the other one, the Mexican one, or Tex-Mex, basically where they're making bowls, right? Yes. And so we can do our own bowls. Our grains will last longer than our vegetables. So we can make up some quinoa. We could make up some brown rice, some jasmine rice, or what have you. And then we can have different fresh vegetables that we can add to it. We can cook up some vegetables that we could add to it, make different dressings and sauces, and we can mix and match our meals, and it saves so much time, and we can still have variety in what we're eating during the week.
Yes, definitely.
Like the idea of you saying that make a big pot of greens, make a big pot of string beans, make a big pot of beans, and then that way you got your meals for the rest of the week.
Yes.
That's how I do mine too. That is how we got some old-fashioned ways.
Yes.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm now thinking about, I want some spaghetti. I haven't had spaghetti in a long time because I was working on my weight. But I want some spaghetti. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because it's also a meal that's going to last for, at least a week and a half.
My cousin just made some Sunday.
Yeah, I see what they did with
I
that.
did
I
too.
made some last week.
And that's what she did. And she said that very thing, Sister Freedom. She was like, girl, I made this pot of spaghetti because I figured we could just munch off of it every day. We could take it to work. And she said it just like that. And I was out here because the other thing is she gave me a hack because I grew up with all brothers. I have 5 older brothers. And then all their friends. So it was a lot of men in the house. So if I was going to eat, I ate fast. So I still eat fast. When you eat fast, though, you won't always know when you're full. So,
wow.
right. And I like it, so she's like, she told me that she was like, girl, sit there for 7 minutes before you come in this kitchen again. That's what she said, it just like that. And I was like, because I got to show some deference because she got me by 8 years. So I was like, all right, fine. Do you know it worked? So now every single time I'll finish and then I'll go, no, I know it was good, but wait for 7 minutes. And if after those 7 minutes you truly want some more, you get a little bit. But usually I'm not hungry because it takes that long for it to register in your brain that like actually your stomach is full, you're good. Right. And so things like that, especially if you're on the go, because sometimes it's hard. We're moving, throw whatever in. And I don't know. And the other part where Doss was saying about the relationship to the food, understanding that it can also be quite an emotional connection.
It
to
is.
what it is.
Though it could also be taste because I've been wanting some good potato salad. Oh my goodness, some good potato salad. And I need some good macaroni salad as well.
Yes.
You know what I mean? The time with the tuna fish and the boiled eggs and the green peppers and the onions. I need that kind. I need where it's like a meal. When you eat some, that's the whole meal right there.
Yeah.
It's got everything in it. Yes. So
jelly and peanut butter. What is the problem? Like my granddaughter has to go to school with these big sandwiches. I'm like, what happened to jelly and peanut butter? When I was in school, we had jelly and peanut butter.
Or my favorite, peanut butter and banana.
Peanut butter and banana.
I like that.
Banana spread that you can put on your toast. I don't see that either. And the other jelly that tastes like peaches. That the one that had the fruit. That instead of grape jelly, use
the preserves.
The preserves. Like the preserves.
I'm trying to think of the name of it. It was peach. Like a real good peachy taste. You put your butter on the toast and
see, I'm gonna have to go have a peanut butter sandwich when I
see. Or if you trying to cut down on bread, decrease those carbs, you can just slice up some apple and dip that in the peanut butter.
In the peanut butter, now I do that.
Oh, that is so good.
My grandmother used to just walk around with a spoon with peanut butter on it. And
I've been known for that too.
Yes.
Now you know how the old folks used to always tell us. Oh, go ahead, Sister Freedom.
Candy apples anymore? Remember when you was young?
Yes.
And it was the time for the big. We had candy apples, and then when caramel apples came out, we had caramel. I mean, what happened to all that? And the frozen cups. Remember the frozen cups? Well, ice cups. I don't know what they call them here. But I'm just saying, oh my goodness, the time we used to swing our feet and be so happy.
Oh my goodness.
I know you put jacks and bat and ball and double dutch. Remember?
Yes.
And Chinese rope in it, out, side to side, in it, out it. I remember that. And what happened to the boys? Remember the boys used to be able to tell. Oh, don't forget to tell everybody about the other book that you wrote for the men. So the men, the Grandpa's Wisdom. Am I saying that right?
I actually went ahead and put it all together. It's all together.
Okay. So, but they used to play Cowboys and Indians. I
remember.
I can remember sitting there with my grandfather, and when the Mets came on, because that was his team, the Mets. And every time the Mets would hit the ball, he'd jump up. If it was time for him to hit the ball, he'd jump. And me and my sister used to stand back and laugh and be like, here you go, here you go.
That is
so funny. Those times.
Definitely.
I remember when she used to go, rapid, hit the steps. And she tell us to go up the steps, but me and my smart mom would go behind on the steps and hit the steps, knowing I'm going to get a feed.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness, we were terrible kids. Oh, we
Oh
were terrible.
wow. That is funny.
We
Wow.
hit the steps and go and do what we're doing. We know we're gonna get in trouble because now we mocking her. We mocking her. We being smart.
Mm-hmm.
Our legs up. Oh my goodness.
Oh my
I
goodness.
still wish those times would come back.
Do you
Gotta
ladies,
bring it back.
do you ladies think that, so like now, right? There's been such a high rate of like cancer diagnosis, right? Um,
Mhm.
a lot more children being diagnosed, let's say, as special needs, right?
Yes.
What do you think that the environment, like what's going on environmentally, has something to do with that, or like the pesticides and the stuff that they're putting into our food, like the FDA allows, right?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. And it's not just the environment, it's the air that we breathe, it's the water that we drink,
Yep.
it's the food that we eat because of the pesticides and herbicides and all of that. But it's also what we clean our houses with
With,
and what we put on our bodies for personal care.
yep.
Mhm.
All of it.
Yep.
All of it.
All
And
of
the
it.
electromagnetic issues too, with all of the increased
Yes.
Wi-Fi. I mean, all of it.
Yes. 5G.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
I mean, we're energy, and it's impacted, and it becomes dense. The dis-ease becomes dense and settles
Yes.
into our bodies and our cells, and it becomes trapped, and it becomes these things. And they're like, where did this come from?
Yes.
Everything Tanya said.
And it's funny because like a lot of us, well, a lot of people, I'm not gonna say us because I read labels. So reading labels is very important because here in America, the stuff that is FDA approved,
It's banned in other
other
countries.
countries will not even let it
Hello?
Absolutely.
So much of our food is banned everywhere else. Many other places.
Food, cleaning products,
Cleaning
hair products, all of it
All of it.
banned.
It's so important that we get back to like I make my own deodorant. So, and for everybody in the house, I make deodorant. And you know, I want to get more into like making my own laundry detergent. I've been watching these homesteading videos, and I'm like, these women make big old 5-gallon buckets of homemade laundry detergent. They know exactly what's in it,
Yep.
so they know how. You know, it's not all them chemicals. It's going into your bloodstream. So.
Yep. That was one of the things my mom said a long time ago. She was a cosmetologist, and prior to her knowing better, she did do chemicals and all the things. And then when she did know better, she let that go. She became a loctician. But one of the things that I remember I was probably like 16 or so, and she had said, you know, your skin. She was like, whatever, like if it's something you won't put in your mouth, don't put it on your skin.
Oh, wow. That's good.
If you won't put it in your mouth, don't put it on your skin. And I was like, whoa. But now I'm like, yeah, she was so right. You know, and that was why I started kitchen chemistry all those years ago. Literally, I was like, yeah, I can't trust anything on these shelves. I'll just make it.
Right.
And so I started making all the products, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
I go too. Because that's one thing they don't talk about. Like women who are breastfeeding, well, just women in general. When you're putting deodorant on your armpits, you know you got milk ducts and everything there in your armpits, and all them chemicals going right in there. So when you're breastfeeding, that's going to your baby. And you're wondering why so many women have like breast cancer. It's these products that we're putting on our bodies. So yeah, I do. I like, hey.
And have you noticed? I read an article sometime back about the increase in breast cancer in young women. And a lot of it is, you know, how they would always tuck their cell phone in their bra.
Yes.
Yeah. And cell phone earbuds in their head constantly, brain cancers. You know, we're not realizing what we're doing to ourselves by this constant exposure to technology and all these EMF frequencies. Yes.
Yeah. And even the increase of like the diagnosed ADHD, ADD, all of that.
Yes.
Just oh my goodness, the stealing of the attention so that we are not in the present.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly.
The
Mhm.
food dyes and everything that impacts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they said that it takes like like it would, like back to your point, Senna, when you was talking about reading the labels and the ingredients. Like, so the first 3 to 5 ingredients that's on your label is what makes up the bulk of your product, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So if the first 3 to 5 ingredients are names and words that you can't pronounce, or
Mhm.
with aluminum and all dye number 59 and all this kind of thing,
Yes.
that's what you're ingesting, and whatever you put on your skin absorbs in less than 10 seconds. It would So to
Yep.
you ladies' point, whatever you put
Yeah.
on your skin absorbs in less than 10, and we forget that our skin is porous, right?
It is.
We forget that's right. It's
The largest organ in our
Oh,
body.
That's right.
It is.
Yep.
That's right.
Largest organ. And you get a clue. Like I got a mammogram this week. And so they remind you, don't wear deodorant. Why? Because of the aluminum that's in the deodorant. So, I went and I said, well, I don't use deodorant. I use the crystal. And she said, oh, that's fine. That's fine. That doesn't have aluminum in it, but they even tell you modern medicine, yet they're not banning use of those types of deodorants.
Or don't use
Red-
deodorant.
red
How about
light
that?
warning.
Because you're supposed to sweat, right? Like, why are you blocking your? Why are you trying not to perspire? You're supposed to sweat. Your body is detoxing, right?
Exactly. It's getting rid of the toxins.
Yeah, you don't
Exactly.
even have to use deodorant. But I mean, some people prefer it. Or you put baking soda under your arm.
And be
Right.
done. Or some lemon.
Mm-hmm.
Lemon.
Lemon.
Using, also growing
Lemon.
up, baby powder was a big thing. You know how they would always advertise using baby powder, like to help
Yes.
with the perspiration. And you use it in babies. People would use it under their arm. They would use it around their genital area, so that not to sweat. And now look what's happening. There was a huge lawsuit, a class action lawsuit with Johnson and Johnson, right?
$4.8 billion.
Come on.
Yes. Yes.
$4.8 billion.
All these different
Yes.
cancers. That's right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's like reprogramming your mind, that like trying to get out of that indoctrination or that conditioning, of you don't want to sweat. You're not supposed to sweat. You're not supposed to think. Like, what? Your body is releasing all of those toxins. Like, yes, you are. Like, what are you talking about?
Telling people to trap it in.
Mhm.
Hey, Dosey just came on. And welcome to the chat, you guys. Thank y'all for hanging out with us tonight. If y'all have any questions, start dropping them in the chat so we can ask these wonderful ladies.
I know I was saying something about thyroids earlier.
Oh.
Change your diet to accommodate them getting rid of the thyroids.
Wow. Yeah.
So is there anything you can suggest?
Well, I'll start first with, this is more of a preventive measure, but also it can start helping. One of my mentors, E.R. Spalding, says, wherever we are, our mind got there first. So when we look at dis-ease and disorders, these different illnesses and conditions, they started in our mind first, right? They started on the spiritual level first before they manifested on the physical body. And often it takes a good amount of time. So when you're talking about the thyroid, you're talking about the purview of the throat chakra. So, it gets you to start thinking where may you be blocked in that area, to the point where it developed a disease state like thyroid condition. So where may you be not speaking your truth? Where may you be stuffing? Where may you not be expressing the desires of your heart? All of those things come to mind to me when it comes to a thyroid condition. Now, when you got a diagnosis, you're like, well, okay, that's all well and good. What I'm going to do now? So, there are definitely some more natural treatments out there. And I can't access them at this particular time, but with any states, we know that if we use our natural means and if we use our energetic means, that we can help to bring about some resolution. And so I'm not saying don't go to a doctor, don't get those treatments, but just investigate and find out and go to what is the root cause,
Mhm.
because something ain't just going to show up on you.
No.
Mm.
You got to go back to where did it develop from.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly.
I
Wow.
agree with you 100%. It's just things that you gotta you had everything starts with the mind. I agree with you on that, Reverend Tanya. Everything is in the mind first,
Yes.
because I guess I guess that mind is so powerful. My goodness,
Mm-hmm.
it
Yes,
is so
it is.
powerful that it can. You know what?
It's that last stop before the manifestation in the 3D. It's like that spark happens, right? It moves through those waters,
Yes.
the emotional base, and then it comes into the mind, the air, and it becomes organized in order to then put it into the 3D. So yeah, it's powerful. It's that last
It's
place. It's the
powerful.
last place that pulls it in.
And you know what? I was talking to Dr. Phil Valentine one day, and I was saying how your mind is so powerful that you could have a thought, and you have so many thoughts, because like the Bible says, in my Father's house there are
Mm-hmm.
many mansions, meaning many thoughts, that
Mm-hmm.
you could have an idea, and your mind is so weird, and well, it's not weird, it's so unique, I better say, that
Yes.
another thought will come in and talk you right out of the thought that you were just thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just so amazing for you to just,
Mm-hmm.
woo, when she just said that mind can go, everything thoughts that you could stop yourself from actually probably getting older too, in that mind.
Yes, exactly.
You can you
Exactly.
can, you can control a lot of things with that mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
There's so much.
I'm sorry. Any
There's,
suggestions? Now I will say this is my old saying. Arthritis
mm,
is something that when I was a child, a lot of older people got.
mm-hmm.
I never heard them complain about anything except arthritis. I don't know if y'all, when y'all was kids, y'all remember
Mm-hmm.
my mom talking about arthritis all the time.
Yes.
Well, I said,
Arthur.
yes. Mm,
It's sad because now people in their 20s and 30s are getting it now.
right. But it most of the time comes from a fall or something. And it's crazy how arthritis will creep up in there. So anyway, nothing that nobody gave me would stop my knee from hurting. I finally went to the doctors and they said, okay, you got a little arthritis coming in your knee. One day I was online and heard an old person say, take magnesium. I was like, magnesium make you go to the bathroom. So I didn't know the different types of magnesiums.
Yes.
This particular magnesium, and I always bring it up because I was so elated. I was so happy that I just had to tell everybody.
Mm-hmm.
One 500 milligram magnesium took the pain away. I couldn't believe it.
Yes.
Because as people of color, we don't think about the magnesium. We don't think about the deficiency that could be in our bodies.
Exactly.
I'm telling you, within 2 days, I'll even, because I don't want to exaggerate, 2 days,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have no more pain in my leg.
Wow.
It was even causing me to sleep better.
That's
That's a,
magnesium.
It'll do it.
Mag-
Magnesium will do it.
it's
definitely
no
does.
joke. It,
Magnesium will bring down your blood pressure.
Hmm.
it's unbelievable. I could not believe how
Mhm.
it relaxed all my muscles,
Yes.
and I went to sleep, slept
Mm-hmm.
all night with no issues.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, okay. So I seen another older person on the airplane. She said she take one in the morning, one at night, and she says something else that she took, turmeric, the
Mm-hmm.
500 milligram. Um, she says sometimes she take two, and then she takes the turmeric.
Mm-hmm.
She ain't got no problem with arthritis, and she was in her 80s. Excuse me, my son's
Wow.
granddaughter.
Yes.
And it's that anti-inflammatory property of
Yes.
turmeric. And, if we have more of an anti-inflammatory diet,
Yes.
the foods that we eat, then that can cut down on it as well.
Yep.
I was diagnosed at age 28 with osteoarthritis that
Mm.
stemmed from a basketball injury when I was 16.
Wow.
And I had surgery, removed some cartilage. So, a doctor told me about 25 years ago, he said, in about 10 years, you're going to have another knee surgery. In 20 years, you're going to need knee replacement. And I was like, I don't think so. That's not going to be my reality.
No.
So that has not come to pass.
Mhm.
I have had some issues, but you know what I found now is that I'm more on it with you know, supplements, collagen,
Yes.
chondroitin, MSM, glucosamine sulfate. And it's so funny, just last night, maybe 2 nights ago, I was like, let me start to add the magnesium. I'm getting some in my vitamin mineral supplement, but I want to get more just to make sure as I approach that special decade next year that I mentioned, that I'm moving and grooving and dropping it like it's hot again versus dropping it like it's lukewarm, you know?
Go ahead, Reverend Tanya. Okay. Talk about it. That's right. Right. Yeah. But I tell you, listen, Black women age impeccably, beautifully. Okay. Yes. I mean, I feel like I've always enjoyed being around older women anyway, like just naturally. That's you know, my spirit just gravitates me to that, and I'm always so impressed and wowed because, you know, it's like the older I feel like, you know, you get, the more regal, and you know, you just have like a glow about you. You know, it's a beautiful thing. Before I ask, I have a lot of questions for you ladies if you haven't figured that out yet. But Dulcie, did you want to ask anything before I follow up with my question?
No, go ahead, because I don't want to change it.
Okay. Okay. To your point, okay, so like even with the osteoarthritis, and I know you would, Reverend Tanya, you were talking about the blockages earlier, like with the throat chakra and things like that. Can you just explain like the different chakra points in our body, or what that means? Yes.
Sure. So a lot of times, you know, even if you're a doctor, you go to medical school, they teach you about all the different body systems. They don't teach you about the subtle energy system. And that's the system that really interacts with all of the systems on the physical body. So energetically, we have energy flowing in and around our body on channels, and it's regulated by what we call chakras. And Sanskrit, that name means wheels. And so they help to regulate the energy. And so we have a number of chakras, minor, minute, and we often talk about the 7 major chakras. And so our root chakra, let's just say all the chakras, they may have particular functions. They resonate with different energies, ages and stages of our growth. Different foods impact them. They resonate with different colors. They may have different states that they are with. So with our root chakra, which is like at the base of the spine, that is our grounding point. That is our sense of safety and security. When we go to our womb space, that is our sacral chakra. That is our seat of pleasure, our seat of creation. That's where babies are created, right? And then we move on up to our solar plexus above our belly button. And, you know, if you think about it, that's our power center where we have that fire in the belly, our sense of purpose and will. And then we move into our heart chakra, you know, where we can utilize our compassion and our brotherly, sisterly love and forgiveness, self-love, all of that. Throat chakra is all about communication, expression, expressing our authentic self. And it also has some purifying elements to it as well. Our third eye is when we are seeing beyond seeing, when we think about our extrasensory perceptions. And then when we have our crown chakra, that's our connection to a higher power, higher source, higher energies. And so those are like that's a nutshell version about the chakras. So we want to keep them nice and clear and open and flowing because they impact us on the mind, body, spirit, emotional, all the levels. And so when there is what we call a blockage of them, it can impact us on those different levels, including the physical level. So that's why I was speaking to thyroid conditions, because that blockage that you may have there can concretize in the physical body into some ailment, such as a thyroid condition. So hopefully that answered your question.
Oh yeah, yeah. I like talking about stuff like this. So, you mentioned, because you're right. Usually that is like, when you do, like when you talk about the osteoarthritis, that's usually, those types of ailments, like you said, it is a blockage, right? The blood is not flowing. There's not enough oxygen, for example. So it creates swelling, and then the tissue becomes dead. That creates the pain. So everything is sort of like interconnected with that, and also just remembering that, especially, in this country, right? Like doctors don't practice health. They practice medicine. Right? Doctors do not practice health. Doctors practice medicine. Two very different things. So the first thing they'll do is give you a pill.
And the thing with doctors, there is a campaign to downsize the population of Earth right now. And so there's certain things that have been out there that are very interesting. I'd like to share a story that happened to me personally. I was pregnant with my third daughter. And I went to my OBGYN, and she wasn't there, but her head nurse was there. And her head nurse was like, "You just keep having babies, and you shouldn't keep doing this, and you shouldn't do this. You know what? I'm going to give you a prescription for some prenatal vitamins, and I want you to come back in 2 weeks, and we'll see if you're still pregnant." That is what a doctor told me. I took that prescription and threw it right in the garbage.
Vitamins?
Yeah, she said, "I'm going to give you a prescription for..."
If you still pregnant.
Yeah, and come back in 2 weeks. We'll see if you're still pregnant, is what she told me. So I just tell people, just be careful. Just be careful. Like, do research on your doctor, because there are some really good doctors out there. But then there's some, yeah. So, yeah.
She really told you to stop having babies. That's crazy.
She did. She told me I should stop having babies and shouldn't keep having babies. And here, write this prescription.
And so, that's prenatal vitamins?
That's what she called it. That's what she called it. Yeah.
And that's why they said, right, like most of the Planned Parenthood centers are usually in urban, poor neighborhoods, right? Women-related folk, right? Exactly. Those our grocery stores, or in New York we call them bodegas, right? Where you just go your corner store, whatever like that, and you're not getting quality food there. You're just not, right? No. Versus when you're living elsewhere, right? Like you ladies, like even if you're in the country or wherever, if you're in the suburbs, you have to actually think. You're like, do I really want to drive to go get this fast food? Let me just eat my fridge, right?
No.
But when you're in the hood or what have you, it's a corner store, literally 5 of them on one block, right? And you go in there and you get all the bad stuff. I mean, it's just in abundance. Yes. You know what I'm saying?
They never lied.
I know, and I tell people, be careful. Like when you're buying, if you're a meat eater, be careful where you buy your meats from. I tell people, don't buy no meats out of Walmart. I'm sorry, don't. I usually find like meat markets. Find a meat market. When we lived in Washington, there was this amazing meat market. It was an hour away. We did not care. We drove once a month. We get like $700 worth of meat because we was only gonna make the trip once a month. So drive out there, get $700 worth of meat, put it in the freezer. But it was quality meat. It either came off the farm or somebody went up on the mountain and shot an elk or something and brought it back. In the meat market, they cut it up. So always try to find the best quality meats, because like stuff from Walmart, it has all the hormones and all of this and some of that stuff. Oh my goodness. Yeah. If you were to really see what was in that meat.
And here's my thing with that center. How do you know if an animal is sick?
That's what I'm saying.
So how do you know if the animal is sick?
That's
I always said, always be in the back of my mind, what I'm saying? There are particles of this universe. They get sick too. They get arthritis. They get cancer.
Do.
I've heard people say my dog got cancer. My dog got
Did
arthritis.
you know cats can get AIDS?
What?
There is, yes, there's an AIDS for cats.
Cats, apes, monkeys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they get
But
gonorrhea the
Ebola,
whole
what
nine.
happened to Ebola? Remember they had started talking about Ebola. I don't know where that went.
I
But I'm
know.
saying you never know what's in these animals, and they kill them and they give them to you. They ain't checking them for nothing.
Yes.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
like,
They're
but
brutalized.
if they're
Poor
sick, man,
animals.
the
Poor
conditions
animals.
they were in.
You
Like,
know,
Right.
like cows and stuff, they brutalize them. Like
Yep.
when you talk about
Yes,
energy, like even killing,
That
like how they
part.
slaughter the animal.
Yep.
Like,
So they're releasing all of these, chemicals at their death that's
Yep.
flooding the meat, and that's what you're
Yep.
eating.
And that's
That's
what
what.
you're eating.
And so when I said earlier, we're losing touch with ourselves. I mean, do we know how to work our own energy? We know how to either use muscle testing, use our pendulum,
Yep.
check in and see,
Yep.
is this food good for me?
Yep.
Because they know how to pretty up not just meat but other food to make it look palatable, and it's crap.
Mhm.
So we need to be able to know when our body is responding before we put it in our mouth.
I'm
Exactly.
so glad you said that, because I was thinking about like the tuning, like how do we tune our systems? How are we
Yes.
doing that more than just like the foods, like the sounds that we're listening to? So much of the disruption in the frequencies that we're even hearing. I mean,
Mhm.
talking about being in the hood with all of the what you call it, the liquor stores and this, that, and whatever. Also, I mean, these towers that are
Yeah.
on corners with the lights and the frequencies that we're not hearing, they're
Mhm.
disruptive to our systems and
Mhm.
literally killing us. And so I was thinking about like the chakra systems. So hertz that are associated
Yes.
with certain systems and helping to get those back in alignment. Like
Mhm.
what is it? I think it's 963 hertz is associated with crown, right? And helping to get that wheel in motion and in alignment. 852 associated with the third eye chakra.
Yeah.
What
You
help me?
gotta believe
There
all
are so many of them.
like
432.
Yes.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
you
and how
know,
do you get those hurts? Like, so how do you get those?
well, I mean, the cheap way is go on YouTube and type it
Mm-hmm.
in. They're
Yeah.
not always legitimate, so you got to
Right,
them.
right,
I
right,
mean, I use my bowls.
right.
I'm a
So,
background
so
healer.
do
I'm not
that.
like a master, but that's something I do in my household. I'm like 432, 528, 639.
Mhm.
Like there's certain ones that just need to be a part of making sure this household is
Yes.
balanced in that way. And it plays into our emotional wellness, our spiritual wellness, and we're talking about all of these diseases. They show up as more than physical. They start. What did you say earlier? Like wherever I am now, my mom was first.
Mhm.
Oh
Mhm.
goodness. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was great.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Yes,
what
and
you're
that's what I wanted to ask a question on now that you ladies brought it up. I didn't want to switch you. You're having such a good conversation about
Thank
the physical health, but I wanted to talk about the spiritual health and the eclipse. Sorry if you guys already answered this, but I wanted to know what you guys thought of the eclipse. I know, indigenous people really track a lot of things spiritually, and that's what confuses the masses because they think it's a physical event or something's coming to an end, but we would track a lot of things based on what's happening spiritually. So I
Mhm.
wanted to know what you ladies thought about the eclipse spiritually, and what the focus should be for women after the eclipse.
Mm. Wow. Anybody want to go first?
Get them, get them, get them.
Yeah.
That is such a
I
good
say go for it. Go for it. I know, Stephanie, you got something to say.
Well, because it was so big for me. I'm like, remember that journal entry I wrote for days? I feel like
Mhm.
so many transmissions. I mean, I used to call them downloads, uploads, but now I'm just like transmissions from spirit.
Mhm.
Uh, I don't know that I would have a blanket message for women, and for me, even something like that would be dangerous. I
Yes.
think that the message that I was getting overriding everything else is this tapping into who you are made to be authentically,
Yes.
and like how important that was. It's like one of the things for me is that I feel like the creator, creatress, most high source
Mm.
energy is coming to know itself through us. And so like we're made to be exactly who we are as a representation of that part. And And if you're not being, and Tanya and I were just talking about this, yesterday? I'm like, if we are not honoring whoever we are authentically, who we were made to be on mission, on purpose in this assignment, then we missed the mark completely. And so that's why I'm like, a blanket message would be only that, because then you got to tap in and get in tune to figure out what that is specifically for your walk. And honoring that in self and within community. Because it's not a disconnect to be in that authentic self. It's to be more connected, I think.
Yes.
And it's the biggest job we could do. It's most often the scariest job we could do.
Yes.
It's like, dare to be me and to go in. So actually see you in all the parts, not just the parts you want to talk about with other people. Right?
Doing that shadow work.
Shadows. Hello, baby.
Shadow work.
The faint of heart is just really not. It's not
Word.
It's not like you go in and you come out the cave and you are new and you're like, all right. Like, no, there's a cycle, a cyclical, it's spiritual, as Dr. B is saying, like spiritual spiritual, that spiral, that Fibonacci, like there's a code. And there's a code within the code. Oh, y'all get your look.
I'm like, woo, yes. And that's why I have made the Know Thyself books available, because I want people to know what your purpose is here. What is your purpose? Because if you don't know what your purpose is, it's like you're spinning your wheels and you're wasting time. Your destiny is calling. Your soul wants to evolve. But if you don't know what you're supposed to be doing, it's like, where do you go? What do I do? So yeah, when that eclipse hit, oh my goodness, it was just, but it's funny because I felt it like 6 months before it came. I was like, ooh, I'm feeling something big. I'm feeling something big. And, I knew about the eclipse. I mean, I knew about this years ago, but woo, feeling it coming was interesting. I mean, my dreams, my visions, my intuition, everything just started cranking up. And I was like, whoa. So after, since it has passed, it's like just vibing on this new level. It's like everything on earth, like the vibration on earth went up and we all had to raise up to it. And those who didn't, that I hear all kind of stuff about, things that other people are going through. But for the most part, I think a lot of us did rise up.
Yeah, that was a good question, Dulcie, because, and I think I forget which one of you said it. Interesting, about how hard that is, like that self-work and following your God assignment. Man, listen, y'all. I don't know how easy it has been for y'all, but that's a daily thing for me. It is hard. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like just like naturally, intuitively, like my experience has been that when I am in, like, as I'm doing this self-work, you realize people, you got to start putting boundaries down, people, places, and things. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Right. Because maybe how you showed up for other people for so long. Right.
Yeah.
Usually they may not show up for you in that way. I know, like, for me, especially in my family, I've always had the role of, how everyone has that person, that go-to person, whether that's in your friend group or your family group, right? Where you're it. You know what I'm saying? If people are going, they call you. Did they need something? They call you, kind of thing. And that's draining. That's draining. Or when you have a light, right? Because you are clear about your purpose, right? And you're just radiating because you're clear. You may not feel it every day, but people are picking up that energy you're giving off, right? Like that purpose, that commitment, that dedication. And so people are going to be attracted to that. They're going to be attracted to the light. And that could be very draining. It really can. So for me, that has been, I would say, one of my challenges, right? Is staying true to that, because of course I feel guilty, right? Because it is my fault for creating so much open access, right? When someone has a problem in my family or my friend group, but it's like, no, this is not working for me anymore, y'all. It's too draining. It's too much. I need to start putting down these boundaries, right? And if you are for me, then you will respect that and understand that, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I believe most of us that are here, we all are energy workers and healers, and we're here, to help people. But yes, you do have to put up boundaries, because some people purposely drain you. Some people unintentionally do it. It feels so good to be around you. When I'm around you, oh my goodness. And yeah, that alone is draining, because they're just they'll suck you dry if you let them.
Yeah.
Unintentionally, but chronically.
But chronically. It's so interesting you said that. I was having a conversation with my sister, cuz Tracy, the same one that with the spaghetti and the 7 minutes. So I was like, I think that the part of the journey that I'm on right now is building that particular muscle. And one of the things that has been the most helpful for me is being in company with other people who are interested in the same thing, being on their assignment, because we've gotten to practice with each other. I'm like, tell me no, so I could tell you no. Right. Like, and like I say it funny, but I mean it, because not a muscle that I was programmed and conditioned to be using. And that was by design, and I'm very clear on that. But the undoing of it and rebuilding a different set of muscles is not an easy task. And I think that the hack of it is the who I allow in the space now. Who gets to be in the inner circle? Are y'all gonna practice this with me? Because I need it. I am clear that I'm not quite at the place where the training wheels are completely off. I will go back to old habits of being a pleaser, or being and it was interesting. I read this book called Radical Awakening by Dr. Shafali, and it blew my mind that the pleaser and the giver were also the shadow side of that, is a manipulation of sorts, right? And then getting to the root of what that's about. Abandonment issues, to be liked, to be accepted, to be needed. What are those things truly about? There's a lack mindset going on, a deficit mindset going on at the base of this. Where did that come? Okay, so all right, so we got some self-esteem issues going on here, or we got some self-worth going on. And from the outside looking in, to your point about being a light, people don't see that. They don't know that, and oftentimes we don't even know that that's what's going on at the root of it. And to get into that shadow work, the low frequency stuff that then occurs, the shame of it. Shame is dangerous. It's unuseful, but it is dangerous, and just being with people where that you give mutual allowance to put up boundaries and say no, and I have to rest, and I'm gonna go away, and whatever it is.
That's right.
It's been such a precious gift, and I'm grateful for the folks. And Tanya, you're one of them. Thank you. But the people in our lives, and to have the audacity to examine that and say, no, you don't get to stay this part of the chapter, this part of the journey. You don't get to stay.
Yes, you have to do that.
Yeah, it's a lot of unlearning that we have. We spend a lot. I mean, I think a lot of people say I'm a lifetime learner, but the real work is the unlearning, right? And then the learning that comes in on how to do things differently, because we are some in Toltec wisdom, Don Miguel Ruiz Jr. in his book Mastery of Self talks about domestication. Domestication, in sociological terms, we'll say socialization, or sheepling, that's how we raise people up into just to follow along mindlessly, to not think on your own. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. And then we end up with all sorts of, issues, concerns, dis-ease states, etc. And we have to peel back all those layers of conditioning, to get to our true, beautiful, divine selves. And so a lot of people don't want to see our divinity. They want us to engage in our humanity, because they want people to commiserate with them. Misery loves company, right?
So sad.
And so we got the message. It ain't about that now. It's time to move forward.
It is. It is. And sometimes it hurts, because as we move forward, sometimes we have to leave loved ones behind.
Yes.
you know, and that hurts, but we have to do it. You know, we have to watch out for our own soul, our own being. It is all about our own evolution. And so, you know, those, maybe we'll see them again later. Maybe they'll catch up. They got to go their own. Maybe they got to make a left and we got to make a right, but we'll come together later. But for a time, you know, you do. You gotta release. You gotta move forward.
And what you're saying is so true. It doesn't mean you don't love them. You just don't like the things that they're doing because it's bringing you down, bringing you anxiety, bringing
Mhm.
you pain, hurt, mental
Yes,
anguish. It's just all the time. You don't
it is.
phone up. My sister always say, pick your battles. If it start off with negativity, you know it ain't gonna do nothing but up with negativity. But
It's
you
gonna keep
love
growing,
so much
keep
and want to keep
growing
them.
and growing.
Yeah, you want them in your life because you love them so much. But if every time they're in your circumference, it's always negativity, you have got to just listen.
Exactly.
You don't want to, but it's a situation where you might have to. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
one, and just like you said, they'll catch up. I'm just be wondering when. Every time, why do you keep bringing up stuff that's just gonna cause negative reaction?
Exactly.
And you know, sometimes you blame yourself because you say, "I did not have to pick that phone up."
For real. For real.
That be
Not,
me. That be
not
me.
have to.
Why did I answer the phone? Stephanie, that's
Yes.
all you. I
And
think
then
the
you know,
other
it
part,
be
oh,
people
sorry.
though. I'm sorry, Steph. It be
Mm-mm.
people that you love, your
Uh,
family members, and things that. And I used to be afraid to do that. So that's the reason why I'm listening attentively to what you're saying. Because even if it's family members, you gotta say, "Girl," every time it's just so sick, and you gotta be able to
Exactly.
just say,
Not
"Because
today.
misery loves company," and and,
Exactly.
and just because they're miserable about something, they pull you right in it or try to do something to get you going.
Mm.
You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? And then you say to yourself, I know what, Robin, take back your control. Don't even ask about it.
Exactly.
Even mention it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't even let them win. Don't let them see you win. Just
Mm-hmm.
And you know what people don't realize? Stress can shorten your life.
yeah.
It's one of the biggest killers. I mean, honestly, I think that's how I got sick. Like I am positive. I sat and I reflected and I'm like, you made yourself sick.
Oh no.
You made yourself
She's not lying.
sick.
She's not lying. And just
Now lay here and meditate on that. You know?
you said something though about believing in the energy of life, believing that
Mm,
you are one with the all, and that if the universe is
mm.
alive just along with you, because you wouldn't even be able to breathe if the universe was not alive. Okay,
Exactly.
so you
Exactly.
have to first
No.
come to grips with the fact that you are a part of this and that
Mm-hmm.
it's working with you. No, you
Mm,
keep trying to make decisions on your own and you're not allowing the energy of life to work together with you. And you're not allowing yourself to say, it's going to be okay. Because
Mm-hmm.
the moment you start, what am I going to do? I'm calling this one, I'm calling that one. I just
Yep.
can't do this. You're not allowing for the all to become one with you
Mm-hmm.
and let's work together with it. You
Exactly.
got to take this in and breathe and say, I'm breathing because you are with me, allowing me to breathe. And
Mm-hmm.
it's all one. I wouldn't
Yeah.
even be able to breathe if you wasn't alive too.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So once you become that, you say, it's going to be okay because we got this. If we got this, Mama Nature, when it rains, so I go outside and I'm like, Mama Nature, what are you crying for now? Because I know my basement going to get wet. I said, I do something. But you out here crying and carrying on what is going on. And don't let it thunder because I'd be like, oh, it's just like your grandmother yelling at you and your grandfather yelling at you. Like, oh my God. When it rains a lot, I'd be like, oh, Mama Nature, just stop.
Oh, I love when it rains. It's so calming. I love extreme weather anyway. Like I love the rain. I love thunder.
Not when she
It's
crying
so
and
it
carrying
calms.
on
I don't know.
what
It just
is
calms me
going
down. It just is. You know. But
I
you
know,
know,
but see, I'm looking at it differently. Even though I know we need the rain, but I'm my basement gonna get wet. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm working on this plant. I'm looking.
Oh no.
I'm Earth. I'm with you. You my sister. Like, don't please don't do this. I'm saying I literally want a relationship with the all.
Yes.
So I speak to the all as if it speaks to me in its way,
Mm-hmm.
speaking to it in the way that I hope that it's over speaking to me. Can you stop crying?
That is an interesting way to look at that.
Yes. I mean, everything's so personal. Sometimes I just go outside to just see the trees just blowing and bowing to the earth. You know what I'm saying? The trees is just, doing a thing. That look at all these rabbits out there. Mama, are you bad? You bad. You know what I'm saying? You worked all this creation and you are creation. It is creation. You just creating it. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? It's just so beautiful. And I'm like, when she
Yes.
start that crying, I'd be like, what are you crying about now? That's what it's about. She love it. She's soothing. Because Dots is Earth too. She's a Virgo. So she's seeing it out of her eyes in her way. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm Earth because I'm Taurus. Again, I'm Dulcie. Dulcie. I'm Taurus. I'm saying it again.
Yeah, I wasn't here the whole time to count, but I'm sure it's come up a lot. I'm sure. I'm sure.
let
To
me
my
know
Taurus
in the first 3
sister.
minutes.
I'm
We
just
keep talking
That
about
saying.
that
is
all the time.
funny.
Trying to be with my Earth, with me and her. You know what I'm saying? We trying to talk this out. Can you stop crying all the time?
You are funny.
Mika, do not encourage her, okay?
And
Right, Taurus.
I'm
Too
also the
many
one.
Tauruses in the chat. She
Nobody
definitely
do not
needs to.
encourage that.
But Synamoon, I have a question, especially to
Yes.
the
But
one
Dulcie,
Cancer,
you get
to
done.
the
I want to
Cancers,
ask
and for the
Reverend
Cancers.
Tanya. I wanted
Oh,
to ask Reverend Tanya about how she became a witch.
You gotta get the book. No, I'm just joking.
Okay. Okay.
I got
No.
so it's all wisdom. You know what I'm saying? I don't want nobody to take it the wrong way because you know how black people they get right freaked out. They be like, "What you mean? What you talking about?"
Mhm.
That's why I love the acronym. That is amazing to me.
Yes, it's
Mm.
beautiful. But
Thank you. Well, you know what? I'll say I was born a witch. You
Okay.
know, my people had abilities, but they ain't talk about abilities. And I had to find out reading a history book that my father's grandfather was a well-known witch doctor from the West Indies.
Wow.
Um, and they talked about his little, practice and things like that. Yeah, my family didn't talk about that. My nieces told me in the last few years that my dad used to talk about having the gift. I'm like, what?
Yep.
What? I never knew. I thought I was just this lone wolf in the family, developing intuitive skills, healing skills. And I started paying attention and
Mhm.
realized, wait a minute, I, I, I bet you they got a little something, something. And I started having conversations with people and finding out. It's like, what? Oh, so you seeing dead
Mhm.
people and you having dreams and communicating with this and that. So I've always been connected with the earth,
Yeah.
been connected with spirit, and I just didn't know it as such. So in 2022, it was on 2/22/2022, I received from spirit that it's time to come out as a witch. Now, in one of my books called Diary of a Witch's Daughter, it was a young adult fiction novel. Spirit downloaded the name, um, the acronym for which Woman in Tune with Conscious Healing. And I did a little bit with it, but I didn't do much. And I was hiding behind the acronym, actually. And
Yeah.
so, with the book, Which Voices Women in Tune with Conscious Healing Remember Their Truth and Reclaim Their Power, I gathered 33 sacred voices, women who were women willing to come out as witch in whatever way that was comfortable for them. And I had to lead the charge here. So
Yeah.
for me, I say I'm the the capital witch, woman in tune with conscious healing, but I have no problem owning the term small, lowercase witch either, because I don't put those negative connotations to it that society, that history has placed on it. So I'm here to change into her story and to continue to empower ourselves, because we are connected to source, we're connected to the earth, we're connected to ourselves if we allow ourselves to be, and we can heal a whole lot. So I'm just claiming it all. I'm taking everybody with me that I possibly can. I ain't scared no more. I don't care what people say or think about it. I know the truth. So, back in the day, they would beat you, they would Bible you, they would burn you, they would banish you, and they still do that in some countries today.
Yes.
So for those of us who are without fear, it is for us to speak up.
Yes.
And for us to be that voice to help change the narrative of what it means to be a witch.
Yes.
And that's perfect for my question, because I would say, like, when we're younger, when you have these gifts, whether it be visions or dreams or anything, they're stronger, you understand them, something, it was natural. But as you grow older, you kind of lose that, and now dreams or something, like, you're like, oh, let me look on the internet, what does that mean? Because that was so weird, but it felt like it was some kind of message. So I wanted to ask, like, how do you guys get in tune with that, of like bringing that clarity that you had when you were younger and had the gifts and the visions and the premonitions, and bringing that into your womanhood, of really understanding, not having to turn to someone else to interpret your dreams, to interpret those visions and different things like that?
Yes, definitely. Prayer and meditation all the time, and journaling. Like, I went into my closet and I have like 5-6 journals, and I have a dream journal. I have a journal for, like, my workings that I do. I have a journal that is only for, like, my readings. Every reading I've gotten, I wrote it in there, what it means. And so those things are important, because you get to, like, when you have a pattern and you start recognizing the pattern, then it's like, hey, I know what that means. I wrote in Grandma's Secrets, it is important that we learn our dream language. Everyone has their own dream language. Like, you can pick up a million dream books, but they may not resonate with you. Like, okay, everybody knows if you have a dream about fish, somebody's pregnant, right? So for me, I learned over time that if I have a dream where my fish are out of the water, then I'm the one that's pregnant. But if the fish are in the water, someone else is pregnant. So just learning by paying attention, keeping notes in your journal of how things happen. So every time, if I woke up, oh, I had a dream and these fish were flying around from one cabinet to another, I'm like, I'm pregnant. And it was the truth every time.
It's like a dog howling. The old people used to say, when a dog howling, somebody dying, or if you ever dream about a black dog, it means death. You know what I'm saying? It's just a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, definitely. I know when I was very young, and my grandfather was dying, we were very close, and they thought he was going to die, but I was able to touch his face, and he lived longer. But there was one time he was going to the doctor for a checkup, and I just started freaking out. I was crying, I was throwing a temper tantrum. They put me on his lap and I said goodbye, and I hugged him, and he died that day.
Wow.
And I always say, as far as like when I was 13, I got to have a dream about my mom dying, and I cried in her arms that night, and I say that was my goodbye to her, because she died a few years later. But like, it is one of those things, like, now I know when my mom appears in my dream, or anyone that has passed on or transitioned, I'm like, okay, it's because a lot of stuff is going on, and I needed that. I needed to see them at that point. But it's something, I think, definitely, of just making sure you're tuned into those things, whether nature or anything, to make it stronger.
Definitely. Now, Dulcinea, you said you was gonna say something to me. What were you about to say?
No, that's why I was gonna ask to you because I know like cancers and stuff. We get those dreams, like it'd be like stay away from certain people, or you know how
Exactly.
they joke and stuff about like your man does something in a dream, now you mad all day.
Yeah.
But like I just want to
Fact.
talk about like tuning into that and just understanding what your subconscious is trying to say.
Exactly. That's so funny.
That's hilarious. I know. I was like, I'll mess around and have a daydream and be mad all day. Like,
I'm telling
no.
you, dream of a lot. Dreams or something.
Are you ladies open to questions from the chat?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I love it.
Or if y'all have any questions for our beautiful guests, hit the please feel free to hit the link. Freedom, gonna drop the link right
Real
now.
Online Network became a member. Okay.
Okay, Real Online Network, welcome. But yes, hit the link, you guys, if you have any questions.
And Vaughn made a statement. I want to make sure it's clarified. I want to, Reverend Tanya, where is it at? Where he said it was Vaughn that said it sounds like another female movement. Can you say what the attribute of which means again, please?
Oh my goodness. I think you're muted.
Thank you. Yeah, women in tune with conscious healing.
That's I just wanted him to hear that or her to hear that and feel that because I sent a message saying just embrace woman the love of the womanhood and that's see but what you gave it means so much.
Yes, it does.
Consciousness means aware. Okay, women's rights, but I don't even know how that goes together. But
That's right.
Embrace the love that comes with womanhood, with being mama. Because all that we talking about, it's about mama. It ain't no woman's rights.
Not at all.
It's political. It's not a political thing. It's a movement. It's a mama thing. It's on the wrong page, baby.
Wow.
It's if you think about it, in so many countries, I'll use as a case in point. Actually, in Ghana, they still have around 100 villages that are called witch villages, where they put into, and women that are accused of being a witch. And what does that mean? It could be as simple as a woman owns property that someone else wants to get a hold of. A woman is in a powerful position, and so she's accused, she's sentenced, she's banished away to these villages. And all throughout history, you see how using the term witch has been a way to keep people under social control. And so if you think about women, we have been the ones who have birthed you. Yes. We have nurtured you. We have fed you. We have guided you. We have prayed for you. We have cooked for you. We have cried over you. We have done all of this. And so, you telling me that in the blink of an eye, you can just switch all of that around and banish or burn or hang or do all sorts of things in the name of, what you may call holy. No, that's all smoke and mirrors right there.
Wow.
Oh, control.
Yes. And see, I almost let that get to me, but it's okay. It's such a real thing that Reverend Tanya is talking about. It's such what's in his book is such a real thing. It's so warm. The thought of everything that you sisters have been saying tonight is, and including the sisters of Unscrambled Minds, is warm. The questions, the answers, it's warm, it's cozy, it's cuddling up beneath mama. Yeah. Everything. How could you think it, girl?
That's sad,
Right. I'm gonna say, when things like that happen, that's why I do appreciate your steadfastness in saying like, listen, it is what it is. It's how I identify myself, because it may not be for you. But I always say, like you just said, it's a you problem, not a me problem. Let's
Not a
clear,
me
right?
problem.
Like,
Yeah.
right. It ain't a me problem. It's a you problem, right? So
maybe go sit with that.
It is. It's all about honoring who we all are, what we all do. We honor you. We honor what you do. It's the same thing. Just like most of the time when somebody gets sick, who they go to? Grandma's house. They go to grandma's house.
Auntie, one of the aunties. You call it one of the three: grandma, mama, or auntie, depending on the age. You are called.
Because that unconditional love heals too.
Yeah.
Right?
I just picture it like it's this reconciliation of it all. It's the restoration of it. And
absolutely.
That's what it's about.
And that's it. And that's it.
I ain't never had a better pillow, Stephanie. Better pillow.
Are any of you ladies into astrology, by the way?
A little bit.
Yes.
A bit.
A little bit. Yeah. A little bit. Me too.
What are your signs, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm Aquarius sun, Libra moon, Scorpio rising.
Oh wow.
Ooh, baby. I get on my own now.
Yeah, you're always thinking,
always
research and learn more, and absolutely.
Yeah.
I am a Libra sun, a Pisces moon, and a Virgo rising.
Wow. That's interesting.
Virgo's in the house.
I'm like this. I want to know. Synamoon's like, ooh, that's interesting. I'm like, tell us.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, I am a Cancer. What do I have? I have Pisces rising, and my moon is in Libra. So for me, everything has to be pretty. Everything
pretty.
Everything has to be pretty.
I'm a Libra moon right with you. What about you, daughter of the sea?
About me?
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't know. You know, it's so funny. I only know so I'm a Virgo. That's all. That's as much as I know. So I don't know my moon, and all of that. But I'm a Virgo. I'm interested in it though, really and truly. I've always been into it, but I am no expert by far. So I was going to ask you ladies some questions. Oh, but that's
why I said I love to help. I'm gonna show you. I gotta cover up this though right here. Okay, so this is what a Know Thyself book looks like. And it tells you like the meaning of your name, what it means to be born, the week, the day, the month that you're born, what your gifts are, what your challenges are, how to overcome them. I make them so you end up with these books. They're like 40 pages and it's all about you. So I love doing them. I think I've done almost 100 of these books so far.
Oh, so all right. So I'm coming to you for mine. Yeah. Oh, for
so
sure.
People get their books and they'll be like, I want one for all of my children. I want one for my husband. They start giving them out as birthday gifts to family members. So, and it does, because a lot of times we don't know what our gifts are. But hey, I love helping people. That's what I do.
Those seem into something, about, when we're talking about like transitioning death or what have you, and like with her granddad and her mom and stuff like that, And some people, when they think of death as a scary thing, right? Or if you talk about like your loved ones coming back to you in your dreams, it's like, oh, spirits. I think that is such a beautiful thing. You know what I mean? And being able to just even connect, like, if a relative that have transitioned have come back in whatever form, right? Like when my mom passed away, or what have you. I remember last year I was going through a lot. Like, I mean, when people talk about depression, you know how some people say, "Oh, I'm depressed," and I would hear that, but I think that was the first time that I really understood and felt the impact of what depression could be, Yes. And so I remember just one night out of the blue, I mean, I don't even know what triggered me. It was just like, I had a moment, all right? I was having many of them, right? I mean, like one of those ugly cries, right? Like where you're dropping to your knees, like, I just miss you so much. And I remember, I'm getting teary-eyed. And I remember literally the next day, there was a bird, a little black bird. It came outside my bedroom window, and it just started peering into my window to the point to where I got up, opened my window, and birds usually they'll fly away or what have you. It's like, what? I mean, and just peering in the window, right? I went, got some bread, to see if it'll okay, maybe it's hungry, maybe it's sick. I don't know. Why is it not moving? Why is it not flying? It did not move. It even allowed me to get, I didn't touch it, but it allowed me literally to get like a few inches, because I could literally peer out my window and my tree that's in front of my window, whatever. And it just thought it was peering. And that little bird, okay, sat on that tree peering. When I say peering, it's almost like it was peering into my soul. Sat there for a good 15, 20 minutes, right? And it didn't dawn on me that she answered my prayer of, I need to know, I need your presence. I want to feel you. And she came,
They will, they do come.
Wow, what an impactful thing. Like that, it was just like, so, and that was when I started coming out of that kind of like fog of like just sadness and heaviness and that broken heart, you know what I mean? Because once again, I needed her and she was there, So I always tell people, like with death and stuff, it's nothing to be afraid of. It's part of life, of course, right? And they're always with us, and you shouldn't be afraid of that, So yeah, that's interesting.
That happened. Similar thing happened to me. My grandmother, she lived in Louisiana, and I was living in Washington State. And we would talk on the phone. She was like, when I come up there, she said, can you take me to see your father? And my father was in a nursing home because he had dementia. So I told my grandma, I said, yes, when you come, I will definitely take you. But she ended up passing away. And I went to New Orleans to her funeral, and then I came back. And when I got back, I went to go see my father in the nursing home. And I'm sitting down talking to my father, and he goes, my mother is here. She's right there. And I was like, what? I guess I did take her to see him because he saw her. He saw her and was just happy to see her. And we never told him that she had passed away because he had dementia.
Wow.
So that's his mother. And he's just talking to her. He thinking she's still alive. And I sat there, I recorded it. I got it on my cell phone. I recorded the whole thing, him talking to her after she passed away. So,
my Nana used to always say, because she lost like 3 of her children back to back. My uncle was the first to pass, and then 2 of her daughters. And I remember one, I'm like, Nana, why are you not? Because she would never break down. Like, I never saw her literally, and she would always say to me that she always knew when death was coming and when one of her children were going to be taken, because her husband, my granddad, will come to her in her dream.
Wow.
It happens every single time.
Wow.
Dreams are something. My sister passed away a couple years ago, and my when I would go to sleep, I would just like dream like, girl, why? Everybody think you are going. I mean, just like we outside talking. I'd be like, Lauren, girl, every girl, come on with me so I can show daddy that you are not. Everybody think you died. And she'd be like, what? As soon as I can grab her arm or grab her hand to go and, show, I can never get to her. Like I can never get to her. And it just bothers me because I'm like talking to her. Wow. And she's talking back. But when it goes to me to grab her to go show everybody that. But you know what? This is when I knew. It's been many times, but a friend of mine passed away. And as he was dying, I could feel him so close to me. It was really, really unexplainable how close, like as if he was sitting right beside me.
Yes.
So that night when I went to sleep, I dreamed I went to his apartment to take him something to eat. When I got there was a black dog, and I was like, whose dog is that? And he said, it was my dog. And I said, your dog? And I said, oh, I must be in a dream. Like, your dog, what you doing? What you doing with this dog? And he said, I need it because where I'm going, I need the dog for protection.
Wow.
Girl, when I woke up, I knew it was over. I just, I mean, because he was that close to me, and I kept saying, "Go back, go back." This is before I
Wow.
fell asleep. This is before I fell asleep. I said, "Go back."
Mm.
And then when I ended up just like talking with this closeness, because I
Mhm.
like I kept feeling like his presence, and I fell asleep on the couch. And when I woke up from the dream, I said, "He's gone." And the
Wow.
next day when I went to the hospital, they said he's not alive. He was on the machine.
Yeah.
And the lady was telling me, she said, "I'm telling you right now, Robin, if I take these things off of him, he the machine is the only thing that's keeping him looking like he is alive." And because his mom and
Wow.
them hadn't got there yet. But I knew it anyway from the dream. You know
Mhm.
what I'm saying? I was like,
Yes.
it just made me know it. It was just so real. I'm telling you.
Yes. Wow.
I mean, it's amazing. You know, when you are gifted, because I'm gifted enough where I can be in my dream and know I'm in a dream. I
Yeah.
say I'm in a
Mhm.
dream while I'm in my dream, and I try to get myself out. Most of the time, I can get myself out by saying, This is just a dream." But when I was younger, when I taught myself to do it because of situations that happened as a child.
Mhm.
So when I got a little older in my 20s, one night I went to sleep and it was a little teeny uh, undone man, about this big, standing at my door like this. And I said, "Well, who are you?" And he said, "It don't even matter because as long as you sleep, I'm always be here." And I said, "What?" I said, I said, "You know what? This is a dream. So let me just go ahead out the door and the dream will pop." You know what I'm saying? He
Mhm.
said, "Go ahead, you can run. But as long as you sleep, I'm going to always be here." And
Whoa.
that was like a message and a half for me. I had to come, I had to come out of the psychosis. I
Mhm.
had to wake up from, I mean, whatever was, if it was religion, it was whatever it was that's holding me back. I needed to wake
Yes.
up from it
Mhm.
because he said, "Long as you sleep," and that was telling me in a mental sleep, "I'ma always be here." So I said, "You know what? I gotta get myself together and wake up."
Mhm.
So
Yes.
dreams really are really something.
Yes. Definitely. Definitely. Wow. That
Dreams
is
are
so
something.
powerful.
They
Ooh.
are.
That's why I keep a dream journal.
I've never dreamed Delaware. Can you believe that? I've been in Delaware all these years and never dreamed Delaware. Always dream Atlantic City. Never dreamed Delaware.
That's
Weird.
deep. That is deep.
Yeah. It's weird.
Wow. Mm, mm, mm.
But dreams are something. And when you spoke on pendulums, I trust by my pendulum. My
Mm,
pendulum board, yes.
mm.
It never steers me wrong. And I was wondering, does it go off of your energy
Mhm.
or what you may be feeling? Because I'm wondering, is it right? So then I started
Mhm.
saying, if you feel this, it's not gonna lie.
Mhm.
If this is how you feel, it's by the actions of others. Because you know you be asking the questions.
Mhm.
So I would ask deep questions. And I mean questions that would which I knew it, but I knew it would hurt me if it gave me that answer. You know
Yes.
what I mean? But
Mhm.
and I tested it a few times to see if it'd give me a lie. You know what I'm saying? It never would. It
Mm.
never ever would. And it just
Wow.
accept it because that's a fact. It is what it is.
Mm, mhm.
If you feeling it and that's the energy that's coming off, well, and the crazy part about it is if it doesn't know something, it'll go around a circle and say, "I don't know. I
Mhm.
don't know. I don't know." But if I ask
Mine
for
do the same thing. It'll be spinning in a
Mhm.
circle.
daughters, am I gonna get a grandson? It's I don't
Yes.
know. I don't know.
I always take it as for me, I'll be like, ask a better question. Okay,
Yeah.
let me.
But then you
But
have to
it'll be
do
like, no.
sometimes.
Because if I say
Mhm.
maybe, it just say it might say yeah, because I'm saying Will I maybe get a grandson? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, sure, you might, but I don't know. I don't know. But I've asked it some a question that no matter how many of the charms I change, it's still the pendulum charm
Mm-hmm.
still gives me the same answer.
Wow. Yeah.
And it's one that'll hurt my feelings, but I knew it. I knew it from childhood. So just accept it. That's what it is. She
Mm-hmm.
she your girlfriend. She's somebody that, you know,
Yes.
just end up with the question and the answer that you get from it. Just get it and deal with it. Even if it's about a man, you might have to deal with that answer too.
Dang.
You understand what I'm saying? You might gotta deal with that answer. It's real. But it
Mm.
makes you stronger. I want to learn how to do the cards.
Yes.
That's that's what I'm working
That's been something I've been enjoying the last few years. I'm really new
Yes.
to it, but
on. And the
Yes.
oh
cards,
my goodness, yes. And it's so interesting because I grew up a Jehovah's Witness, so everything was demonized.
Of course.
I
Of
couldn't watch
course.
the Smurfs because magic was on there, you know.
Oh
There's
no.
that's magic, like everything.
Mm.
But what's interesting, and my cousin and I have been on this journey together the last few years. She moved out here with me, and we both are like we're looking back to things when we were younger, and we're like, oh, but they were doing both. They forward facing was go to the hall, we in Bible study and we in field service and all that, but I can't even tell her stories, but the stories of them like overseeing or catching a glimpse of Big Mama with her circle of candles, but she
Mhm.
in field service. And so what exactly was going on? There's an incident that I remember overhearing. I was young. I was probably like six.
Mhm.
My brothers are much older, but my mom and her girlfriends and my grandmother, they talking about the situation where this woman put some kind of powder on somebody's stuff in their locker because they was sleeping with their husband,
Oh Lord.
put it down in that bathtub or whatever, whatever, and all these worms come out. Like, and these are things were over here. And so they were practicing things, they knew things, they
and
had
they were
rituals,
Christian. Yeah.
right? And so
Mm.
reconciling that now, the cards thing, I was so petrified of tarot and oracle cards, I can't even tell you. But I have students, and I didn't have students for 20 years. So one of the overnight, we took them to Buffalo for a week for some service learning and stuff. And I love my kids. So if they present things, I have to be like, okay. So I had Miss Bessie Veronica, and she was like, "Come on, Steph, you want to sit down here while we read these cards?" No, everything in me is like, no, I sure do not. But I hold space for my kids, so I got down on this floor with them, and the most interesting thing happened. All the stuff coming out, I'm like, huh. So it planted a seed. Fast forward, I was at the beginning of my divorce, and I started watching this woman, the Crucial Tarot on Instagram, and it was like every time I listened, she was like reading my life, and I was like, what is going on? So I reached out to her. I wanted to get a reading, and that was even more like, I can't believe you, like, what? How did you know all these details, lady?
It's
Yes.
amazing.
So I picked up some cards, and long story short, I went to her school, and I've been using it as one of the tools of divination that I've incorporated into my practice.
I
And
definitely
I
yeah.
mean,
Talk.
almost every day, I'm like, let me just see what this general energy is like. What do I need to know today? What's going to be my challenge today? What's the advice spirit?
Yes.
And just kind of
Always
interact
been
with that and ancestors and the most high, like that's the daily routine every morning, no matter what, that's gonna happen.
Yes. Yes. You know me. I love my cards. I create different decks. I have been doing this. I've been doing tarot and divination for 30 years now. And this is my life. As you can see behind me, I got all my Egyptian decks behind me. All of
Yep.
those are only Egyptian themed decks.
I got Egyptian. I got Yoruba, the Orishas. I got a few decks, but I
Yeah.
really want to get into it, and I want to know it and believe it, and I want the energy from the other person that I'm speaking with, and I want that some like Senna says, don't let nobody touch your cards. Some other person said, let them touch your cards so their energy could flow through the cards. I just got to realize which one do I want to do.
That's what I said. It's up to you. It's like, everybody has their way of doing readings. I prefer not to let, because then you got to go through the whole process of cleansing them, because they're gonna leave their energy on them. So no, if you're sensitive enough,
that makes sense.
if you're in tune and you're sensitive enough, you can do a reading for people. Because like a person, if the person has to touch your card, you can't do phone readings. So you have to learn how to tune in. Like I've done readings for people in Africa, people in Italy. You have to get to that level. Maybe she's just not there yet. So
I know one thing I used
Yeah,
to
so TK, hit the link. Hit the link. The link was
I used to guess
Excellent.
what was the card and be right. That used to trip me out too. I turned my back, they flipped the card over, and I'd know what the card was. That used to trip me out. But
I was gonna say maybe you touch their hand or something, but you should do just you and learn it that way, like pulling cards. Because I've noticed, like even when I had tarot cards, and I would just pull exactly what I needed to pull anytime I needed to pull it. So just like,
so is it that
I
you
do
would ask the
different
question first? Is that how it would do, Dulcie? You were saying like you would ask a question and then you would do the tarot.
Sometimes
How do you do
I will
it?
just be like, thinking about my future, like my career or anything, and I'm thinking about that, and then I'm pulling out cards, and then it'll give me certain things like the King of Cups or Swords or anything, and I know, like, okay, this is how I've been feeling and different things like that. But I have asked the questions before, but most of the times I stay general.
yes.
Okay.
And usually people who are just starting, I tell them, hey, get your cards, keep them by your nightstand. When you wake up, pull a card first thing. And then you'll learn your deck a lot faster that way if you just kind of like pull a card. And it gives you your card, your meditation card for the day, what you should be thinking about, how your day is going to be going. So that's really a good way to start learning and getting familiar with the deck.
I like what she was saying too about religious people. They used to always be into voodoo, if that's what you want to call it, voodoo. But they would also go to church every Sunday. It'd be so weird to me, but they be from some down south. But to me, the type of people that we are, because I'm going to say we are the most loving people with the most passion, because we're in tune with earth, we're in tune with you. We're trying to feel and know everything about you. It's almost like making love to the mind, but it's all about you. Even in a sensual, your soul is attracted to my soul, and we are walking together as one. We're feeling each other's energy. That is powerful.
Yeah, it's intimate, it's powerful.
You can talk to somebody on these lines and you can feel the person's energy.
Absolutely.
And they don't want you to feel it, but you have become a relationship with a person online. And you can feel each other's energy. You could just feel it. And it just happens to be, because I know I have felt energy through online. I can feel their energy.
Yes.
And I don't even know the person. Never seen them a day in my life personally, touch, but I can feel their energy through the line.
But see, that's why it's funny when they give it they label it. Hey, if you do this, you're this or you're that. This is just us. It's in our blood. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know how you can give it a name. It's just
because it comes
us, and it's just tools we use.
You have to trust yourself. It's like that what we were talking about earlier. That self-worth. So it's like we're conditioned at times, depending on how you grow up. You're conditioned to look outside of yourself for answers, right? You always go to somebody else. You want to know something about you, So you're gonna go to somebody else to ask a question about you. You're gonna go to this building. You're gonna go to this church. You're gonna go to this religion. When you're trying to figure out you, makes no sense, right? So like even when you are doing all of that self work, part of that conversation, especially for me, is like everything ends and begins with me, right? So from the people that I'm attracting in my life is a direct reflection of the state that I'm in, right? Like who I'm choosing to engage with, for example, you know. And it's okay. Like I don't need to look outside of myself if I'm trying to know more about me. Now I need guidance, yes, and that's where you will come in, Senna, what have you, because you have that expertise. That's your lane, you know. So that's my follow-up question, you know, because how do you, or what would you suggest to a person who's seeking answers, right? Like how you do divination and or what have you. You know, like what would you suggest to a person on how to choose? Like, because there's so many options out here, right? Everybody is everyone's doing it, right? Like, so how do you know?
Like for me, when I first started out, I went and tried different things. I would go, like the first place I went to the University of Seattle, their bookstore. And I was just like, ooh, let me go into the metaphysical section. And I was like, you know, just touching things, seeing what felt right to me. It took me almost 3 years to buy my first tarot deck because I wanted something that I resonated with. So I didn't just go and grab something off the shelf and, ooh, I'm going to try some tarot decks. No, I went and I looked and I touched and I was like, does this look right? Does it feel right? And in some metaphysical stores, they will have, you know, all the tarot decks on the wall, and then they'll have a table and it'll have a book, like a photo album, and they'll show you cards that are in each deck so that you can, you know, get a little, you know, personal, get up there and see what this deck really looks like. And so, yeah, that's why it took me almost 3 years to buy my first deck, because I was not just going to grab anything, because it's best to have a tool that resonates with you. Some people like pendulum, some people like tarot, some people like oracle. I create tarot decks, but my most, you know, the one that resonates with me the most, I do crystal readings. I use crystals, and that's how I do my readings. Like I said, I love tarot, but my thing is crystal readings. So,
and that requires like a board, or is
I actually created it. So yes, I created a whole like cloth that I drop my crystals on, and where they land tells me like what's going on in a person's life. And to me, that's more important to do readings on what's going on right now, because you can change your future at any moment. So when you go and you ask somebody, oh, can you read my future? Why don't we read what's going on right now so that you can dictate what's going to happen in your future? Don't worry about, like, take care now. So yes,
right,
like that.
Hey,
OTK.
Peace, OTK.
Hey, how y'all doing? Y'all doing? How y'all doing? Peace to y'all. Y'all look so beautiful up here. I just want to come and tell y'all that, in case nobody ain't tell y'all that I love y'all, and y'all look so beautiful, and keep up the great work. Already know, man. I apologize for missing an hour of the show, but I will go back and watch it, and you know, I'm gonna scream the show anyway. I'm already screaming y'all right now on my end. I'm gonna scream the show too, because I got some female followers over there, and I want them to.
And by the way, he's an Aquarius too, Stephanie. So he's going to ask a lot of. He's an Aquarius as well. OTK is an Aquarius, so he's going to ask a lot of questions. He's always thinking. He's going to ask.
Because I'm curious. I just want to know. But I'm gonna tell you this though. One time I went to a grocery store. I saw a kid. Mama, what's this? Mama, what's that? Mama, what's this? The mama was answering all that question. I saw the opposite race. Kid, mama, what's this? Man, you asking too much questions. Who's getting more knowledge? Who? The one who asks more questions, right?
Right.
So that's why I do it. Thank you, Dots.
Yes, of course.
But
I'm not waiting for you to ask that question. I know the question you've been ready to ask, and I'm hoping that he answers it.
about the American Indian. Yeah, I claim American Indian.
Yeah, I want you to ask that question. You can ask where this come from, where that come from, but did it come from here? I'm waiting for it to come.
Yeah. So I'm American Indian. I'm from South Carolina. Been here, my family done been here. We got old cemeteries and stuff like that. Do y'all do any studying or anything like that about y'all in American Indian uh heritage or anything like that?
Senna. So what he's asking you, I guess, is about what me and you we talking
Oh,
about.
all the beautiful women can answer. Rev.
Yeah, looks like
Mhm.
Stephanie was about to jump in.
Well,
Yeah.
no, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Steph.
But it's funny because it's another thing that Tracy and I have been talking about a lot. So we found out like we got folks in South Carolina. We don't know exactly where. So we are sort of at the beginning of that, but we also know that like our great grandmother, great grandfather, like they're Geechee, and so we're just learning more about that. On my father's side, he always talked about the indigenous roots on his side of the family. And so we're just sort of trying to reconcile all of it because our stuff has been so chopped and screwed and disappeared off the earth and then retold in these ways that are just not true. So I think we're sifting through that right now in terms of my family.
Yes.
Mhm. Yeah, similar for me. I do know that, my maternal grandmother, you could see very clearly in her features and all of her siblings' features, those indigenous roots. And I know in our bloodline, on her side, we have Cherokee, we have Mattaponi, we have Pamunkey. And Mattaponi and Pamunkey are um, more in the region where I grew up in eastern central Virginia.
I'm from King William County, Virginia. That's where
I'm from Warsaw.
Okay.
Wow.
When you said Pomoki, I said,
Oh wow.
what's it? Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Beautiful name, beautiful name. Now you got us.
So yes, our family, like my family, mother and father side, both have indigenous roots. But as I am evolving, I'm realizing that we are really indigenous to the earth. And the story of the Tower of Babel, I feel like every culture, every religion took a piece of the truth and went their different ways. So my whole life, I've been going into each and getting the truth, getting that truth from there, that truth from there to bring it. It's like pieces of the puzzle. We got to go out there and get them all and put the puzzle back together.
Right, because
I like that. I like how you explain that.
Oh my
Yes,
God,
yes.
that resonated so
I
strong.
love
I've
that.
been saying that since at 14. It was a group of us, all different backgrounds.
Yes.
That was the one thing we came to. I remember we sat in that room to I don't even know what time in the morning, crying about, well, why we fight about this then, and because we're kids.
Exactly.
And I was like, oh my God, we all saying the same thing. You know?
Exactly.
14 years old. And since that moment, you couldn't tell me nothing different. I was like, no, we all got these pieces and I'm going to just put them
Just
together.
bring them all back together.
Reconcile.
Yes, exactly. There's a bit of truth everywhere.
Everywhere.
I can't believe we've almost been on here for almost 3 hours.
Almost 3 hours. I'm so glad that y'all waited.
I'm feeling it, y'all.
I'm like, okay, we gonna have to, yeah.
I appreciate you. I'm not gonna be long. One more question. I'd love for y'all to answer. Indoctrination as far as school wise, what we was taught. I'm in my 40s. This everybody came from Africa with this slave trade narrative. With y'all knowing that y'all indigenous side was here, do y'all believe in that slave that everybody came from Africa, or do y'all believe that life started in multiple places? That's what I believe in. I believe life started all over in multiple places at different times. I just, I don't want to take away from nobody credit or Africa's their greatness that they did. I don't want to take away from that, but I think that people, and I say woman and man at the same time too. I come from a matriarchal society. Yes, I do. I was raised by a woman, and I truly appreciate it, and I truly appreciate y'all. I just want to listen to y'all answer, and I'll catch y'all the next time y'all up here. Y'all stay beautiful, goddesses. Y'all stay beautiful, but I'm gonna just wait for y'all answer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, anybody want to go with that one first?
Yeah, I was gonna say don't y'all don't jump in there. Truthfully though.
Yes. Well, definitely. I mean, even like, if you think about the Bible, and they say, Adam and Eve were the first people, but how could that be if then, their son left and went and found a wife? He left. Where'd he go then? Where the wife come from? Like, who are these people? So even the Bible kind of contradicts itself when it says that they were the first man and woman. So no, there's no no. Life was life, and it was everywhere, all over Earth.
Well, for me, I'm gonna take it a little bit out there because if we do look at science and we do look at DNA and we see different variations. And so I know there's a story of original woman Lucy, who was in Africa, but what about our star people? Why are we limiting ourselves to Earth?
Exactly.
So where have,
like when you said,
girl, you done set a mouthful. You better say that again. Rewind it one more time. Rewind.
Look, I'm too tired to fully articulate myself, but I'm just saying I cannot limit the development of life, and I ain't even gonna say human life, of higher sentience on this planet to this planet. So that's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was great.
I agree with that.
We are twins. Do you hear me? We twins.
Here we go. She always got to include herself because she a Taurus. Always got to be that.
No, because I don't limit the abilities of.
Exactly. But you did hear there's someone older than Lucy now, and she was from America.
Hello.
Can't remember her name. So they just keep going, and anyway.
Every time there becomes something that they can't cover up anymore, they have to include the next piece. So I mean, that'll continue as we're in this Aquarian age of all of the fallacies and the falsehood falling away anyway.
Exactly.
So,
but yes, ladies, it is getting late.
Yes. I can't believe it's been almost 3 hours. This has been such a treat.
Yes,
it really has been.
We have enjoyed y'all. I'm letting you know.
Thank you so much for having us.
Realness.
Thank you for having me.
This has been beautiful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
We love it. We love that y'all came on and visit us tonight with all this good information. I'm just feeling good about it. Y'all gotta come again.
Yes,
love
good about it.
Thank you.
I'm saying you're speaking the truth.
Well,
ain't some bust about it. This is what I like.
Yay. So definitely we'll keep everyone posted about Grandma's Secrets when it's going to be released. And like I said, I'm going to be opening up the YouTube channel soon. I opened up a Facebook page. This is for all the ladies who are part of the book. I opened up a Grandma's Secrets support group. So I want everyone to drop their links in there. Everyone who's a part of this, drop your links, drop what you're doing, your events, whatever's going on, because we got to support each other.
Mm-hmm.
That's all about networking. It's all about spreading the love, spreading the joy. So yes, get on there, put your information so we can find each other. We know who to call for what.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Ashe. Love
That's
it.
right. Y'all,
Thank you,
y'all are
lady. Thank you.
beautiful.
Ashe.
Thank you.
Unscramble
Thank
mind.
you all.
Unscramble mind. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Stephanie, for sure, I'm gonna get in contact with you,
Question.
Stephanie, because I do want to talk about on one of the shows coming up, education, like
Okay.
the state of education and the impact of it on our children. That's really important. So I'm gonna definitely
Yes,
contact you on that
please.
because I would love,
Yes,
yeah,
yes. Thank
yeah.
you.
Thank
And I
you.
got another sister for you too. If you don't already know her, I could.
Okay, we'll link up. No
Yeah.
problem. Yep.
See,
You're gonna hear from me.
network.
Look, right? That's what we gotta do.
That's what we gotta do. That's what it's all about.
That's right.
Well, thank you.
Bye, ladies.
Thank you. And thank you for the spirited chat.
You guys.
Sweetest of all.
Bye. Bye, y'all.
Wait a minute, wait.
Bye.
Bye.
Freedom, they gotta go.
Okay. I thought Brother Locke might have to do that. But okay, he can talk to us. He can talk to us, though.
No, they have to go, Mama.
I said, but he can talk to us.
Oh, us, yeah. Hi, La.
Hey.
Hi, Brother La.
Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
This was a deep show tonight. I was loving it. What you think, Dots?
What, can you tell? I had so many questions. Yes, of course. I just love, you know what? Shout out, no, for real though. I know we have usually we have a lot of men that come on, that's our guests or what have you, but shout out to the ladies in the chat, especially and of course our guests, because see, this is what happens when you have divine feminine energy link up, right? You see how it's balanced and it's like it flows like it should, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it was a nice little mix up to what we normally do, because we usually with the brothers come on, the men come on, they are guests, and we got to get in, but it's always good when the woman comes. Wait, that's right. That's right.
That's right. That's right.
What's
So
up,
how
Brother
you
La?
doing?
What's up?
Brother La, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
I had a question for one of the sisters before she had got off the panel, but
I'm
I
curious
don't want
because I can call her and ask and let her and give and make sure you get the answer. What was it?
I mean, for the most part, sister, you know exactly what question I was going to ask.
What was it concerning Islam?
Exactly.
But what about it in Islam? What about?
That being the case, with
Huh?
you being a sister, with that being the case, with you being a sister, being a part of the Ummah
Mhm.
and being a part of the Deen,
Yes.
in regards to tarot card reading,
Okay.
would you perceive that not being haram?
Well, let me see how I would look at that. The Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, I did not come to change your culture. I came to change your manner. So since I was a little girl, I've been very spiritual. Can I say that? That's why it was so easy for me to get into Islam. Okay. Um, I think that some people are born with certain gifts. So it's something that I've always been interested in, and it might seem to be haram. It depends on, okay, I'll give you for instance. You know how people say use your right hand when you greet someone, get off the bed with the right foot. You know, people have literally taken that literal when it just means a state of mind. Using your
No,
right hand means I'm just saying. People
no.
take things literal when it's uh symbolic, like meaning, like I look at things, it also says learn from the cradle to the grave. I'm always interested in different things. It may appear to be haram to a person that don't have knowledge of self. You know, I know you have knowledge of self, but I'm talking about the people that are so quote unquote extremists when it comes to Islam. They don't leave themselves no room open to think for themselves. In other words, I'm just the type of person is I'm okay with Islam. I don't have no problem with it. I don't. There's things I've learned about it, but I've also learned that these things were written hundreds of years after the situation. So I'm rather to believe them or not. You know what I'm saying? So um
But Sister
I don't
Freedom,
want nobody to make a choice for me, huh?
wouldn't it be haram to Sunni Muslims? And can you go into
That's what I'm trying to explain
would
to
it be
you.
haram in Sufism or to Sufi Muslims?
Well, I am of the Salafi. I had grew up under the Sunnah. So what I'm saying is maybe some people may think it was haram, but because there's no other partners with Allah. Okay, you
And
can't
with that,
but it. But
Sister Freedom,
yes.
I apologize. Go ahead, sister. I apologize for breaking your train of thought. Go ahead, sis.
But even in the Shahada, La ilaha illallah Muhammadin Abdullahu Rasuluhu, that to me is making partners
Muhammad
with
Rasulullah. Go ahead, sis.
Rasulullah. Okay, Rasulullah. All right. Okay, but um I even find that to be adding partners with Allah. So, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I have no problem with Islam. I don't. But I also am a person that thinks outside of the box. I don't want nobody controlling everything that I do. So, because I have knowledge of self, I make decisions on my own. It's not like I don't mean to partner with Allah because I trust in whatever I trust in doing the deen, but I also have knowledge of self, if that makes sense to you. Because like I said, I'm Earth, so it causes me to. eh, Aren't you a Virgo? You Virgo, so I know you don't, but I'm just saying you probably should understand what I'm saying because you are Earth. It causes you to be analytical mentally that you are interested in other things because I am. I mean, I can't even help it. It's not something that I can help because I'm passionate. I'm a writer. I just think in colors. I think in warmth. I think in passion. It's hard for me to be controlled like that. I have to. I'm too analytical. I'm too newsy, curious. That makes sense, brother Love.
I didn't want to interrupt you. That's why I was just being quiet, sis.
Well, that's why I'm asking you a question.
For myself, yes, I am a Virgo, and I am very inquisitive. And I understand in the sense of you just having an overtone of having heightened senses in certain aspects. I get that. I understand that. But in regards for you being a Sunni Muslim, as Losanea just said to you, and she just asked you,
And I,
following under following under the deen as being a Sunni Muslim, those attributes of following tarot cards and things of that nature would be perceived as being haram.
okay. I said to some folks it may be considered.
Now,
I know the thing, so I know for some people they might find it to be haram. It might be how you read it. Um, if it is, I can't do nothing about it because this is me.
I get that, sis. Now, for that being the case, and she wants to introduce herself or make the introduction and asking in regards to Sufism, Dosanea, you asked that question under the pretense for what?
It's two different
Well,
types.
because that they're still under Islam, they're still Muslims, but it wouldn't be considered haram. That portion of spirituality. that aspect coming in and using tarot cards to tap into that wouldn't be haram to Sufi Muslims.
But spirituality only exists under Sufism. It doesn't exist in regards for Sunnis as well as Shiites.
But you know what? That you said that, brother. I've always asked myself what type of Muslim actually was I, even though I may have thought I was under the Salafi and thought I was a Sunni Muslim. I've always questioned my own self because I've always been very, very, very interested in the 5% nation. I mean, to the point where I study, and I even study with the nation while I'm practicing Sunni Islam. So that's the reason why I'm saying I must be a different type of, maybe I'm more Sufist. I'm
Have
not
y'all
saying
ever read Rumi?
I've ever denounced Islam, but I might be more of the Sufi, more of something else than the under the Salafi. I might be different.
So why take your shahada under the pretense of saying,
Well, it wasn't a pretense. I was very serious
and you
about
was very aware of what you said when you took a shahada, correct?
exactly.
Did anybody force you?
No, I did it because I liked a lot of the things that it stand for, and also I wanted the sisterhood. You know what I mean? And I just liked it. It was comfortable, it was quiet, it was respectable in my relationship. Um, but at the same time, I have to be true to myself. Um, I I did it, and by me being Muslim, I put away a lot. I gave up my singing career. I gave up a lot for Islam. And sometimes I look back at it, knowing what I know now, I don't think I would have done it. If I'd have known what I know now, I wouldn't have done it.
Can I say something to you about that? And this isn't about you, brother Law. This is something separate. But this is it brings up this TikToker that I want to bring on the show to talk about this because a lot of people have, not a lot of people, but powerful people have strong sacral energy. That's your root energy. That root energy is usually the basis for sexual energy or what people perceive as lower vibrational because it's your lower chakra. But it's really one of the strongest chakras and one of the most powerful chakras. But when you see people mishandle that chakra, especially women, they usually retreat to religion after that, or if something happens to them where they're taken advantage of in life or anything, they usually try to hide that energy through religion. And what they go from really outward people to, I really just need this quiet time, I really need long dresses, I really need to cover my face, whatever, just to um, kind of retreat from the bad things. But I really want her to come on and talk because I think sometimes when those are mishandled, we lose how we're supposed to actually harness that energy. And it's not necessarily that we need to retreat to these religions, but we need to learn how to harness that energy correctly because we're very powerful people and we've just been taken advantage of. A lot of women talk about this when they've been molested, and their first reaction is to blame themselves and to cover up and to say, oh, if I wasn't wearing what I wore, if I wasn't doing the things I was doing, that wouldn't have happened to me. But it's not that, it's just about how you harness that energy. So I see a lot of us run to Hebrew Israelite and Muslims especially after those mishaps in life. And really it's just understanding our sacral root chakra.
What do you say to that, Brother La?
Okay, respectfully. Me having a dialogue with you, Sister Freedom, is, and I perceive you as being part of the Ummah. With that being the case, and I'm listening to Dulcinea speak, also understanding that she's a Kapha, I asked you for a reason.
Mhm.
In her speaking in regards for a sister and wearing her hijab,
I love my gold garments. I just
right,
haven't worn them.
that being and then that being the case,
Mhm.
I just wanted to ask you what I asked you. She started reiterating in regards for her wearing her hijab, the kiman, and she was saying something in regards for it being sacred in the sense of hiding and things of that nature. I'm trying to understand where she's drawing that narrative from.
Well, keep in mind that when you say, "Oh, it is very sacred," but to whom and for
Exactly.
what reason?
Exactly.
You see what I'm
Exactly.
saying? Because I've always felt like the covering, because you can be very modest. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think it's nowhere to saying you have to wear that. You see what I'm saying? Just be modest in your dressing. But most of the time, I feel like the covering is to protect yourself. It made sense to me because if you're in a marriage or you're in a relationship with a man, everything that is being seen with your body should be for him. I never and because everything you do is for the sake of a law. You wearing the overgarment to please your man for the sake of a law. You see what I'm saying? Because you're covered. Um, so you're covering yourself to protect your garment, to protect the gaze of another man. Now,
Which an undergarment can do. An
no,
overgarment can't do it. A woman can walk
women,
around fully
women,
covered head to toe, a hijab on and the whole nine. That's not going to stop a man's gaze. You know. I just
no,
want to
it's a
put
different
that
type
out
of
there.
gaze. Now his mind is wondering what's going on under there. Maybe if it got a sick person that can't respect the fact that this woman is trying to be righteous, then to me he's a sick person. But that's not to say that what you just said wasn't true,
Right.
because you know
And I want to make it
No,
clear,
Doc. No, Doc
I
is 100%
wasn't
right.
labeling it just as the
You are
hijab
100%
or
right, Doc.
people
Right.
what
You
they
understand?
wear. I was saying it based on, let's say this woman was a public speaker. She was changing women's lives. Then something happens to her. Then she retreats and she says, "Oh, women aren't supposed to speak." Let me sit back here. There's a lot of that happens. And I'm not saying the religion is a problem. I'm just saying a lot of people run to these religions when something happens to them
Oh
because
my
they're
God.
powerful. And it's a thing about learning to balance, to understand your power is important, to understand you're not supposed to retreat from being in the forefront. You're not supposed to retreat from your big energy. But it has nothing to do with their jobs. Whether I don't think it's bad for the women that wear her jobs, who want to wear her jobs, and that have, you know, their meaning of why they do it. I don't think it should be done like Dots is saying, to be like, oh, you're covering up for a man not to want you like that, because that's not true. That's not going to protect you. But I don't see anything wrong as far as either or of someone being like, this is who I am. I was just saying a lot of women retreat from their sacral energy through these religions.
That's true. Sometimes they need it though. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes
Right.
religion is needed, depending on what the circumstances is. But you know what? That's because you're not in tune with yourself. You need something else to protect you because you're not mentally able to protect yourself. But when you have knowledge of self and you know you're one with this universe, you really don't need religion. And that's a fact. Now, because I've lived it, that's how I know it's a fact.
Preach.
You have to have knowledge of self. You don't have knowledge of self, you can't control yourself. Something else is controlling you. It be Islam, Christianity, being Israelite, what Buddhism, anything. A lot of things are religion that people don't even realize that's religion. But we are our own worst enemies to even ourselves, because we allow other things to control us when we have the knowledge of being able to control ourselves. Everything that happened to us most of the time is our own faults, because of the decisions that you make in life controls your destiny. You are
Freedom, you
God.
made a good point. You made a good point about, when you were saying about the knowledge of self, and so you're doing better. It begs the question of, do does a human being need scripture or a book or a holy text or whatever you want to call it to know not to harm another person, to
Right.
know to not steal, to know to not doing basic things that you would think humanity is based off of, like, I don't know, Brother Lau, what do you think?
Well, I mean, it's a fact what you just said. It's what I
Like,
said.
do a person need a book, right? Or does a person need religion or whatever? Specifically a book, let's just say, right? We always go back to the holy text. To know how to live righteously, or to know how to live in peace and harmony.
And keep in mind this too, Brother La, you are the religions. You allowing it to, you are it, really. You are the religions. Everything that happens in life is experience. It just is. I mean, when you close your eyes and you really think about what God, Allah, Yahweh, Yahshua, whatever it is, when you really close your eyes and start thinking about what it is, what is it? This really think about what it is. And why does it have to control you? You already know right from wrong. And it actually is telling you that you are it.
I think you answered that great piece, Black New York, when you were saying that it's for the people that are in that stage of life. So yeah, some people need a book. And that's okay because they're in that stage that needs a book. But some people outgrow that stage because they're past that stage that doesn't need a book. Some people need to tune into the universe and they need to retreat and be like, hey, this all this that's around me, I just need to go and be next to an ocean, or I need to just sit next to some trees and just tap in. It just depends on what you need to tap in.
Or just look at yourself in the mirror and just say, everything is going to be all right. And just think and make the right decisions. You can love without being Muslim. You can make correct decisions without being Muslim. I mean, seriously, I'm not telling you not to be Muslim because that would be wrong. I'm saying, but you can be a good person without being religious.
Astaghfirullah.
And I'm not being disrespectful. Believe me, I'm not. I told you, I have no problem with Islam. None at all. But when I am saying a lot of people do need God, there would have been a time in my life that I needed it. I'm not going to say what was in the back of my mind because I liked it. But then when I started thinking, like, I was always a good person anyway. I know how to love without being religious. And when you say astaghfirullah, it it's like saying that I'm wrong, and I'm not. So you saying that you seeking refuge, but you go ahead. I'm just saying, Brother Lai, you know I'm telling the truth. Even though we may like Islam, we don't need.
No, you're saying like.
Even though we
So
may love Islam, I'll change it. Love is
that's why I didn't want to break your train of thought or interrupt you.
love Islam. Doesn't mean we need it. I might love a
What
man,
you
but I
just
don't
said
need.
doesn't make sense, sis. You may
Oh,
like something, but you don't love it.
I changed it to love. Like and love are two separate things. Because I can love you and not like you. I can love you because you're my sister, but I don't like you. But I love you because you're my sister.
But as being a sister, being a part of the Ummah, that being the case, your love should never be towards the dunya, a man, another woman, a family member, items, nothing.
Are you serious right now? So you telling me to love an entity that I can't see or touch over top of what I can see and touch and what I deal with every day? That don't even make sense.
I
And
think
this,
the Bible got it right with that one, because you're not taking your love away from Allah when you love different aspects, like when you love your children, when you love your husband, your wife, when you love nature. You're actually showing you love Allah. If you're saying Allah is the creator of everything, which to me Allah is the everything,
Okay.
because it's the all. And I think I forgot who said it, but she was spot on when she says we're we're manifestations of Allah, and we have to get to know ourselves, because that's how our source gets to know itself through all everything. So we're supposed to tap into who we really are, because that's tapping into the source. But I think when you're seeing it as something that's separate, to me that's very Eurocentric to try to separate it. There's no way of separating the whole.
Fact.
A part of it from, you can't love a leaf and say, but I don't love the tree. Loving the leaf is loving the tree. Loving the root is loving the tree. Loving the branch is loving the tree. You can't separate any part of it from it, of the
And
whole.
sorry, sorry. And
No, 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 go.
do you not know that the universe is alive? Because you breathing in it, correct? You wake up, you go to sleep, it's alive. You're part of the all, and the all is a part of you. Everything that's in existence is the reason why you are you. You are the essence and the atoms of life, the particles of creation that keeps continually creating constantly. We do a lot of wasting our time with bull crap
stuff from
instead of just dealing with things the way it is. Just instead of just dealing with it, we waste our time and stress over stuff that that's just worthless to us. It ain't gonna change nothing. But what's gonna change something is me saying to you, I love you, brother Law. Doesn't matter whether you are Muslim or whatever. I love you, brother Law. And if you need me and if I can help you, I'm gonna be here for you. And how we going to make things change for us as a people to do better towards each other. We so separated because of I don't know what happened to how it came that you were on here twice. Something ain't right. Brother La
Yeah,
talk.
I think it's something, it's his system.
Okay, there. It went on.
That's Sakina. Hey, Sakina.
Wait,
Hey
brother law,
y'all.
unmute yourself. Peace, Sakina. That might be him. That the other one might be him, because this one might not be working. But,
Is that you, Brother La? No, that's
no,
saying remove. I don't know.
no,
okay.
sis, no.
Okay. Okay. So I hope you understand what I'm saying, brother. That's why I had to step back for a minute. I was so in that I couldn't be myself. It was controlling me. Everything about it was controlling me. Not that I didn't appreciate it, and not that I don't still appreciate it, but everything about me was being controlled, and it wasn't good for me. I couldn't even breathe. If I
and,
wore my niqab and my sinuses start because my niqab was, it just everything was controlling me to the point where I
and
was
that
breathing and
and
not being able to breathe.
and that's why, for the most part, sis, I'm going to be somewhat reserved and be still, because at the end of the day, whatever you manifest out your mouth or in your actions on a day-to-day basis, you are accountable on the day of Yom Kippur.
Everybody is. I'm
Okay,
accountable.
brother-in-law, I have a question too.
I'm accountable every day from the decisions that I make daily as I walk, breathe, talk, and my actions every single day. Not on the day of Yom Kippur, on the day of today. If I make a decision to do something incorrect and the circumstances lead me in jail, lead me dead, lead me good things that happen every single day, I'm accountable for my actions. I
No,
don't have to wait for someone else. See, that's what I'm saying about the control mentally.
no, you're 100% right, sis.
I hope you understand what
Sakina,
I'm saying
Assalamu
without.
alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa
To
barakatuh,
me,
sis.
to me, this is Islam for me.
Walaikum salam. Salam.
This is Islam. Freedom is Islam. Is peace. It's being who I can be and be the best that I can be. Treat others the way I expect to be treated. I mean that to me, I treat people with common courtesy. I don't mind telling somebody I love them. I don't mind being there if somebody called me and I can help them with something. I don't mind trying to put everybody together as one. These sisters know me. I'm a very good forgiver. So to me, I can call on the entity and it don't help me. But I can call on my brother and my brother can help me.
MashaAllah.
Say that.
I don't know how to explain it without
MashaAllah.
Well, I was gonna ask because I know you bring up the Ummah when it comes to and Ummah's family, and you bring up the Ummah when it comes to Muslim. And I don't know if you're just talking about Sunni Muslims and not talking about all the Muslims, but when you talk about the Ummah, wasn't there a Ummah in between as far as even the Kafir, Abrahamic people, non-believers of the side, where there was a Medina constitution of how you should deal with even the non-believers as family?
The reason why I say Oompa is because, once again, and I reiterate, I'm speaking to Sister Freedom as being a part of the Ummah, because her being a part as being a Muslim.
But I'm gonna ask you something. Do you feel any different about me?
Hold on, Sister Freedom. That being the case, Dulcinea, at one time you told me you was a Moor, then you wasn't a Moor, and then you was an Aboriginal.
She never said that.
No, I never said that, but go
I,
on.
I, to be honest with you, sis, I don't know what school authority you're deriving from,
What the
what
hell?
school of thought you following. I'm just speaking from one Muslim speaking to another Muslim. That's all.
I'm gonna be
Right,
honest about
right.
something because Mika said something. I had a problem with that too, and even still working on it because I am a Taurus. I'm gonna keep it 100. But what I am going to say is, I'd rather be who I am right now. It's not even worth it. I don't even have to deal with people. I'm the same way. I'm very revengeful. But at my age, I gotta work with. I just don't deal with the people. I'd rather just not deal with a person because it was way because harboring things weighs me down. I'm always gonna feel like I want to get you. And it's lucky. I'm being very honest. I'm a very revengeful person, and I always feel like I want to. I'm a. It'll consume me. So you know what I'd rather do? Put you in the higher powers' hands. The universe got you. Karma is real. So I only have to deal with you. That's just how I feel. But I'd rather be who I am.
And
I
let me
said no
say
part.
this
Yeah.
really quickly too. And I think it's because a lot of people have to get to an older age as far as to start investigation, because a lot of people's families are very into one thing. Like they grew up in a Christian household or they grew up in a Muslim household, and it was like that and nothing else, and everything else, whether it's like seeing kafir or the devil's in you or whatever. But my master teacher, his name was James Wheeler, R.I.P. Daddy. And when I was 13 and I was doing sermons in church, after that he told me how proud he was of me, and he gave me this huge Bible that had all the versions in it, even the Hebrew. And he was like, I want you to learn all of this. But then next, I want you to learn the Quran. And then after that, I want you to learn Hinduism. And after that, I want you to learn the next religion. And he said it's important that you learn everything that there is out there so you can truly know the truth. So I think for me, that's where there may be a lack of understanding of how I am, because of the fact I had that from a very young age of being like, truth isn't in one book, truth isn't in one aspect, it isn't in one ideology, and you need to go seek truth in every aspect of life. And I'm grateful that to this day, I don't really know what my dad's ideology is. I can say like there's a part of him where he was following some Muslim deans, but and he was so solid and all this. I do not know what his ideology was, but he didn't want me to know because he wanted me to find out what my ideology was, and
You're
he didn't
saying
teach me anything that he knew. He just
you're,
was like, go out and find it. Go research it for yourself, and you'll find it just like I did. So,
you're saying that I need to seek for something else?
no, 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 no. I was saying
Okay.
that's where how my father led me, and
Okay.
that's what makes me who I am today.
Okay.
Sakina Muslima.
Peace, Sakina.
Hey everybody. Yeah,
Sweetheart.
so this is my topic, so I can relate to a lot that's being talked about. And I agree a lot with you, Sister Freedom. I lost myself in Islam. I did because I was so caught up in what was going on there. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it's I can't say it's a bad thing, but it wasn't good for me because I lost focus of trying
You there? Oh.
Yeah, we can.
the law that I lost focus of. You want a nice house, you want to have children and have things and establish and build. And I wasn't doing it. I was just studying sisterhood, married, and
Mm.
I lost myself. So
I'm telling you, that's what happened to me. I mean, my whole I had a record out. I done sang with Pay LaBelle, Gene Carr, Phyllis Hyman. I, I done did so much. You know what I'm saying? It's like I just gave up everything, listening to the imam's wife, listening to the imam. Everybody tell me that, all the African things that I have now, all the art that I have now, all the everything that you see in my home, things I like to do, things I had to give it all up, everything. And it was tearing me up to go over my sister's house, and she got all my big stuff over there. It was tearing me up. Then my grandfather got some things when he passed from his home, and I literally sold them. I mean, it was just tearing me up. I couldn't be myself. I could not. I love um art. I love things, and I just couldn't be myself. Every time I was with my girls, my daughters, and all, yeah, I'm wrapped up. They're not wrapped up. My son's Muslim from birth. He was born Muslim. He's still Muslim to this day. He argues with me every single day. What you got on? Where you going by that? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I'm trying to be me.
Alhamdulillah.
Stop,
And the
brother.
funny thing is, I'm struggling the opposite way now. I have a lot of friends that's coming to Islam, and like one
Right.
of my close girlfriends, she's married and her husband Muslim, and I feel like, dang man, I wish me and my we can all do things together. But I know how Muslims are,
Yeah.
and I don't shade them. I know they want to hang with but
Yeah.
I can't do it. I miss it. I miss
Me
Islam.
too,
I do.
girl. I won't even give up any of my
That was
overgarments.
my question to you, Sakina. Why did you leave? Why did you step away from it? Why did you leave?
I stepped away from Islam because I got too I'm very studious just as a person. So I was studying hard and I was real engulfed in it. And the more studying you do, the more questions come.
I mean,
And prior to studying Islam, my husband at that time was into like debating, and he would debate the Christians and debate the Jews.
I did
And the more and more I studied, I started to realize the same things that we are condemning them for. If I actually look at my own belief, I can find it there. So I started to question things, and then one thing led to another, and I ended up here.
facts. I'm just saying you can come over
That's
my house, have a freaking whole library. I am when I say I'm Muslimed out, I am Muslimed out. I got Qurans, I got prayer rugs all over, big Islamic pictures. I got a whole library. My whole shed is a complete library of any Islamic book you want to look for. I'm
I believe it. I used to teach Quran at the masjid. I used to teach.
and I
Yeah.
believe
So
you. I believe you. And my overgarments, I had to buy a whole shed to put my overgarments in. That's how many I got. Even in my house behind my doors. I'm sitting right here in my office on my back, in my back. If I go in the other room, the next room, overgarments is all on the back of my doors, in my closet. I'm just telling you. It's you become consumed. You don't belong, you're not yourself no more. And that's no disrespect because I really love Islam, but I had to love me. I can't depend on something on a might. I gotta depend on a for sure. And I am a for sure me. I don't want to limit myself to how I take care of my children. I don't want to limit myself on how I don't want to limit myself to things no more. Now I still have a lot of
And a
my ways.
label will do that when you have, a label. Sorry, y'all. And a label will do that, right? Like when we were talking about with the ladies earlier, like if you hear the word witch, or if you hear, like how we're talking about being Muslim or being a Christian, right? All these names, they carry something, they have something with them. So when you talk about like the more that you started to know, Sakina, and the more that you started to read, you had more questions, right? It's like you leave that comfort zone and you're walking into a contact zone, right? And you're just like unpacking. And that is like the biggest gift we can give ourselves while being alive, right? Is that awareness, is that self-check. And when things don't feel right, and when things aren't right, and when those questions aren't being answered, or you see people while they may be in their garb and they can say all the prayers, all the hadiths, all the what have you, all the greetings, right? But then when you go behind closed door, if you're a fly on the wall, you will be disgusted by how they treat their wives. You will be disgusted by how they are with their children, right? You would be disgusted by the stories that a lot of the women start to say. And I think that how they say history repeats itself, and how we're going back to more of how our big mamas, so to speak, used to do it. That's just a natural occurrence of life. That's a 360, right? Everything's like we say, like it's a pendulum, but it's not a pendulum, it's a circle. And whether or not we agree, disagree, because we're energy, we got to flow with it. Right? And I think for an individual, whenever you're at the end of your journey, right? Whenever your time is up, for me, I always say, if nothing else, I want to make sure that my time on earth was well spent There
Right.
are people that I wanted it to be well spent with, whether that's 5 minutes, 5 years, 50 years, 15 years was a time well spent, right? And whatever my purpose is, whatever it is that's guiding me, did I do a good job with that? Am I at the completion of that? That's really the focus.
That is facts. That is facts. I don't got time. It's a waste of my time to have so much hate in me. When I hear people going like, "You're not this," you, all the debating arguments, you know.
Can
Sometimes I
I
say,
ask what? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Free. I'm sorry.
no, I was just saying. Sometimes I just say it's wasting time, but we could be trying to figure out how we're gonna pull together, not arguing. You this, you that, you this, you that. I just find we have to find a way to come together. And these things separate us, not allowing me to be who I am and not loving me because I made a decision. It makes division. And if you can't see that, you blind. That's why I'm asking you, Brother La, because I said what I said. Do you think of me any different? I just want to know. I don't think of you any different. I'm telling you that now. I respect you. But do you think of me any different?
No, sis.
I appreciate that. I
That's
appreciate
fun. That's fun.
I really
That's fun.
do because I really do care for you, brother Lon. I know you know that. Even the energy through the what's the name? Sakina knows I care about her. We've never even met. I don't want nobody to think no different about me because of the decision that I make, but I'm still treating them with utmost respect. I want to treat you with respect. I have no reason not to want to.
First and foremost, sis, it's there is no I'm not drawing a paradigm because of us being Muslim.
Okay.
As me being, in a sense, a person that's going to be judgmental, judging you. And if I came across that way in any capacity towards you or Sakina, or in any capacity, form, or fashion, I'm genuinely apologetic to both of you sisters.
I don't think that you did. I'm definitely not. I
My
definitely
premise that I'm standing on is this: in regards for me having conversations with you
Mhm,
or Sakina or
mhm,
Sakina Ra or other sister that's on here or any other person that's speaking in regards for Islam,
mhm,
in regards also like Dosanea.
mhm.
The problem that I have is with me and Dosanea is when her speaking on regards with Islam, as her standing on the premise of as being a kafir. That's when it
She's not
rubs me the
though.
wrong way.
She's not though. That's what you don't know. She's not
A what? Say that again. Please.
kufar. I'm trying to say what she can understand.
A what?
A kafir, a
A
non-believer,
disbeliever.
non-believer,
Oh,
believer. But if she told you that at one time in her life she was studying under the Moorish, that which is another form of Islam, might not be the kind that you would accept, but it's another form of it. They believe in the law. Just like the nation actually takes their shahada. We can't speak for what's in a person's heart. That's the reason why I say to people all the time. Because see, I came up underneath the teaching of the Moorish science as well. So, but what I'm saying is we don't have the right. The non-believer of what? She never said she didn't believe in Allah. She said that she sees Allah as the all. So see, it's just the wording. We don't know what's in a person's heart. If respect is in her heart, I don't see the problem because she's not praying five
No,
times. What about if she prays 50 times a day? If every time she says something, she says a prayer. Oh my
and
God.
that's exactly what I was alluding to. And that's exactly where I was going to go towards it.
They may be doers, but
The
she's still
premise that I was going towards, and I'm glad you mentioned it, was Salah.
doesn't make you better than or not you per se.
No, but
I'm
it
talking about in general. I'm not
no, it doesn't make you better. It does, but it's a key component
mm,
as being a Muslim.
Right, but that's just one of
Yeah, we
the
did Salat.
orders of
Moors do
being
Salat. If you're
being
in
in her
Moorish
being
Science
that's
Temple
what
and
I'm
any
saying.
major one, you're gonna do Salat. We did
Yeah,
Salat.
you don't want it to sound culty. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that to say is the 5 prayers goes for that particular religion, and that's kind of what you got to be careful to me because it could almost sound culty. I mean,
Okay.
I'm
Would
all
that
day
would
long for.
Sister Freedom, would that be in the case, Sister Freedom?
I said it
Would
could
they?
sound that way. I didn't say it was that way. Please hear me. I didn't say
Okay.
it was. I said, but the thing is, we just have to be careful with our way of with our way of treating others. I don't care if a person is Muslim. I'm gonna treat them with respect. I don't care. You know, a lot of my friends say, I didn't even know who you was. I mean, I literally people said it to me, I didn't even know who you was because you always gone. I didn't know who you was.
Did
And I
you know that in South Africa, is how y'all saying it is what I'm hearing? That Kafir, Kafir, is in South Africa is what the boys would call the in
not,
a native or the black South Africans. And that means nigger.
but
Right.
that's not
Yeah.
So
spell it.
I find that interesting.
It's KU.
That right that in Islam, Kafir is used to say a
Right.
non-believer, and but Kafir is also used to reference a black person as a nigger. Interesting.
Calf. It's two different words though.
Yeah, that's why I said if it sounds similar.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
It
and it's
does.
spelled Kafir. I don't know
And
how.
KAFUR.
Yeah, well, same
Am I
same
right?
the same word. It's just same word.
Yeah, they relate to each other though. They
Same
came out
word.
of each
And it
other.
means nigga. Okay, just saying. Just want to throw that out there.
And let's not act like you
You know,
you
Stop.
I gotta get my jab. You know, lie. You know,
you
God's
got the
coming.
same
Stop.
friends,
Stop.
brother.
It's
Love.
some,
I love you,
You know
lie.
that
Stop. This
I
is,
love
that's
they
just a short abbreviation for this. When you say kappa. In Arabic, the full pronunciation for it would be kafirun.
you. Capital.
Mhm.
Okay, a person that's a non-believer.
Yes, that's the difference in it.
Right.
But brother, I always
But
question.
that's a slip jab though. But I dipped that though.
You like that, right? You like that. You like that. Uh-huh.
But brother, can I ask you a question? Me and you got the same friends, so we talk to the same people, so we know things about the Sunnah that maybe the other Muslims would not like very much. Am I correct to say that?
Uh,
Yes.
I,
Come on now.
I,
Because I mean, I could easily say to you, brother Love, we
yeah.
have been downplayed about Dr. York, Dr. Polite. We've been downplayed about a lot of stuff, but yet the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam himself married a 6-year-old. And I didn't want to go into this, I'm just saying, and consummated it according to what we read at 9, even from her own book. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of stuff that pushed me back. And then please keep in mind that we have the same friends. So you know that I know a lot of things that's in those hadiths and in the Quran that would turn anybody off. So that's why I'm saying I had no other choice but to be who studying too much makes you be like, oh shoot, I didn't even know that was what. See, that's what I'm trying to say. It's a crazy situation. But what I did get from him, did what I did learn from Islam. I'm just gonna take that with me. The good parts that I like about it. The other stuff, that's between. I just feel like people take things and they use it for their own ignorance. It didn't have to be that way. That's why I said I gave the example of the right hand and the right foot. That's just a state of mind that somebody actually met. People actually don't won't even touch your hand. I'm like, well, why would nature make one hand better than the other? That only makes sense. So it's just a symbolic way of thinking with the right mind. But people take religion and make it literal, and I can't deal with that. Eve ain't
Right.
walked up the
Uh,
daggone tree.
you're right, sis. That's just like I mean, I have a lot of brothers as well as sisters that I speak to on a daily basis. When they walk in the rooms, they always want to step into a room with their right foot,
Oh,
or
thick.
leave out with their right foot, or
Mhm.
shake their hands with the right hand, or things of that nature before they leave out of a room or they leave out of a store. They always say
Oh,
Bismillah,
thickness.
things of that nature. I get that. I understand that.
I'm just saying, I learned what I learned from it. I'm taking what I took from it, and I'm keeping it. I haven't denounced it, but I'm keeping what I hold sacred with it. I have no problem. It could be tomorrow, and I can go back wearing my garb and everything. That's how close it is to me.
Allahu Akbar.
But I'm just saying, I don't want it to consume me like it did before. Because look,
Allah,
all the years that went by, 27, 28 years went by.
Allahu Akbar.
That's a big, long time for somebody's life.
Can I ask you a question, Brother La? Because this was something that used to bother me. You know, shirk is a big okay. Shirk is a big thing in Islam. And you know, we don't deal with
My phone keep
Oh,
messing up.
something happened. You're muted. Unmute yourself, Sakina.
oh, I'm sorry. So you know, with dealing with
And
shirk,
what is shirk?
we
Can you
don't
say?
deal
Can
with
you explain those words, Akina? I'm sorry to say, shirk is for those who don't know.
associating partners with
Mhm,
Allah.
mhm.
We don't associate partners, and it's different levels of shirk. You got shirk, great shirk, and that would be associating partners, like giving partners. And then you can have a minor shirk, which can be just envy in your heart towards somebody, can be a form of shirk. But my point to Brother La is there's a lot of superstition within Islam, but we don't characterize it as that.
Mm-mm.
When we pray and we sit down into Shahud and we thicker, no, I'm not going to say that part, but when we thicker and they say things like if we say subhanallah 30 times, then these sins will be forgiven. And when we go on Hajj, if you throw the rocks at this stone, you're throwing them at the devil and you're casting away. You know, that's not literal. So to me, that's like superstition a little bit,
A whole
in
bunch
my
of
opinion.
It
superstition.
is.
The other stuff that's
It
superstition
is.
too.
I concur with you 110% with that, sis.
Indian,
It
she's
is.
asking, how do you spell shirk?
Shrik.
Okay, you said
Shirk.
no.
Okay, Shirk. Sorry.
Sorry, La. Go ahead. You were saying.
Chiku.
No. Sakina asked me a question, and I concur with you, sis.
It's
I
true.
concur
But
with you.
how do you rectify that though, like within yourself for your faith though? Because this is something that's a part of the pillars of Islam, like our tradition, well, the tradition of how you make Hajj with all the rituals and things of that nature.
Now, my rebuttal to that would be in what hadith?
But even if I'm gonna be honest with you, even if I can't narrow down a hadith and give you a hadith, if you go over to Mecca and you go visit the Kaaba
Oh, brother.
and you don't perform the ceremonies, then you haven't completed Hajj. Hajj is a specific way and things that you have to dress, do. You have to walk um counterclockwise, and there's certain things you have to do. So if you don't follow those things, then you're not completing the Hajj. And then again, your sins won't be forgiven.
See?
Once again, sis, that being the case, where in the hadith does it speak in regards for you making Hajj? And in those steps in making Hajj, does it speak about that in the Quran?
It might not speak on it like that in the Quran, but it's probably
That's
like
all I care about, sis.
But you
um
can't be you can't practice Islam as a Qur'aniyun, because if you're a Qur'aniyun, which for that Qur'aniyun is a person who only takes from the Quran and don't
mhm.
take from the Hadith. But the Quran does not. The Quran tells you to pray, but it don't tell you how to pray.
Yeah, I just want to know why he stopped taking from the hadiths, and then
Oh
you
wait,
gonna say,
hold up. Sakina, I'm sorry, Freedom. I apologize.
no.
I'm so sorry. Sakina, you just said something. Hold on. Okay. Light bulb just went off. You just said it tells you to pray, but it doesn't tell you how to pray.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So they get where did they get, okay, you have to, I'm not Muslim, y'all, so help me out with the language, right? So
Yeah.
where did they get, when you're supposed to bow down and explain that all that to me? Where did they get that?
That comes from the hadith. See, the hadith is just the word. Hadith means story or narration in Arabic. So the hadith is a collection. It's a collection of books that the companions
Mm-hmm.
around the prophet collected of his sayings and the things that they seen him do. So that's why you'll find most hadith starts with the language of I saw the prophet or I seen the prophet do this. So they describe it, and that's what we would follow. Yeah.
But from my understanding, we're not even reading the original Quran. We're reading hospice or I don't know, some Quran that was put together later on, years later, hundreds of years. It's not even the original or correct. How do you know if it's the correct one? It's so much I've learned from it, from different things that I know, brother. I'm asking you, why are you just a Qur'ani now? Because of the friends that me and you both have, we done learned so much weird craziness. I can ask the Muslims, Sakina, how did the Prophet die? They've been Muslim for 15 years and they don't know. That is just weird to me.
Most people that you would have a conversation with, sis,
Mm-hmm.
will tell you in regards for Islam, they know their premise of their lives, whether they be 40 years, 20 years, 80 years, on definitively defining themselves as being Muslims after them taking their Shahada and beyond that point thereafter. But Islam did exist before the Prophet Muhammad.
It what? Say it again on that last part.
Islam did exist before the Prophet Muhammad.
And what?
Definitively, it wasn't defined as Islam. It was defined under the umbrella of Fitra.
Okay. And what I was saying was, as far as Islam is concerned, they saying they Muslims from Islam. And I'm saying, because the Prophet, we know for a fact, me and you both know he used to worship the three goddesses, Elohim,
Yes.
El Manar, and was even in while he was the so-called prophet, he was still worshiping them. He was worshiping them. So, there's a lot of things that me and you both know about Islam that a lot of people don't know. And we know why we know it. But what I'm saying is a lot of people that have been Muslim for many years and will argue me down. And I ask them, and I tell them how you tell me, sis, and then I'll tell them, and they'll say, that's not true. And I'll be like, what are you talking about? How you gonna say it's not true?
But
Right.
you
You
but
know
you
what I'm saying? That
also
don't even make no sense.
Sakina, as well as Sister Freedom, but you also have to take into consideration that there are other books other than the Quran
Of
that have
course.
never been translated in the Yusuf Ali version. None of these other books have been translated any other way other than the way they're presented.
But when
Prime
you got
example,
somebody that can
the Book of
fluently speak
Destiny.
Arabic and they telling you what it says, then you saying to yourself, I don't want to deal with this. Because they done told you what the man was, excuse me, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was doing. It wasn't right. It wasn't right. Come on, if we want to go. But then I said to myself, I'm gonna leave that alone because the books was written hundreds of years after his death. So how do I know whether it's true or not? I'm just gonna leave it alone. Man wrote it, man wrote it. I mean, we're talking hundreds of years later. So I don't want to put bad mouth on a person because of somebody else's books that they done wrote. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just as bad as when we read in the Bible and we find out all this weird and crazy stuff that even on Sinetta's channel tonight, this man got up there and was saying all the devilish and mean things that so-called God of that Bible did. You're going to find the same thing in Islam, in the hadiths and stuff about the Prophet Muhammad.
I have a question. I have lots of questions. I'm so happy that this kind of turned into an Islam or Muslim panel in a way, right? Because I have a lot of questions.
He didn't even like black people.
Brother Lai, you said that before there was Islam, there was Fitra.
It's different.
Fitra.
Fitra. What is that?
Another way.
Fitra is perceived as, in layman terms, Fitra would be the Prophet Adam, Esau, Muhammad,
No problem.
all the prophets before the Prophet Muhammad.
Adam.
Would be like,
Well, I have a different definition of fitra. For
that?
my understanding, fitra is your natural state.
It is.
So that's why when he made the statement about before Prophet Muhammad, Islam existed due to fitra, I took it as he was trying to say that they submitted to Allah unknowingly by nature. Is that what you're saying? Because that's what fitra would be. Like if fitra would be the natural shyness that you would get from your nakedness. That's your fitra.
No, sis, if that's the way you interpret it, and if I presented it that way towards you, I apologize, sis. Wallahi, I would never say that.
He's so kind.
Wait, you would never say what? Because you said something different than she said. You said, Adam.
What I'm saying to the sister is this: I would never present nothing in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, whether it be the Prophet Muhammad or anything else. Nothing comes before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Nothing.
But you know what you're saying? Nothing comes before yourself. I mean, you can't. I mean, that's what you're saying.
I am a slave.
Huh?
I perceive myself for what I am, a slave.
Oh, wow.
A slave?
But you're a slave to yourself, too. You do know that, too.
He's saying a slave to Allah. Slave to Allah. Abdullah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know why he's saying that. Because why would you have to be a slave to a higher power? It just don't make no sense. I mean, if you feel as though that a book is telling you what the law wants you to do, just do it. I don't see that being no slave because we know what slaves went through. So I don't know about using the word slave. I don't know about that. Just say you want to be a good person, so you're a slave to yourself. This is helping you do better in life. So you need a helping hand to help you do the right thing. So you're a slave to yourself. Because the book and the religion is a helping hand for you to do the right things. So you're a slave to yourself.
Hey, Anton.
I don't know if you could do it naturally, and you don't need a book and stuff to be a good person. You know when you're being deceitful. You know when you're lying. You know if you stole something. You know if you hurt somebody. You know if you're being good. You know if whatever you do, you are aware of it. So your actions and your experiences means you're a slave to yourself. You need help in you doing right. I mean,
that was deep lie. When you said slave. Because you know why? I'm trying to understand because, like, you know, in my mind, right? Okay, so to be a slave, you need a master, right? And I always wonder if, like, so who's the master and how do you know who you're serving?
The book. That's why the book calls us the people of the book.
You know, like, how do you know who you're serving? What are you serving? How do you know who you're serving? You know? And if you're not supposed to worship false, right? Like, you shouldn't. I'll leave it at that. Go ahead, Anton.
And
I'm sorry.
it's
Or
like
Freedom.
all of
Whoever.
everybody is the people of the book. It's just crazy how when I listen to the Israelites, I'll be like, you know, you became the people of the book. You walked outside of the book. You read the book and became Little Red Riding Hood. You read the book and became Cinderella. You read the book and became the Israelites. You read the book and became. You just read the book and became those people. How
And
do you
brother,
know when you could be your own self, but you became the people of the book? That it says it, doesn't it, Sakina?
it sure does. And brother Lot, when you get a chance, just look into the black stone. Look into how it was placed in the Kaaba, why it was placed in the Kaaba, who placed it in the Kaaba, and who had it before it got in the Kaaba, and what did it mean to them people. Do some research about that, because I was a victim of, just accepting what I was taught and not doing my own background. So research. So just look into stuff. That's all.
You want to tell
I
us?
mean,
I
you
want to know
already know.
who did that. I want to know
And it looks like a woman's
who
vagina.
did that.
I mean,
I do know that the Prophet Muhammad placed it, but prior to the black stone being inside the Kaaba, well, it's outside the Kaaba right now. But the Kaaba prior to Islam, it had idols in it.
always in there to
And the
kill
black
somebody right
stone.
inside the Kaaba.
Say that again.
Wait, say it again.
The Prophet Muhammad, according to some of the stories, somebody owed him. No, I think he either wanted the man's woman or he wanted some money for. I can't remember exactly. But the man ran inside the Kaaba to get away from the guys that used to hang with the Prophet. They went inside the Kaaba and killed him. When the Prophet Muhammad died from the poison that the Jewish woman gave him, they left his body outside for days until they just had to get rid of it. They were so glad they was done with him. It's just so much about the stories tell, and it's because it's so many hundreds of years apart. I just leave the stories alone because if I went by the stories, wow. No. But why did the woman give him poison? Is the question.
Anton, what's up? You got it. Floor is yours.
Okay, you guys sure? I mean, if you guys want to keep building, I have
We
one.
ain't gonna offer you twice.
Knock it off.
Peace, anytime.
What up? All right. Yeah. Peace to everybody up here. Peace to everybody. Yeah, I missed the whole build. I was on some other stuff. I was actually listening to the Sonetta show. I had caught it late, so I had rewinded that thing back because that Owaspy thing is interesting and how they talk about it. But I got one question, and then I'm gonna just get off into a little brief spiel. Who taught Muhammad? Who taught Muhammad what he knows?
Are you asking according to history or according to Islam?
An
That's two
angel, I
different
think.
things. See,
Yeah,
that's Islam.
yeah. So yeah, according to history, and then you guys can get into Islam.
Historically, I believe he got a lot of his information. Don't beat me up, brother La. But I think he got a lot of his information from the
Because he's his
Catholics.
uncle.
From the who? Hold on,
The
hold on,
Catholics.
Freedom. Don't jump in. Hold on. Go ahead. What'd you say, Sakina?
From the Catholics and the Jews, but the Catholics as well.
It's true.
Okay. So what? So that's a follow up. Now I got another question. And what?
I meant
So
Khadijah
around this one
and
year.
he
What
told him
year?
about himself too.
Hold on,
But
Freedom.
Islamically, it came from Angel Jabril.
Right. So before we go there, so you said if it was from the Catholics, so that would be around when?
The Jews.
She said the Catholic or the Jews. I'm gonna make that make sense. I already know what she's talking about. So what so when was that?
And keep in mind, Jabril didn't show him. He just told him that it could read. He didn't.
Freedom.
I'm sorry. Let me.
I'm asking a specific question now.
To be honest,
When?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, go ahead, Freedom.
Okay, here's the situation. The man's in the cave. He went up in the cave to be by himself or what have you. Situation. Supposedly, the angel came in the cage. Now, first of all, if someone coming I'm in the cage by myself, in the cave by myself. Something come in there telling me some read. First of all, I'm gonna say, what? Who are you? I'm just saying, how you just gonna come in and tell me to read? And I'm telling you I can't read. And first of all, who are you? And then he say, read again. He said, what? He say nothing. I can't read. He gonna grab him? Come on now.
And Freedom, who confirmed them? Once he came back down and talked to his wife and told him about his
uncle said,
and who was her uncle?
What's his name? He said, you know what? After he told him, he said some man came in there saying he was Jabril. No, he told him that he was Jabril. He didn't even know that was Jabril.
But her uncle wasn't no Muslim.
No, he wasn't. And he told him, I think that was the angel Jabril that visited you. And
so who was his uncle?
This was not his uncle. It was Khadijah's uncle. He
was
Khadijah.
He what?
Was, a Christian, and he told him, I think that was the angel Jabril. He said, because it was somebody just popped up out of nowhere and told me to read.
And how old was Khadijah again?
Khadijah was older than him. His wife was older than him. He had many wives. Aisha was the baby, but Khadijah was older than him. She had the money. That's why he got with her.
He had the money. Freedom. You talking.
Okay.
Right.
So he got with her because he was opportunist. You know what I'm saying? He wanted a young boy that, you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying he was an opportunist.
All right. Hold on, y'all. Let's stay right where we are. So if you saying that Khadijah was a Christian, and I'm asking you again, what
No,
year
not Khadijah, her uncle. I think it was like the 14th century. I don't know though.
It wasn't he wasn't 14th. Even Muslim. The prophet himself was not Muslim at this time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because remember, I don't know if you missed, but he was worshiping the three goddesses.
Right.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
And Awat.
And
I'm still tripping on how they became, if they was before Allah, how did they become the daughters of Allah? See, when they want to put the man on top of the matriarch.
Wait. Come on, don't get on the tangent. All right, so yeah, we know Allah and a lot, that is a feminine word. I know that. I mean, I'm just asking because there's people listening. I just want to ask as a student. I don't want to talk what you guys practice and what you guys live. You know what I mean? So that's why I want to ask that question, because so basically, yeah, I know the story. Yeah, the story about the cave and all the different lessons. And the basic of Islam is what I was told was submission, right? So submit to the most powerful Allah, and it's a discipline. Now I'm not defending. I'm not taking Brother Allah's side or anything like that, because it's a duality in this thing. And, I equate it to a lot of different things that we do. Certain, especially for us people in America, us Americans here, whether Brother Allah wanted to believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? For us people here, we were led astray and we lost a lot of our knowledge and who we were. And then at this point in time, when we these religions like Islam, you know what I'm saying? For me, the Nation of Yahweh and stuff like that, the whole Israelite Hebrew faith and way we practice brought a discipline of knowing thyself from a different perspective of how these other people try to indoctrinate us on. Now, with that being said, I'm pretty sure everybody at a certain point in time then put some jeans on, some shoes, and went to work because the bills got to be paid.
Okay.
Now, the discipline is what gets us back into a knowledge of spirituality and knowing thyself. Now, a lot of us get into this situation where we do let it consume us. You know what I'm saying? Just like what Freedom was talking about. I mean, she's spot on with it. And this is why I stepped away, you know what I'm saying, from the faith I was in, because ain't nobody gonna tell me what I'm gonna be doing every day. That's out. You know what I'm saying? Because I know one thing is just I still have a mother and a father. You know what I'm saying? I got brothers and sisters, you know what I'm saying? We lived a life that was what it was, and there were certain things that we stepped into based on the fact that we just didn't like church. And we knew they was lying. From some aspect of spirituality, we just knew it just wasn't right. If I'm looking at a pale-skinned dude up there that don't look like me, and I'm gonna sit and pray to this guy, you must be out your rabbit ass mind. Excuse the language, but I'm just saying. Now, I think at this point in time, I think our generation, right? I'm pretty sure everybody's here, probably minus Dulcinea's in the late 40s, in the 50 realms, you know what I'm saying? And we've learned a lot, you know what I'm saying? And we've able to discern the religious texts, the spirituality of those things, but still be well balanced in being able to bring it back home and still be able to deal with our people that are not that, or what you would call kafaroon. You know what I'm saying? And at that point in time, that wisdom, because Brother Lai got a lot of wisdom. I hear the wisdom in him. You know what I'm saying? And Freedom, I heard another aspect of you, which was very calm and very wise and very powerful, like that. So when you get into that point, there's ways to manipulate it, if I can use that word, Brother Live, manipulate it into being able to educate these young brothers and sisters that's out here wilding, but not trying to convert them. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I do. I'm not trying to proselytize. I will not proselytize. I will not be in evangelism. I will not tell people to drink the Jim Jones juice. I'm just not gonna do it. But what I will do is give them the knowledge that I was taught, being in the nation, and give it to them in a sense where they can get that foundation. Now, a lot of people, they like, I was listening to Sadnetta today, and them cats on that thing, you know what I'm saying, that Awashmi thing, they wild. Them some wild brothers, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, but, at the end of the day, you can't point fingers at a doctrine that was written by somebody that's not us and hadn't been scrutinized by us, and then argue with your brother about that same doctrine. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I just kind of wanted to share that, you know what I'm saying? Because, I think at this point in time, I think our generation is the one that's going to be able to mend it together. I'm talking about the elder and the youth. We're the only ones that's going to be able to get this done. Because if we don't get it done, then it's lost. And we can't spend our time too much in religion in that sense of the fact, but a way of life, I think, is the way to go. And I'll stop right there.
Brother La. Brother La. Did you want to comment on anything that was said?
I think more so for the fact of us transitioning from speaking about in regards to Islam and the brother Atum coming on. Peace, brother.
Peace, brother. All day. Salam alaikum. You know what I'm saying?
Walaikum salam, brother. I think it's more so from the transition that he made, have introduced. It's more of a topic, maybe more so that should have been in, or should have, that can be more compounded on more so in regards to brothers in the diaspora here being in America, I don't want to definitively say African Americans because I know you guys stand on the premise of being indigenous.
Don't do it. Don't do it if you never heard us say it. Just
So,
why can't we just be American?
Don't start none, won't be none lie. Don't start.
Yeah,
No.
I would just say, Brother Law, all the titles are not the same. So I know you get it from other people of just being like y'all are Aboriginal.
no, I'm not
This,
getting
but
it from
not
other
all the
people.
titles are the
And
same.
two, we still speaking on our ancestors. However,
I'm not getting it from other people, Dulcinea. Please do not put words in my mouth.
Well, I was saying because a lot of
Hey,
people
man, get
try to
off him,
lump it
Dulce.
all in
No,
Yeah,
Aboriginal and
Dulcinea,
let him get it out.
everybody
Dulcinea,
that
Get
don't
those
him,
start
Dulcie. Get
nothing.
Negroes
him,
I talk
Dulcie. That's
about,
right.
I
Dulcinea,
got a lot of these
Get up.
Black
Turn up the light.
listen,
Caribbeans and these
Dulcinea,
Europeans,
Get him.
and
Yeah,
I'm
Dulcie.
Oh,
Get
very
him.
yeah.
mixed. So
Dulcinea,
I talk
Called you a
about being
kappa.
mixed.
Dulcinea,
I'm gonna go to
respectfully,
war with Brother Lie.
don't
I don't care.
start nothing.
I'm going to war
Won't
Won't
with
be
be
Brother
none.
Lie.
none.
I just said it because you said Aboriginal one
All
time
right,
too.
Dulcinea, once
How you
again,
know it? I was waiting for this. I knew it was coming.
Dulcinea, don't start nothing.
You will.
Won't be
Won't
none.
be nothing.
And the same goes for you.
All right,
he gotta accept that.
I'm
Dulcie
being
don't run from
respectful.
nothing,
But
okay?
in the same token,
We don't
Dulcinea,
run from nothing.
I'm not running from nothing, but I'm gonna tie up my camel.
Brother Lod, are you're not
Mm.
from Jersey, right?
What'd you say, sis?
You're not from Jersey, right?
No.
You're from New York.
Risen from my family, all from Birmingham, Alabama. I live in New York.
Oh, wow. I thought
Wow.
it was from New Jersey.
Oh wow. Birmingham. Hmm.
So
We
your
might
people,
be
hold up. Your people are
rallies.
from
We might be
Alabama
rallies.
and you don't
My
claim
people,
and you don't
my people from
understand what we're
Birmingham.
doing with this?
We might be rallies, man. You better get that Indian feathers on
That
your
is
head,
for a
brother.
friend. I don't understand.
God, so you could have seen your face expression.
Yeah, I'm like,
I've had people say that on numerous occasions, Sister Freedom, and they all say, "Oh, brother, lie, you don't believe you did." With your hair being wavy the way it is, you win 360
Always checking
waves. And
waves now. Hold on. Always check
they go
out.
that, but you know what? But that's the
Stop playing
dangerous
with
part.
me.
That
That's
lookership
all
is
I'm
what
saying.
gets you all the time. You know, we're not doing looker shit.
Hmm.
You
Brother
know,
Doc got waves. Oh, Brother Doc got waves and everything. Yes, he do. Yes, he do.
I'm
you're
not.
Freedom's
I've
favorite.
been. Yeah. He's talking
You're
about
Freedom's favorite.
yeah.
I don't care. You got one life. Yes, you are, my baby.
But listen, Dulcie was ready. Okay.
She been wanting to fight.
You know, my
That's a
girl
good
ain't gonna let nobody
Yeah,
take her out.
I get what you're saying.
I was just saying, not that
Get him,
Aboriginal
Dulcie.
is
But
a bad
respectfully,
term,
Get him, Dulcie.
respectfully,
Get
but
him.
not
Get him.
everybody's Aboriginal. That's all I'm saying. It's not a bad term. Not everybody's Aboriginal. So
One come from
you
the
just
other.
gotta
Ooh.
say American, like Sister Freedom said, and then work your way through knowing
Ooh.
who someone is.
like I said, respectfully, sis.
You gonna take that lie? You gonna take that?
I'm being still, I'm being reserved, but I said respectfully, you don't start nothing. Won't be none.
He gonna say, leave that subject alone.
Right.
Can I just ask one little bitty question, though, Brother La?
Yes, Sister.
Okay.
Yes, Sister Freedom.
Here's the question that I got. That I'm so
I'm listening. I'm listening.
They can find all my family here. Why they only tell me different specs? Okay, you got my whole family here in America, right? And on the paper got, oh yeah, and guess what? You got part this, part that, and part this from Africa. Okay, well, where are the family members? If you could tell me that I got part this, part that, part this, then why can't you tell me? But you can find all my family members here, but you can't find who I'm related to there. But you can tell me, oh yeah, you might have this and that and this. I don't even know how my body can spread that many places, but at the same time, but you can't tell me no cousin, not even an auntie. Not it, well, it only could be cousins, but not one. Not one. Well, all the kids EU Freeze got, he ain't got a child over in Africa. He was in the service. He got him in Vietnam. But I'm just
The
saying.
killer part is this, Sister Freedom. And I actually just had a conversation with a friend of mine. a dear friend of mine that we both know.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
I'm still waiting on any one of these platforms, whether it be your channel, Garfield, Sonetta,
Hmm.
anybody's platform,
Okay.
for any Aboriginal to come on
Don't say that
upset.
silliness. Just don't say the silliness about speaking languages, because that would start being silly.
That's key.
Well, what? No, it's not. It's absolutely not. But why you can't answer the question that's key? If you can just tell me who one of my cousins is over there.
Now
The
What
killer part
happens?
let
also,
What
me jump
happens
in
after
on
they
this.
do, Brother Law?
What do
Let me
language got to do with it?
let me jump in on that because I agree 100% with Brother Lie. We need to start knowing the language.
Okay, that's fine, but
I
still,
mean, but that does
doesn't answer the
not take
question that I
away. Yeah, it
stated.
doesn't answer the question. It does not take away from who we actually are.
Right,
And
not at all.
that's a good build up,
But we
Freedom. We
do
need to get
speak
there.
our language, though, Aton. We speak
I
our
know we
language.
do.
We
I know
speak
we
an
do.
American language.
I know we
That's
do. But
American.
this,
And it's so many
what
different
Brother
African
Lie is saying
languages.
though, we need to have a
you honestly
platform
believe that this
on
language that we
Unscrambled
can
Minds. Yeah, we need to do that. The English language, Latin, all that stuff. Yeah. That originate here, man. Come on, knock it off. I'm telling you, we need to have that bill. We really do. We need to get off all this BC and all this other stuff. We need to get to the language, and language is going to verify and solidify everything. That's why I said, Brother Lie got the
all I've
best
ever
thing
said,
smoking
brother.
right now. That's what I'm saying. I'm with
That's
you.
all I've ever said, brother.
I'm with you. Let's do it. Let's do it on Scramble Minds. Let's get it cracking.
So y'all want to have
I
Lie
already
and
do.
time? Y'all want to have a conversation about? I want to understand.
We
So
want you guys to set a platform, set a date, and get the people on so we can talk about this language
okay.
and what it is and why the language we speaking today is our language and always has been our language. We can even talk about sign language. We could talk about all type of languages that
Pig
we was doing
Latin.
over here. Oh yeah,
I know about Pig Latin.
all day.
Oh,
So yeah, we could get on that, and that's what we need to do. And I guarantee you, Brother Lau will take his, he will pray 5 times a day, but at the end of the day, he has some feathers in his room. Yes, he will. He's not going. He gonna keep his discipline. I guarantee you, he gonna change the way he thinks about not the Aboriginal people, but the people, but the
I'm
people
willing to.
here in America,
No,
the
but
people that
don't
you
be
affiliate
surprised,
with every day.
brother. But don't be surprised. Do not be surprised if somebody jumps on this panel claiming that they from the Cherokee Nation and not come out and not speak their language.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
right, because they do it all the time. There's Cherokee that don't
I
speak
wouldn't be
Cherokee.
surprised.
Don't
Yeah,
speak their
exactly.
language.
Yeah.
Well, I don't understand.
Nah,
The
real
premise,
talk.
Dots, is this: I've yet to find one brother or sister that claims to be Cherokee to give a word, a sentence, 1, 2, 3, say something. Nothing.
All right. Well, we gotta listen. We got so, are you willing to have this conversation with Anton if we do it on this panel?
Of course.
Okay. We got a little not debate coming up. That's gonna be
No, we gonna do a whole collective. We want everybody to be here, and we want this thing to be thousands of people live on the panel and chat. Yeah,
okay. But we
this
want
thing to
you,
get big.
and we want to keep it focused with and then they can hit the link. But I think that is a good conversation to have.
It's a great
Aton, do
conversation.
you speak
What
another
happened,
language?
y'all? What happened?
Oh, we're asking about
Where'd
languages.
you go?
We're talking about languages. Aton, do you speak another
There we
language?
go.
Absolutely not.
No, I had to leave out for a minute, Anton. So I beat up when I left.
No,
But you do know the English that you
absolutely not.
speak is American, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's his
right?
point.
You know the Spanish that we speak in Texas, the uno, dos, tres. There you go, brother La. You know that's an American Spanish.
I know that.
Absolutely.
So
I
Okay.
know
he's
that.
Wolof. Is
So when
Wolof
we say we're
American?
American, we're speaking American languages here, brother La.
But
Yeah,
your
we're gonna get
natural
it.
language of English is really not the language that we speak in America.
It don't
Actual
mean
English language is speaking in
unlike
Britain.
everybody else.
As we all know this.
Different or
The language we speak is from Britain. You said
The actual English language is spoken in Britain.
yes. Where they get it from? When did they start speaking it, and do they speak American English?
Put something in my eye. It's putting something in my eye.
They speak American.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. So y'all just said he said I need 1,000 people here for what?
No,
What
I
happened?
said we
Anton,
gonna have
come
this
now.
conversation. We gonna have
Anton, you
this
better not back
conversation.
out. It's gonna be a conversation between you
Why you
and Brother
scared?
Live.
No, we gonna have this
And then
conversation,
people can hit
Freedom.
the link. Don't run.
I
Don't be
thought
scared.
you was
That was
listening.
so crazy. Don't say
I
that
thought
you
I
better
thought you
not
was
back out.
listening, Freedom.
Huh?
I thought you was listening.
I couldn't
I
myself.
said we need to get everybody here
Okay.
to listen because the one thing that hasn't been discussed in detail is the language. And you know, every time I come up here, I always talk about language.
Right. But I mean,
And
I'm saying
everybody talking about history and who these people and what. Okay, we got that. Let's talk about language.
That's
And
all I
Well,
want
we
to
should
say.
get
let's talk
Sweet
about
Feather to
where it
come back up because
let's
Sweet
talk about
Feather
where it
was
derived
breaking
from.
down the
That's
languages.
all.
Who was?
how
When she
many
Sister
came on
different
last
Freedom.
time, she
languages?
was breaking down the languages
Sister
because you have
Freedom.
to understand
Okay.
which languages are ancient, which languages are new,
Let's not
when
move
these
the
languages
goalpost.
were taught, who they're
Dulcinea,
taught
let's
to.
not move the goalpost, sis.
And not only that, in Nigeria, they got like 11 languages.
Yeah, because a lot of those
All
languages are new, Sister
different.
Freedom. They're new. They
Huh?
might derive and have words from an ancient language, but that's why they share words. That's
Fact.
why Spanish and Arabic share words. A lot of words are shared because of the fact that the ancient languages use some of these words, but they're new languages, especially when it comes to the fact of trading. We all speak trading languages that are new now.
I'm
That
just trying
part.
to figure out which one
That
of the
part.
languages they
Okay,
gonna pick since they
Dulcinea, you
don't know which
just said that
tribe it came
Spanish.
from. Which
You
language,
just
brother
Yes,
Lie?
Spanish and Arabic share words. That's what I said.
And I'm going to say, if they telling you from a certain part of Africa, right? Just say Nigeria. They got so many different languages because they got so many different tribes in one particular place. Which one are you going to pick since you don't know who your family members are there? Which one are you going to pick to say that will be yours that you just can't randomly pick? I'm going to just do this language. What? You don't even know which one go to your tribe because you don't know who your tribe is. You don't know your
Mm,
family is.
mm, mm,
For freedom, we got a good debate happening. We have our first good debate happening on language or conversation between
No
Antonia and Brother Live.
conversation because it ain't
No,
gonna
it ain't gonna be a debate. What
A
he
good
wants,
conversation. We're gonna have a conversation.
brother Love wants somebody to come up and show.
Right.
So
Well, the
that means
conversation.
just
that
because he's
means
trying to speak
Whatever
woo.
you
that
want to call
means
it.
yeah. He
Wait,
just
Miss
want to
Brother,
show. He ain't
because Brother Live trying to speak woo.
he's not going to be able to debate it. You know what I'm saying? It's
All
not a
right.
debate
He can't
unless he
debate
just
that.
wants to say unless he say that's BS. You know what I'm saying? Like if I put something together, it's a presentation. It's not. I'm not just gonna flip it off the hip. I'm not doing that. I'm not. Yosemite Sam. You know what I'm saying? Nah,
brother, I
we ain't doing that
appreciate
one.
you just, brother. I appreciate you just being transparent and being honest.
Oh, he's so sweet. Where Miss Nicole at? Damn it. He's so sweet.
It ain't
But
nothing
in
sweet about it. The
Blue
brother,
Mountain,
the brother
because to
just
your
being he's
point,
just being humble. That's it. Ain't sweet. Ain't nothing sweet about that dude right
Ain't
there.
nothing
I already
sweet
know.
about him, Anton. No.
Nothing.
Atan.
yeah, he's being nice. He's being nice, y'all. Leave him alone.
Yeah, he
But
being
Sister
humble.
Freedom,
Yeah.
to your point, as far as to be like the tribe and not knowing which tribe you are to know a
There you
specific
go again.
language, a lot of those people wouldn't be able to speak to their great grandma in their native tongue. It
Fact.
changes. It changes because of trade. It changes because of colonization. It changes just because of migration. So in Blue Mountain, Jamaica, I was researching and looking into them years ago, and they had one of the last people. I think he already died though. That knew one of the original languages, but he was the only one that spoke it. None of the other ones spoke it, even though
And
they've
it's
been in
different forms of
Blue
passing.
Mountain for hundreds of years now. None of them spoke it because languages change over time, and most of these languages we speak are modern. They're modern languages. They're not ancient. So even if you went and found your tribe in Africa and you learned a language they were speaking, most likely it's modern. It's not an ancient language that their even great grandmother was speaking.
Yeah, and the one thing is, I think
Right, though. So you're right.
the one thing is that you know, I think our people these days really underestimate and well, I'll just say really underestimate our people back then. There was a lot of stuff we weren't even given to these foreigners when they was coming over here. We was giving them a bastardized language. We was teaching them. So we was actually disguising our language, and we wouldn't even give it to them. So when you had to the point where we was speaking different dialects at a certain point in time, we gave them something that we wanted to give them, which was a bastardized language. And when you really look at it and how we flip and how we flow and how we do our thing, that's never changed. You see what I'm saying? So we did things on purpose. We had a purpose in what we was doing with some of these people. You know what I mean? We just wasn't out here just scratching our butts and scraping on all fours. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't doing that. That's the story they want to tell you about us. They want to give us the monkey game, and when they was the monkeys. So we were very highly intelligent. We was very sophisticated. We was, I mean, it's something that is but we'll get it. We'll get it in. We'll put it out there.
And Mika, I will debate you before I ever debate Sean. But if you want to debate me, set it up. We could do it. We could do it. And I don't know what you
Oh
mean a
damn, you
neutral
got
platform,
somebody
but we can talk about it, Mika.
got
Because
somebody
I'll
chat
debate
banging, huh?
you. I will not debate Sean.
Who's Sean?
Who's Sean? Yeah, I was
You got
gonna say
somebody
who.
chat
His
banging,
name
huh?
is Mosey Clan something. He tags me. I don't know. He's tagged Sister Freedom before. I don't think he's started tagging you yet, Dots.
Talking
But
about
he tags
Moses.
me
No, don't. Tell him
every
don't.
day.
Wait a minute,
Every
Doc, you talking
day.
about Moses? You know, talking about Moses.
Dulcinea.
Are you?
Mm-mm.
Dulcinea,
Yes.
I'm not going to be fraudulent
Oh
in any capacity, form, or fashion.
Lord.
I just perceive at times, for the most part, you come across
That.
as being disingenuous.
Oh, come on. What did he? Oh my God.
Dulcinea ready to fire on cats. You know what I'm
Well, I would
What an
say
example? Can you source that,
disingenuous.
please? Can you
Yeah,
give us
right.
a source?
fire on
Disingenuous
cats.
has a meaning more than, oh, I just don't believe what you're saying or anything like that. So I get it that people like to go right into the ad hominem attacks and scammer, even though I'm not scamming
I
anybody,
never said any of those.
disingenuous. But at the end of the day, I mean, like, you don't have to agree. Do the research yourself. Do you eat barbecue? Have you said the word barbecue? Because that's not an English from England word. That is an American Indian word. So at the end of the day, it can be seen as indigenous or disingenuous to someone that's not doing the research. Sure.
Dulcinea, you something else.
I mean, if you can't handle it, brother, I do understand. But she got you.
I can't handle what?
The words that are coming out of her mouth.
No, I'm just reserved and respectful. So
That's facts. That's fine. Well,
Yeah,
okay.
y'all chilling for a
Getting
minute.
late.
You're gonna shut it down because if you do drop the link, I'll be right back. If not, y'all have a good night.
I'm tired
All
actually.
right. Thank you, Anton.
Thank you for coming up,
I'm glad you
A-Time.
came up, Sakina Muslima.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
Sakina, what mosque were you attending in Philly?
Sooner never will. The Salafi Mosque.
Yeah, I figured that.
Okay, so you never been to Germantown or Fudger?
No, I haven't.
I'm talking about Sakina. You never been to Germantown?
Sooner never will. That's Germantown. It's just Sooner
Okay,
never
that's
will is on Germantown Avenue.
and I was like, now is that a some different place? Because I was thinking it was Germantown. But you ever go to Chester? The one in Chester, that one's very popular. Fudger or Sabby Coons.
I've been to Fudger and I've been to the ones in New Jersey, the Salafi ones in New Jersey, and I went out one in Delaware, but the one in Delaware Sooner never will stop messing with them or something like that, and it
Oh, you
became
talking
some
about
conflict.
which one on 28th Street? Or yeah, I'm good.
Oh, I couldn't
Or
tell
you
you.
going or my here? Where oh no, you talking
Yes,
about Calthor.
Matt here.
My here, yeah. That's my family, blood family. That's my family.
So this was a good conversation tonight, y'all. I'm getting ready to drop down myself. I'm getting sleepy. The eyelids are heavy.
Me too.
But I definitely enjoyed our guests. I know you guys did, right? Piano. I just enjoyed the conversation. I know how I feel when the divine feminine is in the building. Okay, it's just like calm and peaceful. It flows and all that extra stuff. So it was really nice. Sakina, you was here from the beginning.
No, I wasn't here from the very, very beginning. I came on when y'all
Okay.
had the sisters on now. So I did.
Okay,
I
good.
came on when they was talking about health.
Yes.
Yeah.
That
Good.
you need to look back at the show though. It was really good.
Yeah.
You'll learn some things, Brother La. They were talking about potato salad, fried potatoes, grits, fried fish.
She loved talking about that food, boy. She loved talking about food.
Potato salad. Oh my God.
I really don't. Maybe I need someone that really can really, really, really put their foot in it. But potato salad just ain't it for me. I don't like
potato salad either. I'm not a fan.
I love potato salad. And
maybe we're Carib together.
You indigenous, so by you being indigenous, you wouldn't know nothing about no good potato salad. Only African Americans know about potato salad.
Oh well.
No, only Americans. Only the African part was added on. If it was African, why didn't tell you that from the beginning? They done called you Negro, colored, nigger. They done called you black.
He's joking. He's messing with us, Freedom. He's messing with us.
American. Why they didn't call you that from the beginning? Y'all not thinking. Why it took so long for you?
Why you gonna get her started, Brother La?
But yeah, I'm mixed, so it could be my European side that don't like it, but I don't like it. Period. But I eat barbecue. I live on barbecue.
Don't talk about the undone.
I've been barbecued out my whole life because I was born
I wish
in the barbecue state.
To put something else in the potato salad besides mayonnaise.
As long as you don't put no raisins in the potato salad.
Oh no.
Shin Wednesday said the origin of barbecue is credited to the Taino Indians of the Caribbean islands.
Okay.
Indeed.
Okay.
Yep.
Indeed.
All I'm saying is, Brother La, they gotta do you not make good potato salad? Oh my God, I'm gonna get some tomorrow. It's a soul food restaurant up on 40. Forget you, Dots. I've seen that. But you don't like potato salad?
No, ma'am.
It's just not that good. Y'all overhyping that. It's not that good.
Freedom, what's the name of the soul food restaurant on 40 you talking about?
I don't know, but girl, I got to get the name of it. I cannot believe how good their food is. I had to ask who was cooking. Now, of course, I'm going to admit that string beans is not as good as mine. So vain and ignorant, right? I can cook though, and I love good taste. I'm just saying that string beans wasn't good as mine. I could tell them my secrets if they wanted it, but it wasn't.
Well, when you find out, let me know because I'll be
Listen,
trying
that
to
green.
find stuff to
I
eat
told
in
you the
Delaware.
next time when I cook and stuff, I'm gonna tell you when my girlfriends and stuff come over. But Sakina, they had put a little sugar in their greens. I didn't understand that.
I don't like that either.
I don't. Who did
For
that?
what?
I said it. I said, who did this? But their potato salad was on point. They were. But who put the
Don't say I
sugar in
mean. Don't
greens?
say they don't like no sugar, cause don't say they. You put a little, you put pork fat back in your greens,
No,
right?
she don't. She do smoked turkey. She know what to do. She that smoked turkey in there.
Yeah, you smoke turkey in my
But
collard greens. But
yeah,
I was
Heard
But
saying
if
the
you,
sugar. I'm talking about sugar and grits. Like sugar goes in
oh,
cream of wheat.
I
So
do.
what people trying to mix the whole grits and cream of wheat thing? I don't understand. If you want sugar, get cream of wheat. Grits
I'm
goes
trying to tell you,
with
I
butter,
forgot mine. Butter and
But
sugar.
pepper,
God don't know
and
nothing about
salt.
that. That's no porridge. That's it.
and
That's no
cheese.
porridge.
What
That's no
happened?
porridge. I said that's don't know nothing about the grits. You no porridge.
Ooh, some
No.
good what? Porridge? Hell yes. All
Yeah.
day.
All
What?
right.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oatmeal porridge.
What? Mm,
It's a difference. It's a big difference.
it's a huge
What
difference.
is porridge? Is it like cream of wheat
Yes.
or farina?
How?
Yeah.
Okay, no. Okay, do not disrespect
Porridge
porridge
is
by saying it's
thicker
like
than cream
coconut,
of
girl.
wheat, right? Porridge is like thick, right?
Yep, yep. It's a grain. You can make like a variety. Like you could make it with cornmeal. You can make it with like a different things, and you put people make it differently, but it's thick. It's
Yes.
hearty.
When I fry my
Woo,
fish, I have to
baby.
dip it in egg
That's
and cornmeal
For
and
me,
when I tell you.
exciting.
oh,
Some
That's
fish
when I
cake.
tell you respectfully. She foreign. She foreign.
No, she don't know. She don't know, but when she tastes it, she'll understand.
All
It's like,
right.
ooh, yeah, porridge. Mm-hmm.
Facts, Indian Carter.
Mm,
All I need is some grits
delicious.
with
that's it.
butter
That's
and
it, Dulcie.
salt and
That's
pepper.
it. No, but I need sugar in mine. I'm sorry.
Salt in your grits?
Salt and pepper and butter in my
What?
grits.
And
Yeah.
cheese for
And
sure.
cheese and cheese. Yeah, I put some cheese.
Ew.
But depending on if I want it or not, I don't
Man.
need cheese all the
Oh,
time.
don't try to come
Indian, you
all
gotta try. See,
this
Indian, you gotta try porridge. I'm telling you, you try some porridge, you never go back. Never go
Talk
back.
about some porridge.
But it's similar. It's similar. Really and truly, it's similar.
Y'all don't put sugar in the porridge?
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sugar
they
gotta
put
go in
sugar in
Condensed
porridge.
milk, the whole nine.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what Dulcinea talking about.
You can't go to the
No,
market
sugar
and buy
goes
a
in
box
porridge,
of it,
but not
right?
in
You have to
grits.
make it.
Sugar
It's
doesn't
going in
go in
both
grits.
of them.
Sugar doesn't go in everything. Mika, stop it. Sugar
No,
does
I
not
put
Okay,
go in
let's take
grits.
a no, but you know what? Let's take a
I
poll
put
in the
sugar
chat.
in
I want to
everything.
know if you guys eat your grits as y'all call it, right? So if y'all eat grits, y'all put salt and pepper, or do y'all do sugar? You like them sweet or salt, or you like them salty? I just don't understand the salt. I'm curious. Y'all put sugar? Y'all prefer sweet grits, or you prefer Miss
I do
Nicole
sweet
fly
grits. I'm
fish?
with sweet grits.
If they
Girl,
put sugar in it, they're foreign.
oh my God,
All I put in
I
my
guess
grits
I'm
is
foreign because
all I put in my grits is salt and butter. That's it.
Not me.
salty
I'm putting
grits.
me some butter and sugar in mine. Butter and sugar.
It's supposed to go with salt and pepper because you put shrimp in it. You put shrimp in it. You put different things in it. Savory. It's supposed to have savory taste. You have it
Depending on
with your breakfast sausages,
Exactly. Fish and grits.
fish
yeah,
and grits. Exactly.
exactly. The pepper comes in when you cooking fish, but also the pepper comes in when you want to cook like salmon croquettes or
Mm, mm.
it depends. It all depends.
Yeah, yeah. On Fridays, my nana never made meat. Right, she was Catholic, so she never. Fridays was always just like fish cake or
I love
the
seafood.
croquettes or what have you. And then in the morning, it would be the porridge, and it would be like the leftover fish. Or if she fried fish, it would be fried fish with the porridge, or like some salmon croquette or a fish cake. Always, yep, bringing back memories. But we don't do salt and pepper. That's interesting. I don't know how y'all like
But in
salt.
the morning time, you also
But you
do.
know them Caribbeans, It's that red snapper, and then whatever that fish is that they eat, like a fish on the plate. That shit is good.
Like
I
the
never thought
mackerel,
I'd just eat some fish on a plate and just
mackerel,
eat it as is, but it's so good.
the head on and everything.
Head on it and everything,
Mm.
and all the bones, and you just
The
take out. Oh,
head
it's
is the
so
best
good.
part. Seriously.
No, and
Mm.
it depends on what you're talking
Pause.
about. She not,
I ain't
she
really
not.
mean to sound like that, but you get what I'm saying.
Why you wait? Hold on.
Oh,
Pause.
it's shark
But you
steak.
gotta keep the head on
Shark.
too.
Have you had
Okay.
Why?
shark dogs?
No, hold on, Dots. Why you say pause?
Shark is good.
Cause I just realized how that sounded. I said the head is the best
Pause.
part.
But
So
pause, then say pause.
but that's a
Women,
fact.
why
So
you say?
okay, in both directions, the head is the best part. But nah, seriously, you supposed to eat fish with the head on. We're gonna walk past that. You're
But I'm
gonna
gonna say
eat
good
fish.
night to you, beautiful people.
Yes, y'all. Y'all don't know. Yeah,
Oh, the head is the good, like
the
with
eyes, the
crawfish.
brain, everything.
The juices go to the head, so you gotta suck the head. Like
Come on.
at the end of the day, the juices are all over that thing.
That's
You
right.
gotta get it all.
Girl, come on now. Look. You got me standing up thinking about some damn fish head. Yeah, and you
But
can make, we even make fish head soup, you know?
What? Indian crawfish is nasty. What? Where are you
There's no
from?
meat in crawfish. I don't understand what the big deal is.
What?
It's so good. I mean, it's the only bad part about crawfish is that it's mostly shell, and you're doing a lot. You don't do a lot because it's easy to break open and eat it, but you eating a lot of crawfish to get a lot of meat. So you eating like
Yeah.
10 pounds of crawfish
Right.
because the shell is the heaviest part. But the meat
Exactly.
is good. It soaks in. I don't understand. I don't understand people. I love me some crawfish. It's so good.
All right, let me ask a question, right?
Yes.
Maybe I just haven't had like good experience with some like banging crawfish, y'all. Okay, because normally it's too peppery. Like the way I've tasted it is like people put over. It's like it's either too spicy, but with not enough seasoning. So how do you make a banging crawfish? A really good crawfish?
How I make it?
Yeah. How do y'all make? Yeah, you don't see whomever. How do you make it?
Besides, how I somewhat build up of a little bit of roux. It's the same way like when I make my gumbo. But to soften it a little bit, I'll use potatoes, a little more potatoes so I can shuffle up the stock in it, corn, turkey sausages, and a couple of other little family recipes it's been
Or you put
passed
yours
down.
as a gumbo? Like you always make it as a gumbo?
Yeah.
Okay. How about you,
But
Dulcie?
yeah, so we do it as boils. So you season it with like all your seasonings, your Cajun, your onion, your garlic, put orange juice, water, all the other seasonings and stuff. You put it in, you boil it in, or we put that in a bag, put it in the oven, and then obviously you throw in your corn, your potatoes, your sausages, and dewey only. That's all that I do is the sausage, the correct sausage for it. But
Indian
yeah.
said, don't let them trick you into thinking you can make crawfish good. No crawfish, Mr. Cole said.
You
Oh, no.
can. I don't know what you're talking about. But talking about it, there's this funniest thing because like we had gone to New Orleans and we had got the live crawfish and me and my friend were cooking it and they were like escaping out of the sink, but it's crawfish, so we just throw them back. But this dumb girl off the internet, she goes and gets blue crabs, right? For the love of God, I do not understand why she moved these blue crabs to the floor to open up the bag. But then she opened up the bag and then they started crawling out. She jumped on the chair like, oh my God, they crawling out there all over the floor. Like you opened the bag on the floor. What do you mean? Now she's scared as hell. Don't be trying to cook no nothing you gonna be scared of live. Just
I love
get
me
it
some
there.
crab. I love crab. I don't like lobster, right? If you at I do not prefer lobster at all. I don't know, but I love blue crabs. Oh my goodness. This is why I love going to Maryland. You know, if you're from the East Coast, you think, especially from New York, you're like, oh, I want some good crab. You think of Maryland, you know? Now that is oh, I love me some crabs.
Two of my best friends, they eat crabs. Oh my God, you gotta have crabs today. Coming over your house, you gotta have crabs.
Mm.
Crab is so good. That's how I eat all crab, crawfish, and shrimp. Holy Trinity.
That's it.
Some fried oysters too. But I was like I grew up around Polynesians, Tongans to be exact, and they like their oysters raw. And I can't. It's just too grimy. Like you can still have the grime and the grit on it, and I just didn't like that. But yeah, oysters too.
Mm.
I don't know what y'all eating.
Look forward to it. Oh yes, the best blue crab comes from the Gulf Coast in Mississippi. Ooh.
Oh yeah, and it's important that butter. You know how someone's making their butter, seasoning their butter to dip in. And I never did the blue love, but I will eventually. But she does like this Cajun sauce where you dip it all in. All that's important too. You know, seasoning that, making sure that's good. The butter is the best part. I like to keep the butter on the side. Some people just pour all the butter over it. However, I like to dip my butter.
Yeah. Love me some
No
crab.
cream cheese.
Do I eat cream cheese?
No cream cheese with the crabs.
Oh, well, I mean, I think with crab meat, I would, but I wouldn't do like with crabs, like with them in their shell.
Yeah, see, yeah, ain't right. You gotta go to the. You gotta make a trip when you coming up on north. You gotta stop off at the crab house there in Baltimore. Then you'll get an impression. You'll understand why I said that cream cheese with that melted butter.
I've never had it with cream cheese. I've never had crabs with cream cheese.
Yes, girl,
I
you
can
know what you
imagine that
missing,
being good. I really can.
Yes.
I've seen crab stuffed, well, salmon, yeah, crabs. Wait, a crab stuffing in salmon that they use cream cheese. That looks good, but I don't know if I want my crab just on my plate like a crab. I don't really want anything else but the butter. I just want the seasoning and the butter, and I'm gonna go
And I
in.
want a lot of seasoning too. Okay, I want to be able to dip it and yum. All the juice, yes, yes. So who going to treat unscrambled minds to a crab boil? You talk about food becoming.
Yes, I'm down. I like crab balls more than us doing like a slow cook thing. Cause though the slow cooking, when people go and they slow cook, and I know y'all can't have pork, but other things too. But when they slow cook the pork and all that, the only thing about it be good, but it's all day. You be just drinking at that party, hungry as hell, and it's still slow cooking. You don't start eating till 10 o'clock at night. They started way in the day sometime. Like, hell no. I like boils for that reason.
When my grandmother used to cook the crab, she used to put beer in it.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. It's almost, it's like, it's the acidity. You know that lie, right? Have you ever had that?
What's that?
When they put beer, when they're making
crabs ain't crabs
they're boiling crab, or what have you?
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the person that's cooking it. They normally drop a 40 of Valentine ale.
Yeah.
With the Old Bay.
Old Bay, yeah.
Right, with the Old Bay.
Crab boil. Some people use Budweiser. I mean, it all depends on who's cooking.
Crazy.
Miss Nicole called you out, La. I never seen you eat crabs with cream cheese. Stop it. Get him, Miss Nicole. You better get him. Get him. Get him.
Miss Nicole don't eat no blue crabs.
Mm-mm-mm.
She high class. She wanted dungeon crab leg.
and all that, huh?
Nah, shit. If you're in New Orleans and you like New Orleans food, it's crawfish etouffee that you gotta go get. Not that fettuccine, crawfish etouffee. That's so good.
Crawfish what is it? Crawfish what?
Etouffee, ETOUFEE or FFE.
I'm not even eating no crawfish, so it really don't matter how you spell it.
No, crawfish
Too much
is
work, but I know
good. Don't let them
eating
trick
it.
y'all out of this. It's so good.
But there's no
Crawfish
meat.
is
It's
good.
all shell. It's like just like the meat is like this little, like this much. Okay.
Right. They look like little teeny roaches.
She said roaches.
They're not like roaches. They don't even look
You
like
roaches.
roaches. They're like curled up little
Roaches.
if the shrimp was small, what a shrimp looks like when it's small and in the ocean and alive. That's what crawfish looks like, curled up, cooked on your plate.
And it
Wait a minute, are you talking about the red things? Those red things?
Daughter to see.
Yeah, they're the red things.
They crazy.
If you had your choice between crawfish or some Sprite, what you gonna eat? Sprite, right?
All day.
I ain't messing with those.
All day.
Indian Carter, aren't you in Texas? I'm so confused right now.
Mika said she has shrimps as pets. You have a oh my
Cause
God.
what? You
have
right by the Gulf and you saying crawfish is nasty? What?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with Indian. Indian said, "Dots, do not listen to Dulcinea. He lying to you."
Well, y'all be missing out, and I will take your pounds of crawfish. Literally, I will eat your pounds of crawfish for sure. If you do not want them, I'm gonna take them all.
But also though, Dusty, is how people cook them.
You said what?
It's how people cook them. Don't you gotta let the person cook them first the right way?
Yeah, I mean, like I've seen someone do a country bowl, right, and take the crawfish out. That's just the crab, the shrimp, or whatever, and their water look like some dirty water.
Oh my
Hell
God.
no, that's not gonna taste good. Your water should look seasoned and delicious. Your water should look like a dirt. You threw dirt in some water and cooked your shrimp in. So it's the same for anything. If you're doing a boil, it's all about the seasonings. It's all about what you use in it, and it's all about like you soaking it into those seasonings. Because what
Dulcinea,
you're
let me ask
supposed
you
to
a
do is
question.
suck off the shell, then you take it apart, you suck the head, you discard the head, and then you eat the meat out of the body, and then you discard the rest of the shell,
It
and then
does
you
sound like
continue to
you're
do that.
very you have a lot of experience on that. It does sound like it. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
do. I love me some crawfish.
Yeah.
Dulcinea, let me ask you a question. Why do
Yeah, you should. That's the same with shrimp. People don't devein and take the little intestine out their shrimp. I do. Like you definitely should take the stomach out. What's up, brother La?
let me ask you a question? Why most folks in Texas live by that season to slap your mama?
Yep, sure do. And love
Why
it.
is that?
And they got hot sauces. So they got a yellow hot sauce, slap your mama, that's like more of a sweet, but it's still like a hot. And then they got the red hot version. I get those two. Everything slap your mama. Because we used to do Tony's. That used to be our occasion
And
if you
that's
don't
what
make it from
originally
scratch.
I know folks
But
from Texas.
now that we have slap your mama, we don't need Tony's.
Yeah, originally I knew it was Tony's. Now everybody used to slap your mama out there in Texas.
Exactly. Now we use slap your mama because Tony's ain't slap your mama. Slap your mama's good. I'm telling you. Put slap your mama on anything. If something ain't seasoned right, just have a little slap your mama. It'll be okay.
That's like folks up here in New York. Folks up here in New York live by adobo or sassoon.
Do y'all have it yet? Do they sell slap your mama up there?
They do, but I don't use it.
I like Sassoon. I'm great. Good night, y'all.
It's too salty. Too salty.
Dulcinea, can you end this stream or not?
No, we gotta go because I can't.
All right, y'all.
Y'all
But
be good.
Sakina, Muslima, I am tired. I can't even hold my eyes open.
Good
And
night, y'all.
I'm on babysitting duty too.
Good night, y'all.
So see, that's why Indian
Oh,
Carter doesn't
Sakina,
like crawfish.
Sister
Because he said
Freedom,
slap your
Salaam
mama
Alaikum,
too spicy.
Rahmatullahi, wa barakatuh, Dots, Osania Salam, Dots,
Salam.
always love. You already know. You already know.
Peace, Queen.
We'll see y'all
Good
tomorrow.
night, y'all. All right. Good night. It's been real.
Good night.
Hugs and kisses. Peace.
Hugs and kisses. Good night.